Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the show today. Thank you so much for making time to watch Mtembei TV. This is your favorite open forum political discussion that comes your way from the heart of the city of Nairobi. And we have a conversation in relation to the latest development in our politics. So, wherever you're joining us, welcome to the show. Let us make a difference today by airing what we need to get off our chests and ensure that we help shape the narratives and the mindsets of rightful Kenyans who needs to know what needs to be done in order to make this place better than ever. Well, it is that day we promised that we'll be looking at the bottom-up narrative, unmasking the bottom-up narrative as an economic model. What is it all about? Is it right for Kenya now or ever? And why? So we would that everybody you find your way here and let us get talking. Uh, we must be able to see to it that we ensure that our conversation is based on what is best for Kenya. And many propositions are coming from every quarter about who knows what is right for Kenya, who knows what is viable for Kenya. And when somebody falls sick, everybody wants to suggest the cure to that particular sickness. But that does not guarantee the healing of that particular disease. So, bottom-up economic narrative or economic model is one of the offers that have been flown in the air on what is right for Kenya. So I would that we all come in and begin to look at it critically. Is it even an economic model? And is it viable for Kenya? Is that the way to go in fixing what is bedeviling this particular country? So wherever you are around the world, make sure that you tune in and invite somebody to tune in. I want to salute, who is this? This is Legacy. Thank you so much for joining us. Brother Benson, we appreciate you. We salute Rashford Keeps Josephat. Karibu kwa show. Mokaya Steve, karibu kwa show. Paul Tony, thank you so much. Let us come in and let us unmask whatever that is behind the bottom-up narrative. Is there anything underneath it? Is it everything we have been told? Who will be able to help us understand what is the bottom-up economic model? Keep bottom-up economic model mbele leo umetukumbuka ama umeona sisi tuko State House. I will be, what is that? Tuning, kazi ni kazi. Mtembei, there's no problem. Thank you. We need you in here, Kipkoech. We need you to get into the studio and help us unravel what is this bottom up. Duncan Midumbi says, I love your show, Mtembei. Thank you so much. God bless you. We appreciate all of you with your good wishes. Now we need all of you, especially the UDA guys, we need you in studio to come and help us understand what is bottom-up economic model, how viable is it for Kenya, is that what Kenya needs now, and why? So I would suggest to everybody, especially those that support the deputy president and his narrative, to come forth and help us unravel this particular mystery of bottom-up economy. To me, it's a mystery because from the head and the head of the movement, plus all the foot soldiers who we have engaged time without number to tell us what it is, have not been able to do that. So today we want to take time to see to it that we do the right thing. And the right thing is to see to it that what it takes for us to understand the bottom-up economic approach, we will do that today. So we dedicate the entire show to bottom-up economic approach. Bwana Omar, how are you today?
Hello.
Hali vipi?
Niko vizuri. Leo ndo tumeona wrestling ilikuwa inaendelea huko bungeni. Nashangaa ile alikuwa anasema niko na majorities. Hao majorities wako wapi? Wanatoka binguni ama wanatoka wapi?
Maybe they are in the spirit. We can't know.
Na leo pia nimeona kuhusu Oka wanakanusha, wanasema hawajamit mtu yoyote, lakini si unajua wanaficha tu, ni unafiki. Wanajitetea, wanasema watakuwa race. Na leo pia nimeona Raila Odinga alikuwa mazishi Naikuru. After Naikuru alifanya rally, wakati alikuwa kwa ndege hapo.
Yes.
Sasa hii race, na nikaona pia Raila ameteua ule governor wa Laikipia.
Yes. Atakuwa
katika kampeni yake. Amefanya vizuri kwa sababu vile mimi nikisoma history ya huyo governor, huyo governor si mchezo katika ground. Yes. Na pia akateua mama I think katika ako na masifasifa mambo ya economy nini, amefanya vizuri. Hiyo imeonyesha picha, ajeweka watu wake ndani, yani mzee ameonyesha ameweka watu tofauti. Hiyo imenifurahisha.
Yes.
Katika kampeni yake. Hiyo pia ni kuvutia Mount Kenya. Sasa hii race itakuwa kali sana, na William Ruto pia namuona yuko Budalangi, Busia, aking'ang'ana huko na Babu na Mwamba. Ni kama ana wasiwasi tu, anakimbia peke yake. Anakimbia hata simuelewi, kazi ni kutusitusi watu na kuwaita watu wa manyororo, sijui watu wa vitandawili. Sasa imeshakuwa kuwataka dynasty, yani hakuna kampeni nyingine, ni hiyo tu. Unajua kila akifanya hivyo una make watu wale unaoshindana nao unaweka popular ukiwataja majina, na sijui ni nani sijui ni nani anamuadvise siasa yake afanye hivyo. Unajua kile ukitaja mtu, nimekuja kugundua Kenya unamweka mtu umaarufu, na bado siasa bado, kwa sababu DP anasema hajaanza siasa, wataanza February. Na mzee pia hajaanza siasa. Mzee anafanya mikakati yake, lakini leo katika bungeni, leo watu wamenyoroshana ya kutosha. Wengine wanasema tumenyimwa maji, tumeambiwa maji tuende tukakunywa nje. Kuna makaratasi zingine zilikuwa zinatembea katika bunge ndani, wanasema watu wameongwa 10 million ya KEMSA. Hii Hii Kenya pale imefikia wakati hii mtaona vioja waheshimiwa kunyoroshana huko ndani, lakini hii imeonyesha huyu mzee ni strong. Watu watawamtukane wamfanya nini, lakini tunasema battle ndio inakuja. Watu watulie, tunawaambia tulieni. Hiyo tu nilikuwa nasema leo, sina mambo nyingi sana.
Sawa sawa, thank you Omar. Karibu kwa show, tuendelee kuongea. Daniel Lubulu, how are you today? Daniel Lubulu, are you there? Lobulu. Okay, Daniel seems not to be there. All right. Thank you, guys. Those of you who are joining, we are happy that you're here. And this show is specifically to unmask the bottom-up narrative as an economic model. And so we're going to give preference to the proponent of bottom-up economic approach to give us what they mean by the same and tell us exactly what are they offering Kenya, or whether it is the solution or being part of the problem. So kama wewe ni mtu wa UDA, kwanza inua mkono ni kuhesabu. Usijifiche, nataka kuona. Inua mkono hivi tukuone.
Hello.
Penny Nyagaka.
Yes, my friend. How you doing this morning?
Good evening from Nairobi. How are you?
I'm okay.
Haya, tuambie hii bottom up ni gani? I mean ni inamaanisha nini? What is it all about?
Mimi ni kama mzee, nilienda kitambo sana shule. Nilienda late 70s, early 80s. Economics ya bottoms up ni kama ile economics ya mheshimiwa anaitwa John Maynard Keynes. Alikuwa anafundisha Cambridge University. The Treaty of Versailles alifukuzwa kwa sababu he was advocating bottoms up. Bottoms up economics is based on the World Bank, the IMF. That's bottoms up. It is the economy that is experienced in all Western countries, from America to Japan, nowadays to China. So when you guys criticize bottoms up economics, you should understand what it is first before you criticize it just because you don't like Ruto. I do realize that this is mostly majority ODM members here, but I'm here to tell you that it is very simple. You cannot tax people unless they have a job. You give them the job, then you can tax them little by little, and the money will end up in the government anyway. What Honorable Ruto tells you all the time. Instead of giving the money, all the Western, even Donald Trump here in America was giving only a year ago to the richest people. You give to the bottom people, and Biden has given us check. Anybody who is voting will tell you that check Biden. That's bottoms up economics. So bottoms up economics basically tells you to the struggling people that they, instead of selling 5 bananas, they'll sell 10 bananas, and you tax them 1 banana, and it goes to the government. So it's just that simple. It is only 2 economic theories that have perfected. I mean, I've been practicing in the Western world, period. One was by Adam Smith, which is trickle down. You give to the rich, you give to the popes, you give the big churches, you give to the rich people. And some kind of way, they will hire the poor people, and then they get paid like that. And when Maynard Keynes, you guys are young enough to look at the books. Read the books. John Maynard Keynes. Read it. It's very simple. You give the people, the poorest of the society, money to perfect whatever they are doing. If they are selling, say, bricks, if they are selling bananas, like where I come from in Kisi, they can be able to sell those bananas and you can tax them. But you cannot tax them unless they have a job. John Maynard Keynes, my last word, he even predicted the Second World War because in Germany, they were going to tax the people regardless of whether they have a job or not. And like I said earlier, John Maynard Keynes walked out of the Treaty of Versailles telling them that you cannot punish the people who are already down. So basically, what bottoms-up economics is you take care of the simplest people in the society, the people that don't have anything, and then they will spend the money. The money will come up to the rich anyway. They will go buy Safaricom, they will buy electricity, they will buy anything. The money will come back. But where did it originate from? The top, they will go invest it somewhere. They will buy a house in London or whatever. So that's what bottoms-up economics is all about. But basically, what Bernard nakwambia ni kwamba in all that we are talking about, tusikasirikane sana, tusiwe watu ambao wako really, hata vijana wa hiyo TV yako wa Kisii wananitusi maneno mengine baya sana ya Kisii, lakini I happen to disagree with what you're thinking about. But to disagree with me, tell me why you disagree with me, not kuniambia matusi. That's illogical. Wale ambao wako na matusi, they don't have anything to say. So basically, if anybody has a question of bottom economics, here nikwambia ni kwamba it has to be zero corruption. That's the only way bottoms-up economics can work. If you have corruption, it's just like you're opening a hole and you're dumping water. You expect the water to get to the next place. It can't. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Penny. I would not want to interrogate that far yet. I Santos, ngoja kwanza Nelson, subiri ya kwako, tutakuja kwako. I Santos, are you there? I Santos, we can't get your audio. We can't hear what you're saying. Are you using headphone? If you're on phone, you're using headphone, get rid of them. Okay. Too bad we can't get you. Get out fast. You'll come back later when you are able to have sorted out the audio problem. Let's go to James. James Wang, how are you?
I'm fine, Bernard.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Yes, help us unmask this bottom-up economic narrative.
Yes?
Help us unmask the bottom-up narrative as an economic model. What is it all about? Is it right for Kenya now or ever, and why?
Thank you very much. This is, you brought this topic again. It remains one of the greatest political conmanship game played by a politician who has studied our country very well and found that we have a huge population of underprivileged who need to be excited. It is hubris. It is actually, and I will repeat here again, the main purpose of this concept was mainly to manage the politics of Mount Kenya region. There has been underlying issues to do with the underprivileged, and it emanates from the manner in which the rand system was conducted in the past, and also the fact that a huge part of the population from this region had to relocate to other parts of the country because of the rand pressure. And therefore, there has been some bit of bitterness. And this was the reason why there was a group called Mungiki which found space in the Moi regime and was accepted as such to exist, to eat from their brothers who have money. And so that to get this vote, I think this man anticipated an issue whereby the wealthy from this community will not support him. So his game plan was to incite the other part of the population that feel like they are marginalized so that he can be able to capture them, because he knows how powerful the this class of people, the Mount Kenya Foundation, are. So it only happens that it's a concept that he has brought, like it's a national organizing concept, but in reality, it is a concept specifically meant to harvest votes through deceptive manner and giving false hope to a population that would want some things put right. I think I have told you this before, and I'll repeat it. The so-called bottom-up economic model is specifically meant to manage the politics of Mount Kenya. And more used the same. It is not that, it's only that this time there is a modicum of what I would call, you know, clever ones, bottom up. That time it was not defined, but now we have a wording to make it look like it is a very sophisticated concept of economics that is being introduced. It's nothing else but actually a very destructive way of harvesting votes by inciting sections of the population against others. And the dangers are very clear, because you cannot develop as a country when you incite the people against the capital holders. Look at the people like SK Macharia. How many people have they employed? Look at somebody like Peter Munga, and James Mwangi. How many people have they employed? Look at other, capital holders in this community. They have not only employed people from the region, but also across the country. How then do you expect to maintain a growing economy when you go after these people and you make them feel insecure? Because once the local investors are insecure, it cascades to foreign investors as well. They will not come to invest their resources here. They will just go invest in other East African countries with Kenya as their market, because their policies are there. So it's a very dangerous, very destructive, and actually it is just meant to serve one person's power ambitions. And beyond that, I can also say that it is an avenue, it's a vehicle, if it comes to pass, of massive corruption, where money is dished out across the country, often in the most unaccountable manner, and therefore giving the political class an opportunity to do what we call a patronage system and a theft of public funds. Because we have had experience of these kind of funds for many years. We have had youth enterprise fund, we have had women enterprise fund, and the way the definition of bottom up has been put is that it is taking money to these groups down on the ground. It is not new. these funds have always been given to women, youth, because they are the same mamambogas and they are the same boda guys. So what is different? What is different is that this time the money will be massive, and therefore it is an avenue for actually sanctioning or institutionalizing corruption, because the way to develop the economy is for the government to stop borrowing locally, leaving the banks, the money held in our banks, for business people. That is what Kibaki did. You make sure that the interest rates in our banks and the financial institutions is very low, so that somebody can walk in a bank, enter into a contract with a bank or a financial institution, and then you go and do your business and pay your loan. But the other system that is now being advocated by this class of people, it is not sustainable, because it means going into the treasury, getting billions, and pouring down there in the most unaccountable manner. We even don't have those structures anyway to track down whether this money is even being put in what you are saying is for. So, not unless a content, well argued, well argued system, I don't see it as anything but a very destructive system. First, of harvesting votes, because they actually emphasizes on the difference on material levels, and will leave the country completely torn apart, and particularly communities that are vulnerable, as that which one I've told you in central Kenya, where there is that always groundswell of fueling resentment against the sections, and actually bringing civil strife within communities. That is the problem with this. And then its practicability, as I've told you, of giving money down there. It is an avenue, it's a vehicle for politicians to, first of all, put in place a patronage system where they control people like phantoms, and then steal funds from the treasury. I think I have no other explanation for this kind of system. It is not an economic model, and it's just just a well crafted system by people who came into politics through evil ways of printing money. That is the introduction they got when they first find for political seats. So for them, politics is a dirty game. There are no limits to how dirty you can get as long as you get power. That is what informs those who are bringing this kind of a thing to us in 2022, this year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, James. I appreciate your lengthy, elaborate explanation, and what you can read in the bottom-up narrative as an economic model. I want somebody with a contrary opinion or another way of looking at it. The people in the comments are asking, where is Wariahe? Where is Dalahu? I don't know. I tracked him. I couldn't be able to get it. So I'm hoping that as we continue the conversation, he will show up. He promised us a bracing battle today, and we kept prepared, but he seems to amechana mbuka akaenda zake. So mkimuona mahali mtuletee tafadhali. Watu wote kwa comments nawaomba mwende kunitafutia Dalahu ama Wariahe aje hapa tuambie masuala yake ya bottom up ni ipi, is it an economic model na inatokea wapi? I want us to get something from Alex Kwanza, and then we move to the next person. Alex, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there, Ben. Why don't I speak after that? I'm driving home. Can I speak after that?
Sawa.
Yeah.
Sawa, you reach home, then let us know. Thank you. King Katwe.
Wadau, fellow Kenyans,
Yes, tell us,
from
what is
wherever I am,
bottom-up
good evening.
economic model?
I will try to dissect it
Good
from the
evening
way
to
I
you. Welcome to the
understand. I'm saying I'll try to dissect it from the way I'm really struggling to understand it. I'm really struggling. To be honest, I'm struggling because from the explanation of Ben Nyagaka, and I don't know why every time I have to be on contact with the people that come from my hometown, it's but I will try to look at it from the angle of the way Kibaki brought his economic model. Because back in the days when we were young, at around 2002, I think, our hometown, we used to sell mandizi at around 2002, 2003. But when Kibaki came in, the road that was very bad at my home place, and he made that road. And when that road was complete, our bananas now could reach the market. And we used to sell at that time at around 2005, around 300 shillings. Right now, a bunch of banana goes for around 700 shillings. So now, did Kibaki bring money to my father for he facilitated in the way you can open the markets for people. You see, the only reason why I'm in contest with UDA is because they do not. In 2013, Ruto seemed to have a very bright economic model when he was talking about the 24-hour economic model that we open up our market so that our people can do business 24 hours. That was a good economic model because Kenyans do not need that kind of unexplained economic model because that particular economic model was back during the time when Kenya was gaining independence to the time around 1990 there when the government was supposed to be uplifting a lot of people so that money could circulate fast so that the government could make a lot of money at the same time so that people could have money in their pockets that particular time, and it was targeting with a lot of billions spent on infrastructure. And again, you want to take us back around 30 years ago. Honestly, you are not making any sense. The government has spent almost 1 trillion in infrastructure to open up markets, basically to facilitate someone like for example, now people brought in pikipikis. These pikipikis are the ones that now probably made money to circulate and all that. So if the government has invested in infrastructure, we don't need to go back again and start giving handouts to people so that they can start up their business. We've got the central bank which is regulating banks in Kenya on how people can borrow. And there is a reason why the banks do not give startup loans for people Because basically what I'm getting from the bottom up economic model is that the government is going to give people startup money so that they can start their own businesses, and then money can circulate. There is nowhere, anywhere, any economist will ever tell you. And that is why probably David D is running away from this economic model, because he himself cannot be able to explain what he even proposed to William Ruto. Because now you're getting somebody who has already invested in infrastructure, and again you want to give out back handouts. And give, for example, let us take this thing where pikipiki zinapatiwa mtu analeta pikipiki za loan, alafu anaenda anapatia wale vijana bila anything. Look at the way it flooded the market. First of all, imeharibu biashara ya pikipiki completely, because now you are empowering people in a very wrong way, instead of looking for another way of empowering these people. Because kama pikipiki zimeja, if for example I have 10 billion right now, and I'm going to ask anybody who is here for UDA, I have 10 billion for Mumias East that I'm supposed to put for the either to do whatever that I have an open check of 10 billion. Will I go giving handouts to mama mboga and mtu wa pikipiki na mtu wa tuktuk, ama nichukue hiyo pesa niweke Mumias Sugar iamuke? After Mumias Sugar kuamuka, money will start circulating in Mumias, and when money starts to circulate in Mumias Sugar, then mama wa mboga atapata mtu wa kununua mboga yake, mtu wa pikipiki atapata mtu wa kubeba, mtu wa mechanic atapata gari ya kutengeneza. I mean, we are targeting the middle class because middle class is the one that drives this economy. There's no way you can go down there na tulianza yani basically leo topic ya leo imekuwa ngumu sana kuexplain, hata unashinda sasa unaanzia wapi umalizie wapi. I'm inclined to understand the where Nyagaka was talking about that. Anyway, Bernard, let us stop there for now.
Thank you King Katwe. Naomba tu mind muda, kila mtu atachangia na utatoa maoni yako kulingana na vile unaelewa, lakini mbivu na mbichi lazima tumalize leo. Bottom up is either an economic model that is viable for Kenya, or it is a fallacy that we need to throw through the window. But all in all, Kenya ni yetu wote, na lazima tutetee haki ya Wakenya wote, na tuhakikishe kwamba hii nchi haipotoshwi na mtu yeyote. Nelson, ulikuwa unasemaje?
Hello.
Nelson, mwana wewe. Kavere kariana.
My mic. Hello.
Iko sawa sasa, endelea.
Happy 2022.
Happy New Year to you.
Yeah, hii ndio mwaka, and I thank God, I'm grateful. It's long sijakuwa hapa, ni kwa sababu ya kazi kushikamana. The question is if this bottom up will work for Kenyans. The answer is no, with some reasons. It makes me not support the bottom up economy. The first contemplated thing is that a good economy, a good government that supports the economy of the country need to stabilize the economy. You know, how to stabilize the economy is to create jobs, you know, promote economic growth. If at all the government that the UDA people are running around saying that we are supporting the bottom up, mutu ya chini, and they don't have, you cannot have a good economy if you are reminding people on those who have. to those who don't have. You know, it is killing the economy completely because you are not empowering these people. Already you are telling them, those who have your money. They are making you not to have the money. Now I need to bring this money down. You know, it cannot happen without proper legislation. Sijui hawa watu wa UDA economist mgani anawafunza, but they need to have a proper legislative that should run that economy to create jobs, to make sure that we have killed what we call unemployment. Unemployment is not killed by promoting mutu ya wheelbarrow chini. Unemployment is killed by providing pass laws from the parliament, legislate the economy to employ to kill the unemployment. Secondly, is to abort from corruption, in which the UDA people are not talking about corruption. I've never seen a UDA minister, I don't know, minister or the head, talking about corruption. You cannot have that bottom economy if there is corruption. How will this money reach to these people down? It is not possible. The second thing I need to talk is to America. And I think he's okay, but
Nelson, you have issues with your audio. You have issues with your video.
Yeah.
Your network is low.
Can you hear
Nelson,
me now?
are you able to get me?
Yeah, I get you. Nakupata.
Yes, nafikiria ukienda nyuma ya curtain utaongea vizuri.
Ana niko network iko sawa, ni mimi peke yangu tu na hii network. Sijui mbona inasumbua. Okay. The next thing I want to talk about the redistribute the income. How do the government distribute the income? The government distribute the income by empowering people who are on higher, to empower those who are on higher income. Those who are on higher income ni hawa watu wa bank. Tunasikia somebody had talked about this, mtu wa bank, mtu ya Safaricom, mtu ya media, mtu ya those people who are on higher income. The government should empower them to ensure that they create more jobs to the mtu ya bottom. I don't know if you are getting my point. How do you empower these people on higher income? Let me talk about the Equity Bank, that man from Equity Bank. If the government does not support that man from Equity Bank, nyinyi watu wa UDA mtapoteza kazi. And today, we are seeing UDA fighting these people that are on higher income. Where are we going to get jobs? The government cannot run alone without having these private investors. Even in abroad, any country you go, you must find a private investor. A private investor is not entitled to government, but he gets support from the government by empowering those who are on higher income to create job opportunity to those who are in low income by providing them jobs and proper environment to run their jobs. Only the government provide them the security. Now today, Ruto is fighting those on higher income, telling those on low income that these people are bad, they are biased, and they have employed those on low income. My third submission, the bottom-up economy cannot work. I swear before Almighty God, there is no way that money will just come from the government direct to mutu ya wheelbarrow. Money from government direct to mutu ya mkokoteni. Direct from government direct to mutu wa will be set aside into certain county government to ensure that those representatives from the county level will ensure that they create jobs, they give this money to the county, or it depends with how the legislatures will pass the law on how the money will reach to the wananchi wenye wako chini, not direct money from mkono ya UDA mwizi to the people. Not possible. I don't know what economy are these people trying to speak about. Even today, as we are talking, if you need to improve proper health, these people must go to the parliament. We have NHIF today. Some people are enjoying NHIF. It was done in the parliament. Tuko na pesa ya COVID leo wanataka the parliament to the government, to the people. That's why we are employing these people to go to the parliament to legislate laws that will allow the economy to trickle down to the wananchi or trickle up to the government to ensure that jobs have been created. My point is home. My fourth thing is that, please, when it comes to and we have
Bwana Nelson, you need to sort out your internet. I think we cut it there. You will come back later. You have points, but the network is failing you. Let that be sorted out first, please. Thank you. Let's hear from Austin. Austin, are you in?
Yes, Mr. Bernard, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome to the show and help
Oh,
us
thank you so much.
unravel this bottom-up narrative as an economic model.
Okay, as per my understanding or opinion, the bottom-up economy or this model of the chief hustler, to me, it is a scam. Can you hear me, Bernard?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead. It's a scam. What do you mean a scam?
It's a scam. You know why? Number one, the definition that we are being given, the definition is not bringing a clear meaning of what bottom up should be. And if it is an economic model, according to the clear definition of the economic model, that's the bottom up. To me, again, I find rebranded. As we had the new constitution, the county, we have now the counties, and the counties was brought about by the new constitution. If we go by the real meaning of bottom up, you will realize or you will find that bottom up is just the current constitution. What the current katiba is giving mwananchi, that is what it also has to do with the bottom up. Only that the chief hustler is trying to decorate it with things that does not exist to fool Kenyans just for the sake of votes. But in real sense, the bottom up is not the the meaning that they are giving us is not the actual meaning of bottom up. Like the current constitution that gives it to access the government just right from where they are. They can access several things. The job opportunity. We have several things without going somewhere else. We have them within our county. So I don't know why the chief hustler is trying to give us another meaning of bottom up apart from devolution. I don't know if somebody understands what it means by devolution. But bottom up that Ruto is giving us is fake because money to the common mwananchi. Who told Ruto that the common mwananchi needs money and for what? For how long will he give money to the common mwananchi? And what if his time expires? Who will continue giving the common mwananchi that money? When devolution creates opportunities for the common mwananchi so that we can earn a living from where we are easily without struggling. So, as per me, the bottom up that we are being given by the chief hustler is a scam. This thing is not real, just like I am terming it. It is what does not exist because devolution was already there. What else is he going to offer that devolution does not offer? To me, Bernard, I have less, and I can't say anything much. Let us understand it that way. That is as per me, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Austin. We appreciate your contribution. Let us keep talking. And if you differ with whatever that is being said here, you're free also to express the same, especially the UDA guys. We need you in the studio to defend the bottom up economic narrative. And we want it to be done in a more, give it economic sense. And that will get me to, before I let Austin go, break it down for us on how devolution is the right approach to bottom-up economy, as opposed to giving money to Mama Mboga and Mkokoteni pushers to lift their living standards by increasing the support to them through either loans or support. Otherwise support from the government. Now, before you respond, Stony PK, your device is not well connected. That is why we keep removing you from the studio. You cannot be able to communicate in the studio until your gadget is well connected. And if you're using phone, please switch off your phone, restart your phone. And then when you click on the link, give StreamYard full control over your camera and full control over your audio. You will be able to be added to the studio and you'll be able to talk. But if you keep it where it is, it will keep doing what it is doing and you will not be able to make it into the studio. So Stony PK, if you're able to get me, please get out, switch off your phone, restart it, then ensure that you allow StreamYard to have full control of your camera and your audio, and hope for the best. As you come back, probably you have an opportunity to make your submission. As at now, go and sort out the matter first. So, Austin, please respond. Take us step by step, but not taking all the time. Huh? How does devolution represent bottom-up economic approach as opposed to the handout economy that William Ruto is baptizing and calling bottom-up? Please. Austin kwana amepotea. Okay, let's hear from Duncan. Dan.
Yes, Mr.
Dan
Bernard,
Kunde.
how are you? Yes,
I'm okay.
about
How
Mr.
are you?
Bernard. I'm good.
Yes, karibu tuambie hii maswala inaendaje?
Yeah, before I go there, I want to ask to thank our member of parliament for the good job they have done today, and also to sympathize with the women of Kenya, because I've seen what Mr. Nguchira have done. Amechapa mama kule mwenye anafanya kazi kule bunge. Hiyo pia inatueleza ya kwamba tell me your friend, I tell you your story. So wamama wa Kenya wote mahali wako, na waomba poleni sana kwa hayo yenye yamefanyika. Hatuwezi tukapiga wamama mahali wanafanya kazi. Kitu ya pili, nimetoka Nyamira County, nimeleta salamu ya kwa Mtembei TV na mashabiki wote wa Mtembei. Hii kumbe ni TV inajulikana sana. Sasa wamama wale nimekutana nao, nimetangamana na watu wengi sana kule within Nyamira County and Kisii County. Wameniambia before tupate wheelbarrow, tungetaka ukikutana hao watu, kwa sababu we Duncan unakaa Nairobi na unatembea sana, uambie waimboti walete oil kwanza, kwa sababu gurubaro ikiseeka inapiganga kelele sana. Sasa kelele asiwezi kuwa mbili, kelele ya wheelbarrow na kelele ya pigipigi, watu wataumia masikio kule nyumbani. So they are denying that. Let me go back to the main point. When we talk of a bottom up, honestly, it's not fair. I want to give an example. My grandfather alikuwa anauza ngozi ya ng'ombe. Yeye kazi yake ilikuwa ni kupita kwa vichinjio, anachukua ngozi, anapeleka kule Pata Kisii, anapima kilo, akanunua masamba hivi, akaachia mababa zetu na akawasomesa. Sasa wakati sisi tulikuwa wakubwa, ile kitu tulipewa ni masomo. We were given education. Hakutuita tuwawie ile pesa. Yani hiyo mambo na waeleza, hiyo ni masuala yanalingana na hiyo mambo ya bottom up. Hakutupea ile pesa yake, ama ause masamba yake, ama ape papa yangu pesa. Ile kitu aliwaachia ni biashara na masomo, na vile wanalinda zile vitu mpaka tukasifikia sasa sisi wachukuu wake, na ninaamini pia watoto wangu pia watasifikia, ama wamesifikia, kwa sababu bado I'm paying school fees, na mtoto wangu ako form 2 pia naona pia ako karibu kufikia. So ni kitu unafanya ya muda ya kuendelea, sio kitu sasa. Mimi najaribu kuangalia kama ile wakati nilikuwa kijana barubaru hivi, wangeuza hiyo vitu, niambiwe Dan kanisika hii shilingi milioni 1, honestly speaking singekuwa na hiyo pesa. Hii pesa ningekuwa nimemaliza na Kenya Boke, na bado ningerudi bila kitu, maybe tena nirudi kuuza samba ya babu yangu. What am I saying? Ukweli ni kwamba anything kila kitu yote inafaa ifanywe na mpangilio. Saa hii expect Ruto to talk about corruption because pesa mingi sana zinaenda kwa mifuko ya watu. Hiyo ndio tungekuwa tunasikia, this is how we are going to stop this corruption, this is how we shall add value kwa mkulima yetu. Angekuwa na defend ile mambo anaambiwa, kama wakulima wale walidote walikuwa analia, he should have defending, no, hii siku ile mahindi ilitoka Mexico ilienda hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi. He's not talking about that. He's not telling anything ile anakuwa accused of. Then you are not fair. Kama na sisemi ni ukweli aliipa, but kama mtu amesimama kuachukua, amesema this is what you did, kindly why can't you stand in a certain forum utuambie it is not true, this is what happened. ukiambiwa kampuni yako ama ya dada yako ndio inalipwa pesa ya nyama, ndio maana serikali ilikuwa inapokea ya shilingi 8,000 kwa siku, na sasa tuko milioni 5 plus. Angekuwa asimama aseme ni ukweli, hakuna mtu yangu kampuni yake imechukua pesa. So bottom up, huyu unashinda kutuimbia. What are you telling us? Be an example. Be an example of what you are telling us. Today unasikia watu wanasema kijana yako Niki ndiye analipwa pesa ya hii miti ya stima Kenya mzima since 2013. You are not telling us yeye achalipwa pesa. You are only telling us vile utatoa mkulima wa chini ati utapewa 100 billion, nilete hapa niwapatie na nyinyi mtoke juu mtoke chini. The only thing you will bring ni chaos, like kile kitu ilifanyika Kisumu. Umeachia vijana pesa wameanza kupigana. So in totality, I'm happy that Ruto is the vice president. He has opportunity of making a very big change in this country. He has opportunity to address any issue now, not 2022, he has been telling us. He has an opportunity to knock any office, to any PS or minister or wherever, to come with a certain issue yenye marekebisho yenye anafanya. The only chance he has is to go to campaign and tell us about bottom up, bottom up, bottom up. Sure. Sasa sijui kama anaona Wakenya ni wachinga kiasi gani, na Kibaki alileta free education. We are now happy we can read and listen. So I don't want to take a lot of time, but I want to say this. Tusikize, tusome, tuamue. Last and lastly, si lazima kwa hii mtembei, lakini wherever we are, the only thing I'm watching my fellow Kenyans, usitusi mwenzako, hawe waile mrengo, watu tutubie kwa lugha ya busara, mahali tunatangamana kwa barabara, kwa gari, kwa jamu, kwa mabaa, kwa leva, hili tulete cohesion, kwa sababu at the end of the day, these people are able to fry their families outside of the country. They are able to bring the police officers in their gate. But mimi na wewe tuko hapa Kibira, tuko hapa Kayole, wherever hapa tunakutana tugongwe. So it is us. Let us try to change the leadership kutoka sisi wenyewe. Wacha tusikize, tuamue kizuri, tuache kibaya. Ni hayo tu niko naye kwa leo, Mr. Bernard.
Okay, thank you Dan. Kuna swali? Okay. Yes. Nani ana swali?
Nani ako na swali? Ulisa Bwana Nelson.
Okay, ngoja kwanza. Nelson, uko na swali ama una hoja?
Niko na hoja kidogo hapo, kwa sababu niko na kazi, ndio nikwambia ningemalizia alafu niende kazi.
So sio swali kuhusu masuala ya Dan.
Dan yako sambamba bwana. Dan ameongea tu vizuri. Huyu jamaa kuna na
subiri hapo, tunakuja kwako. Naomba watu wote tushirikiane pamoja. Ukijaribu kuja studio na you are not getting through, you keep trying until you get through. Same as studio is full, it will be full. Somebody will drop out, you create room, then you come in. So you keep trying. You don't try once and surrender. Wale watu wa back curtain, okay, you are darkening the screen. According to the standing order, I'm supposed to get rid of you. So leta uso wako ama tukuweke kando kwanza mpaka masuala yalainike. So it's important we see each other. Yes, thank you. Ni kama Alex hajafika nyumbani, but we'll bear with him. So Nelson, what I say? Kamilisha dakika zako ziko zimebaki 2. Nelson, are you there? Ama umekwama tena?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, please. You have 2 to 3 minutes quickly as we wait
Yeah.
to go to Bandu, then Douglas.
I just wanted to add some 2 points on the bottom-up economy that is being roughed around the country. You know, in really sense, when it comes to economic down economy that Ruto is trying to bring to Kenyans, even some of us here were discussing it, but we cannot explain what is it. If at all those who are in the front line cannot explain about it, I'm wondering how comes we can explain this thing and some of the UDA leaders cannot explain to us. We are also just trying to fumble around with the word bottom down economy. The next thing I want to say is that actually our country is in dilemma. The reason why, you know, you cannot subject poor people on the economy if you don't support those who are providing jobs to them. I will repeat on that thing simply because in any opportunity given, there must be someone to provide the opportunity, and the opportunity should be provided by the government. It is not quite reasonable why I am seeing the bottom-up economy people saying that they have segregated or they are going to segregate 100 billion for the people at the low income. I don't know from where, from heaven, from their houses, where this 100 billion is. I will still refer on the legislative. And I am sure that there is nothing, even one coin, you cannot get 1 shilling from the government if it's not part of the legislative thing. The key thing that I need the people from our side in Azimio la Umoja is that kindly please let us make sure we elect enough MPs that will go to the parliament and legislate on laws that will help the money to come to the people. The issue of just talking and telling we have 100 billion, this money is not picked. There are rules and regulation of getting the 100 billion to the economy. Currently, the other side, people are scared. We can see what is happening in the parliament. They are ready to fight. They are ready to show their mask. We did this before. That's why we are cool. We are cool because the things are hot for them. No one can explain on this economy thing. And Mr. Bernard, I just want to say one thing. From this economy mode that Kenya want to use. For example, today, if it's supporting those who are in the down, they call the economic what? I don't know. Even that word I always forget. The economy that the UDA want to use, I saw they gave one guy today 10,000 ya kuku. How many guys were there? Watu wangapi wa chini walikuwa pale wakipewa 10,000 ya kuku ya mtu, watu wamepromote hustler. 10,000 you give to one hustler, you have promoted the hustlers. You go to a rally, I'll give you 2 million to give hustlers, and tomorrow we will see them being aligned like what we saw in Kiambu, that we are promoting the economic the economy by giving them 1,000. If that is the economy that UDA is trying to explain to us, that you'll give 2 million to my constituency, and tomorrow get a legislature, give the 2 million and bring our people kwa line, kila mtu 1,000 ati ni economy uchumi, that is not improving the economy. One, as people of Western region, we've seen what Baba had done juzi kwenye mkutano wa Waluya. He had these 2 guys, investors, that they are going to take Mumias. That is the economy we need. But we have again seen people have run to the courts to stop from kufungua Mumias. The same people will come to Mutembei here kusema watu walitufanyia nini, Mumias imelala. If we allow today this Mumias to be open, that is the economy we want. But somebody from somewhere atakuja na milioni moja hapo Mumias awapatie, na muende kotini mlete ujinga msimamishe, nani ataumia? That is not improving the economy. Let us not blame anybody on the economy thing. Economy is to ensure that we kill unemployment. To improve economy is to ensure that health facility, healthcare. That's why Baba is talking about Baba Care. We call it in US Obama Care. Baba Care is to ensure that legislatures are going to legislate this thing in the parliament to ensure the healthcare has been passed and the legislative rules and laws will be submitted as a bill, and the bill will be used. Kama ni NHIF, kama ni mambo ya madawa, kama ni nini, itafanyika through legislative na kupitia kwa bill, sio kwa mdomo ya kusimama na kusema tumetenga. Under what means did you tenga the money without following the proper legislative? You cannot tenga, tumetenga bilioni 5 ya kusaidia watu kazi. How? Where is the billion? It's not something that you are going to pick. The government has a chief executive of finance, and they will follow what is in the government category, that this, according to our constitution and according to what we have, we need to give 15% of this money to the people kwa maendeleo. Na hii bilioni 100 hii utatoa wapi shwali? The third thing I want to talk about our country, and allow me to speak about these people. You cannot promote SMEs. You cannot promote SMEs by letting them know that those on higher income have their money. The SMEs must be promoted equally by having proper laws that will in the legislative that will actually allow the SMEs to be given something from the government. And that's why we came with something called loan ya miaka 7 bila malipo. It's called grant. And a few people were against it. That is what economy we need. These people from UDA, they are not talking about a grant. They cannot talk. They don't know how to bring this money. Baba said about the grant, miaka 7 ndio youth ulete pesa. Niambia utakuwa umefanyia kazi. That is improving someone. Mtu wa chini ndo chukue loan, iwe grant, fanya biashara, miaka 7 rudisha mdogo mdogo. Wewe unaambiwa leo nitakupatia cash 1000, nimeinua mtu wa chini. It is not working. It's not working. The third thing is education. You cannot improve the economy of the country if education is very poor. We will be dealing with ignorant people like what we saw in Kiambu from this Kiamba. We don't need to have such ignorant people in the legislative. We need to educate people here, those who will represent us wisely, tuondoe ujinga. We are hatuendi tu kuchagua mtu sema sasa ni mtu ya bottom, ati ile ya bottom up. How do you bring someone from bottom without educating that person? Currently, there is no proper education. Why?
Bwana Nelson, kamilisha tafadhali.
Ben, wacha nikamilishe niseme hivi. Mbele ya Mwenyezi Mungu wacha niongee Kiswahili. Ndugu zangu, hakuna kitu kama bottom sijui inaitwaje, bottom down ama inaitwa bottom up. There is nothing like bottom up. The bottom up that this guy is using ni ile maneno ya kuongea. Ni mzuri kwa maneno. The propaganda ilikuwa inatumika, sasa hii imebadilishwa. They said I will not be there. Now I am here. They will again say I will not be around in this one. I will be around. Then they will change the tune. We need a submissive person that will give us the right thing on the economy. And that's why David Ndii has failed to explain the root of fraternity wenyewe hawawezi. Just get today mtu ya Kiamba, umwambie kwamba MP from Kiamba, what is bottom up? Atakwambia ni mtu ya Ulubaro. Kenyans are not only wheelbarrow people. We have Ben here, ni mchungaji. They don't talk about mchungaji. We have engineers here. They don't talk how to help the engineers. We have educationists here. We have teachers. Have you ever seen Ruto talking about teachers? What economy will be there if you only talk about Mutia Wheelbarrow? We have lawyers here. We are talking with them. Do they talk about lawyers? Do they talk about taxi drivers here? They only talk about Mutia Wheelbarrow, Mutia Mkokoteni, Mutia Pikipiki, na Mutia Chini. You cannot define Mutia Chini. We have teachers here. We have nurses here. Does these people talk about nurses, how to improve economy by increasing salary and nurses? Do they talk about improving economy by increasing and giving overtime to teachers? Do they talk by giving jobs, engineers? Hizi kazi zinapewa watu wa China. Do they talk about that by giving them good money and good environment? They don't talk about these things, and that is what we call economy. They don't talk. They just talk Mutia wheelbarrow as if Kenyans are not wheelbarrow drivers only. Kenyans are not watu wa kioski peke yao.
Okay, your time is up.
Yes, just last word. Kenyans,
No, thank you. You'll come back again.
The economy should provide space for all these people. But these people have just taken the economy to the Mutia bottom peke yake. They don't see everywhere.
Sawa, thank you, Bwana Nelson. Wacha pressure. Asante sana. Naomba
mimi niko na
mbele.
Naona watu wa UDA wakiongelea kuhusu profession yangu. I am not a wheelbarrow pusher. I am not a pikipiki.
Unataka kwenda UDA? Tukupatie address ya UDA upeleke huko application yako.
My friend, hata jeneza yangu tu, jeneza. Usijaribu kuweka kitu ya UDA, ni utasikia kwamba kwa Waluya watu wanaamka. Wacha Kisii. I will wake up and stand. I will wake up and stand and everybody will run away.
Kwaulire.
You talk about economy, you have to it.
Sawa, Bwana Nelson. Thank you. Let us end it there. Thank you. Yeah, so I want us to move forward. Who is this? Douglas, how are you?
I'm very fine, Mr. Bernard. How are you?
I'm okay.
I'm okay. I'm enjoying the new year started well. We are enjoying the cold in Nyahururu.
Actually, we have resisted it in Nairobi.
We will do it. We will supply you. Now,
karibu tufafanulie mambo.
Asante sana. Now, I'm enjoying what people are saying about the bottom up, and from the little economics I understand, an economic model should be something that you can test, and it should be something empirical, something that can mathematically be proved. Now, somebody talked about devolution. Devolution was a very good economic model for Kenya, and still it is. But now, Ruto, being the shrewd politician he is, I don't want to call him a clever politician, but he is a shrewd politician. He knew that a large percentage of the Kenyan population, that is about 70-80%, are living below the poverty line. And now, that is why he's saying he wants to inua mama mboga, inua mtu wa mkokoteni, mtu wa pikipiki, because he knows the kind of euphoria that we are used to in Kenya is what will give him the much needed votes for him to win the presidency. But actually fulfilling the bottom-up economic model will be a big problem. Some people are saying that bottom-up has worked in the European countries. Right, that is very right. It has worked because they have the right infrastructures. And somebody was saying, we need, like, for example, how do I supply my potatoes from the farm to the market? I need good roads. I need good connectivity. But you are giving me 100 million to be divided amongst 600,000 people in our constituents. That means somebody will get 6 shillings or 60 shillings per year. How will 60 shillings help me take my produce to the market if you don't give me good roads? How will 60 shillings help me pay my medical bill if you don't build me a good hospital? How will 60 shillings help me take my child to school if you don't give me free education? How will 60 shillings help me water my farm, irrigate my farm, if you do not give me equipment for irrigation? That is where they are now missing the point. And that is why we cannot be able to explain the bottom-up economic model. It could have worked if we had the right infrastructure in Kenya. If we had good roads, if we had good hospitals, good education institutions, and everything, there is connectivity to internet, electricity, because there are people working online. How do you want your money to help them? You must give them good internet. And that is why the bottom-up economic model cannot be able to work in Kenya as we speak now. And again, these guys called the UDA guys, they cannot be able to explain this model because they cannot be able to buy it themselves. Where are they going to get this money to pump into the Mwananchi down there? Which channel are they going to use? Because you cannot just take money and give the Mwananchi. You must have a channel, and the channel is what we are talking about through the devolved units, that is the counties, the CDF, and such like things. So as for me, to just be simple today, the bottom-up economic model cannot be explained, it cannot be tested, it cannot be mathematically proved in Kenya, and it cannot be supported with the current situation that we are in the country. And again, these people, even if they were to implement the bottom-up economic model, they do not have the requisite knowledge, the requisite political goodwill. You see all the people surrounding the DP. These are people who have questionable characters, people involved in corruption. You want to give the money to take to the Wananchi. That money will not even reach there. It will be squandered here, and then the money will not be used. So, to me, it's a model that we cannot adopt right now, and it cannot be able to suit our country, Kenya. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Douglas. We appreciate your contribution. Naomba tusonge mbele. Who is this? Let's hear from Baz.
Yes, panelist Bernard, how are you?
I'm okay. How are you today?
I'm fine. I can see King Katwa is laughing already.
Very happy to see your face, although it's half of it. Bring out your entire face. We want to see you properly.
He will. I think today's topic is very good. It's about explaining a model. What I've heard the panelists talk about is a policy. I've heard King Kato talk about a 24-hour economy. That's a policy, King Kato. That's not a model. And today I will be very short. Actually, I will not beat about the bush as Bernard says. I just whip words and move on. I think bottom up is about where does the capital go? Today, where does the government take the capital? And that's all now about the model. The government takes the capital to big investments. The real problem is, as I said, where the capital goes, because capital given to entrepreneurs create jobs, economic growth, and ultimately will always improve governance because the economy will be growing. Capital given to government bureaucracies authority and strengthens vested interest.
Bas, unakwama iko nini? Check your net. Sorry. You continue when you come back. Nash.
Yes, wakubwa, habari zenu?
Fiti namna gani? Karibu kwa show.
Safi sana bwana. Nimependa mjadala wa leo although nimecome in na late kiasi, lakini nimeiona. It's all about bottom up, but I want to take it from this point. I think we have a new constitution na hii new constitution imetupatia the right channel venye pesa inatoka kutoka kwa national government kukuja kwa county government, inamfikia mwananchi yule wa pale chini. And now I begin to wonder, when this guy is selling us this bottom up thing, how is he going to do it? I mean, is he going to change the constitution so that hizi pesa zitakuwa zinatoka chini kwenda juu, ama kuinua watu kutoka chini kwenda juu? Are we going to have a broke government yenye inaenda kudipendi kwa mwananchi hapa chini ya kuwe tajiri ndio yeye apate huko juu? Now hizi ni questions zenye mimi najiuliza, na ukitaka kuangalia huyu mtu, it's all about kukuja na ideas zenye zinaendea yule mtu pale chini mwenye haelewi ni nini kinaendelea, of which yeye akikuja kupatia hii 1,000 na kuambie mimi na kuletea bottom up yenye inakuja kukuinua wewe, automatically mtu wa hapa chini lazima atachia hapo, you see. Lakini ukiendea mtu mwenye anajielewa na mtu mwenye anapambanua mambo vizuri, mtu mwenye anajua siasa, kwanza kumweleza hili neno bottom up, it will be a very big problem. Like hapa kwa hii panelists wote unaona hakuna mtu anaelewa maana ya hii kitu, hata mmoja. Na mimi ufuatilia hata viongozi. In fact mimi I wonder, kwa sababu huyu jamaa apart from yeye kwenda kwa rally, sioni mtu mwingine apart from yeye, sioni mtu mwingine mwenye anaweza enda na hiyo idea yake ya bottom up akauzia watu bila Ruto kukua kwa hiyo rally. Sidhani kama kuna mwingine. So kwa upande wangu mimi, it's all about kuzungusha wananchi, na anajua yeye vizuri sana kwamba ni kitu yenye yezi fanya kazi. It's all about ni kama mtu unakufa maji. Unajua wakati mtu unakufa maji, ukiona hata tawi linaelea unataka kushika hiyo tawi, asivu hiyo tawi itakusave. So huyu jamaa wacha tu Mungu amsaidie. Tunajua yeye ni muongo, he is just selling whatever comes in his mind, ndio anakuja nayo. Ana agenda ya kuuzia since amekuwa kwa government for the last 9 years. For the last 9 years hakuna kitu ambacho amefanyia mwananchi chenye kinaweza kikaniconvince mimi nikasema kweli alifanya hii. Hata akikuja na hii bottom up, now I'm sure even if I vote him in, anaenda kukamilisha hii bottom yenye ananiambia. The other day he was in Western, na huwa nashangaa wananchi sometimes ni kwa nini tumekuwa so easy, tunadanganywa tu na unapata tu watu wana cheer up. Mtu anakuja na kuambia huu mwaka mwezi wa 6 the government is going to allocate 50 billion ya kukuja kusaidia ama kucreate kazi. Hii 50 billion imekuwa wapi all those years? Sasa hivi ndiye anaiona. And again, kila siku anatuambia hayuko kwa government. Since handshake hayuko kwa government. Now, hii 50 billion anaenda kuitoa wapi? Ako kwa serikali ama ni UDA government itakuwa hiyo June? How? You know, kuna vitu mingi huyo mtu anaongea. Kwa mtu mwenye unajielewa na akili yako, unaona tu ni kujaribu tu kuchezea Wakenya. And me I think Wakenya wengi wamejua, wamemuona, wameona sera zake, ana kitu chenye anaweza akauzia Wakenya, ana venye anaweza akaconvince Mkenya wa kawaida akampigia Kenya, apart from kwenda kupatiana. Sasa hii yake, wacha ile yenye wanasemanga Raila anataka kupatiana 6K, hizo ni handout. Yeye sasa ndiye anatupatia, yeye sasa ndiye ana hiyo serikali ya handout. Kwa hivyo yangu ni hayo kwa sasa. Wacha nipatie panelists wengine wapatiane opinion zao. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nash. Let's hear from Philip Shichei. What?
Shichei. Okay, fine.
Shichei.
Yeah. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can get you. Go ahead.
So, from where I see that, I'm not seeing anybody who is supporting the bottom-up economic model that is being postulated by William Ruto. And of course, I'm not going to support it with the reasons which I believe exist. First, according to William Ruto, the bottom-up economic model to him entails taking resources from the government or those rich oligarchs and taking to the people. That is what William Ruto means, that once he's elected as the president in 2022, he's going to get to the government and take all the resources that the government has and take it to Wanjiku. That is what he means. But in my own opinion, suppose the basic laws of economics that we have supply and demand. Supposing you give the Wanjiku each 1 million today, what will happen is we are going to have a direct inflation. Within a short period of time, you're going to create an artificial demand because everyone will have money. And once everyone has money, it means the propensity to consume also goes higher. Now, once the propensity to consume goes higher, what that does to the economy is that we are going to have people, we are going to have inflation. And inflation in basic terms means we are going to have an artificial increase in prices of goods and commodities and services. So what William Ruto is going to do in the long run is not to help Wanjiku, but to create a problem because inflation in itself is going to consume Wanjiku. Second, if you cause inflation, who benefits? Whoever benefits is the big investor. Because what happens if there is an increase in price of commodities and I'm in a position to invest in, say, energy sector, then it means I'm going to reap from inflation. So the dynasties that William Ruto pretends to try and ensure that once he gets into power, destroys them, in the long run, if he proceeds with the bottom-up economic model, he is going to strengthen the dynasties which he says that he is against. Second, the issue of bottom-up economic model is not new in Kenya. Even though my colleagues have said that the devolution was in itself a bottom-up economic model, I beg to differ. Devolution is a combination of bottom-up and trickle-down. And that's why you can see with the devolution, we have some functions that remain with the national government and some functions were devolved. And so if you look at devolution itself, it's a combination, an integration of both the bottom-up and the trickle-down. Now, I want to give 2 examples of bottom-up economic models that were ever effected and failed terribly. In Tanzania, Mwalimu Julius Nyerere introduced what he called Ujamaa. In Ujamaa, Tanzanians were given the first priority in terms of the economic development of their own country. What happened? Ujamaa failed. Ujamaa failed because there was lack of international funding. You cannot fund a system that does not have a clear infrastructure on how money is channeled from the investor to the, in this case, consumer. So Ujamaa failed. 2, Ujamaa failed because the village communities, or what is called the village economies, resisted government-controlled development. Because in the long run, we have to ask ourselves, how many Wanjikus, if we empower a single Wanjiku today, how many Wanjikus can employ other Wanjikus? In most cases, we find a Wanjiku can only employ a Wanjiku. And therefore, when it comes to bottom-up economic model, bottom-up economic model does not trickle up development. So in the long run, it is a failure. It is to create poverty in the village. So William Ruto does not understand. But I want to say this. William Samoei Ruto is a clever politician, and this is my opinion. I don't think William Samoei Ruto believes in the bottom-up economic model. William Ruto is using the term bottom-up economic model as a poetic form to pass a message to some sections of this nation that have been, there is a perception that there are some sections of this country that are up than others. I don't want to say that it is from Central, but in my own opinion, William Samoei Ruto is sending a clear warning to the people from Central that if we get power, that thing you are hearing telling us about the bottom-up economic model, the people from Central will be the most casualties if we are not careful with it, because he appears to mean that the people who have been in power for so long, they have amassed enough resources, they have amassed enough political capital that they have rendered a section of another nation to be poor. So when he gets to power, he's going to take resources from these people who have been in power, who have more resources, that have dominated the other section of the nation. He's going to use his power to ensure that resources are taken from them. And this is a clear warning to the people from Central that William Samoei Ruto is a wolf. He is waiting for power and use that power to settle his own political scores. Another bottom-up economic model that failed was the issue of NGOs. We've had NGOs in this country time immemorial. Why have they failed? NGOs failed because they do not have infrastructure. The issue of corruption. William Samoei Ruto cannot claim that he's going to implement the bottom-up economic model without talking about corruption. How are you going to take resources from national government to Wanjiku and the people surrounding you are all corrupt? There is no single politician in Tanga whose character can stand the test of time. They are all corrupt. So they are just standing behind William Ruto to benefit from a looting spree that is going to be unmasked in 2022. Unfortunately, my fellow panelists, a common voter on the ground does not understand the technicalities behind what William Ruto means by bottom up. William Ruto is going to use bottom up to create a perception that he is closer to Wananchi. He is closer to them. But in real sense, William Samoei Ruto in his heart does not have any iota of sense or whatsoever in caring about the people. How can William Samoei Ruto, a man who benefited from a trickle-down economy, come here today and tell us now, no, the trickle-down economy that made me a billionaire, the trickle-down economy that made me sell chicken and become a trillionaire, today cannot benefit you. I want to turn the table so that we have a bottom-up economic model. He's obviously lying. Unfortunately, the people who vote don't listen. And when they don't listen, in the long run, they will realize that the only solution that this country needs is Azimio. And so in my own opinion, yes, we have had countries where bottom-up economic model has succeeded. For example, Scandinavian countries, if you go to Russia and all those countries had a lot of investment in terms of political infrastructure. You need government, yes, but you also need political stability to ensure that the people you purport to empower have political instability and they can be in a position to do business. You don't print money into an economy. You support oligarchies or these big companies. Those big companies are going to create money in the economy, and in the long run, the big companies are going to empower the Wananchi is talking about, the hustlers. But William Samoei Ruto appears that is going to destroy the big companies that are actually going to create employment for the hustlers, which doesn't make sense. You cannot create employment without a financial infrastructure. Why is it that today, as we speak, a country like Afghanistan has failed? It has failed because of failure to have a clear financial institution. William Samoei Ruto appears to be fighting the Mungais. How is he going to ensure that money is channeled from the government to the people? Today, the only simple way William Ruto will have channeled is through Safaricom. But he's saying that these companies, for so long, have actually undermined the financial development of Hustler. So how is he going to work in isolation? It can't work. Second, William Samoei Ruto requires a legal framework to ensure that whatever economic model is going to work with also aligns with the legal infrastructure in Kenya. Now, he is against the issue of coalition forming. If you are against the issue of coalition forming, how are you going to run government? Running the affairs of running of a government is not a one-man guitar. You need people in parliament. You need people in executive. You need one entity to be with you. He thinks by having hustlers, that is enough for him. Finally, William Samoei Ruto is committing a mistake, which is going to render his bottom-up economic model useless. He's dealing with the people who vote. Yet the people who vote researchers continuously verified that the people who vote don't matter. The people who count the vote matters. And therefore his bottom-up economic model is going to fall in August 2022. That's it.
Okay, that is Mr. Philip Shichehi. Alex, are you ready for us or you're still on the road? we can't hear you, but I think you're still on the road. Let's hear from Pato. Pato.
Yes.
Leo ilikuwa siku yenu, sasa mnakuja kuchelewa ya kwanza. Ya pili, baada ya kuchelewa, Wariaha kwa
Yani kanisa tu ni sisi peke yetu ndio tunaenda motoni ama aje? Ninyi wengine wote mnaenda mbinguni.
Hapa kutufafanulia bottom up. Tukawatengenezea show ya leo. Hatuwaoni, mkifika mnafika kuchelewa. Tena mnataka kuleta vita, kwa nini mmechelewa? So wapi Wariahe?
Ni mimi ndio naongea.
Na kuuliza, your chief economist in the name of Dalahau ama Wariahe, where is he?
Who is that chief economist?
The UDA chief economist. You don't know him?
Unless you tell me.
Okay, you tell us, what is bottom up all about? How is it viable for Kenya now?
Okay, thank you guys. You know, I'm very happy because you have given me opportunity to be in this show. To extend our model to our brothers and sisters who are still in darkness, who don't have the plan, who are rootless, formless, charmerless. So I'm very happy, Mr. Bernard, and the rest of the panelists for this opportunity. So watch and end straight to the topic. In fact, we have been trending all kwa wiki mzima. I think, Bernard, you are feeling the art now. The art is very hard for these other guys, so that in fact kuna venye tunaongeaga na wewe unaweka motion inakaa tu ya William Ruto. So these people na ngoja hao watu tu waokoke. And by the way, before the end of this show, wataokoka. Unajua hii show hakuna mwenye ataendewa, KRA hata waendea. Mkuje tu tuende pamoja kwa hii model ya bottom up. Bottom up is all about building the economy from down ikienda juu. Ni vice versa. It is a new model where even international countries were impressed, like the America. Joe Biden amekubali, ameweka stamp. So it is something which is globally. Waja niseme hivi, bottom up economic ni kuanzia chini. Tunataka kuanzia wale watu wako chini. Tunataka pesa isambae hapa chini. It is clear that William Ruto come next year akiwa president ya nchi ametuahidi the 100 billion Kenya shilling will be of itakuwa ikisambazwa hapa chini. Atakuwa akijenga hii taifa ya Kenya, akiwa anapatia pesa, akiinua wale wako chini, wakijenga wale watu wako wanafanya biashara hapa chini, ili pia kesho akuwe watu wenye wamejenga biashara yao mpaka biashara yao ijulikane, ama baadaye hiyo biashara ya hawa watu ikuje ijenge hii nchi. Nchi inachengwa na watu wenye wako chini, sababu ukiona economy ya Kenya, wenye wanafanya biashara Kenya wengi ni watu ni wale small enterprises. So tukisaidia wale small enterprises kujengea biashara yao, uchumi ya Kenya itaimarika, tutapata nafasi.
Pato.
Yes.
Pato. Naomba nikuulize.
Unajua wewe Bernard, hata kabla sijaongea umeanza kuniuliza maswali. You know, you are just want to put what in my mouth.
We have asked you a straightforward question. What is bottom up economic model? You are telling us
it is a model.
Answer my question. What is business education?
It is a model where you start from bottom.
Business education, or 844 system of education. Define for me that. Yeah.
844 system.
Yes.
Unajua mimi sijasoma sana, lakini mimi najua 844 system. Unaanza class 1, unaenda class 8, unatoka class 8, unaenda mpaka form 4, unatoka form 4 uko na nafasi pia ya kwenda university mpaka PhD. So unajua mimi sikusoma sana.
Thank you very much. So I want you to apply the same definition to bottom up economic model, okay? The same way you have explained, so that we follow you step by step. The way we followed you from standard 1 to standard 8, from 1 to form 4, then from 4, wherever, 4 years in the university. The way you have systematically defined, give us what is bottom up economy systematically that way.
Are you promising you people you will be listening to me? You will not be bitter. Fast.
We are not, there's nobody who is bitter here. We want to understand this monster you're calling bottom up economy, because it is not in economic books. It is not in history.
I've been following this show. I heard Philip, he was very bitter. Even in the first 1 minute, he was very bitter about the bottom up economy. And he has not even tell us their model.
No, we are not comparing models. Today, we are unmasking the bottom-up narrative as an economic model. What is it all about? Is it right for Kenya now or ever, and why?
Okay, it is the bottom-up economic. It is right for Kenya, as you have stated, because across the serious contestants, which is Raila Odinga, Moses Wetangula, Mudavadi, Kalonzo Musyoka, and our perennial loser, who is Mr. Kitendawili. Here, and I impressed the bottom-up economy. That's why wamesema sisi tuliajak, meaning this bottom-up economic is being embraced across the Kenya economy. For your information, this bottom-up economy, tunataka kila mtu akue hapo juu. Hatutaki 100 billionaires na the rest of Kenya wakuwe wanateseka hapa chini. That's why you people, you are against this system. Sababu in the coming years, this Mount Kenya Foundation, they will nowhere in this Kenya. Sababu saa hizi tunajenga wale wako chini, tunajenga wale mama mboga. Unajua it is something which Kenya
Pato.
Yes.
Mkishajenga mama mboga na mkokoteni pusha, wanapaswa kwenda juu ama wanabaki chini?
Wataenda juu for now.
Wakienda juu watafanyika Mount Kenya Foundation. Tena mwarudishe chini ndio mchukue wengine.
It will be a win-win.
How now?
It will be a win-win.
Because you are against Mount Kenya Foundation because wako juu. Okay? Tena mmerudi huku chini, mnataka kuchukua wengine mwatengeneze wafike huko juu. Watafanyika Mount Kenya Foundation, then mwarudishe chini. Ama
we want masses. We want masses. The bottom-up economic is embracing the masses. It is not all embracing the few individuals. It is embracing the masses.
So how are you going to embrace the masses?
By granting them, supporting their businesses through which you have been following the route. You know, you people, just scrutinizing what has been in the public domain. We have a model.
We want you to educate us. Look at us as your students. You're explaining to us what bottom-up is. Don't tell us who is teaching the same subject you are teaching. Teach us the subject. That is the reason why you're here.
How can I teach this class of rigidity? This class is very rigid. How can I explain to these people who are very rigid?
Now I understand. I understand why you took Morena away from the handshake.
In fact, when you go to the comment, you will see Pato out. Let this person throw out this person. You know, I know. Me, I've been following you guys. So you are very rigid. Even our model is very good for Kenya, but because of you are worshiping such a politician, you are just passing time with me. You want just to pass me around. No, you people, you just promise me you will listen.
Pato, kuna mtu anakulazimisha kuja kwa hisho?
Hakuna, mimi nakuja sababu mimi napenda
kulazimisha kuongea kwa hisho.
Pato leo amekuja kutuhubiria badala aongee juu ya bottom up. Amekuja kutu convert. We only need to be educated about bottom up.
In fact, even today in the parliament, in fact, let me inform you. In fact, we know we don't have numbers, but we want to shungusha you around. Hata mimi saa hizi siwezi nika explainia the bottom up economy. Sababu you want to shungusha me around.
Now you know you don't have the numbers. Confirmed.
Yes, we don't have the numbers.
Then mnataka kutuzungusha.
Hata saa hii nataka
Bernard,
kuwazungusha hapa. We don't have the numbers here to educate you, sababu you people, all of you are very rigid.
Now we get you clearly. Umekuja
Bernard, please, 1
kutuzungusha,
second.
hauna numbers, hauna point, you even don't know what bottom-up economic model is.
You know,
please, 1 second for Pato.
Kuzungusha watu.
You people.
1 second for a question to Pato.
Yes.
Allow me ask a question, please. Pato.
Okay, Douglas, ask the.
Yes, Pato. In 2013 and 2017, you supported Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto as president and deputy president. Which economic model were you supporting then?
Trickle-down economic.
Trickle-down economy.
And which has not been working.
No, where was it written and where was it implemented?
For your information.
No, I don't have any information.
For your information, me I've been a Raila person.
I don't want to know that.
No, I want to inform you, guy. So me I realigned this time for 2022. I'm not standing with Raila. So don't ask me 2013, 2017. In fact, 2017 I didn't even vote because I was a Raila person.
You started by telling us.
I know everybody becomes a Raila person when the debate becomes tough.
Let me add one question, please.
Relax everybody. Order, Douglas.
Okay.
Order, Douglas. Thank you. Pato, mute your mic.
Asante sana, lakini don't be so rigid. Don't be so rigid.
Goja, Pato. Which one? Where are you? Where is your rigidometer you are using to measure our rigidity? Let us relax, Kwanza. James, what are you saying?
Now, listening to what Pato is telling us, it is very clear that even the so-called hustlers do not understand what it is. All what they know is that money will be taken from the treasury and each will pass through the CDF office and get money to go and do what he or she wants. I want to disappoint him because that is not the way things work. The way things work is that there has to be a registration that will allow money to move from the treasury to the pockets of the people. That's why we have Youth Enterprise Fund and Women Enterprise Fund. They are registered. Number two, I think for me, bottom up represents a lazy leadership that has failed to come up with an industrial policy that will attract investors who can invest in productive systems that we have to create wealth and create jobs. And I'm not surprised because there has been complaints for some time now that there are people within the government bureaucracy that actually demand bribes from investors who want to put up their investment here. So I am not so far convinced that the person fronting this model even knows what he wants. Well, we've heard this model comes from somebody called David D. David D has been there in this economy for a very long time. I understand he presented a paper to Mwai Kibaki when he came to power, and the retired president trashed it as not worth looking at twice because it was similar to a first-year student homework. Then he moved it to Baba. Baba, I think he just wanted to accommodate him for purposes of politics. And if you remember, he was very aggressive in writing on how the government should not invest in infrastructure that the money should be invested in such enterprises like tailoring and masonry and that kind of thing. So this man has been trying to advance an economic approach for this country that would quickly lead our country on the down path. Now, just the other day, he said UDA is not there to fight corruption. That if you want, and that will not be the role of UDA. If you want to fight corruption, go and vote for ODM. A complete departure from what he has been saying all the years. So really, you start now wondering this person fronting this policy, whether there is consistency, whether he's really grounded or he knows what he's doing. Of course, he's a scorer, but you would wonder what motivations he has when you look at a shift which is so rapid, like saying that corruption is not one of the things that should be fought, that the issue is bottom up. It is worrying because when we have professionals and scholars who should be guiding the country towards the right path, they seem to be misleading. You can imagine today if the model that he is talking about was adopted by Kibaki, today we would not be having Thika superhighway. What would be happening now is chaotic traffic to the city. So even as we discuss this so-called bottom-up, let us also look at the originator of that so-called model. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, James. Let's hear from WG, and then that's when we will now open for King Cartway to come in. WG, come in. Oh, sorry. After WG, we'll go to Alex. Kama Alex umefika home, kama hujafika endelea ufike home kwanza. Tuko hapa mpaka saa 8.
Bernard, good evening.
Good evening to you. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, today I don't have much because those young people are really up to the task. They are calling it the way it is. They are putting UDA in order. And, where is this gentleman? He's already stepped out. They can't stay here even for 1 minute to listen. So I really like the way the panelists today are displaying the grasp of the economic situation. And Bernard, the way I'm seeing, the guys have weighed and have probed enough this idea of bottom up from what is coming out clearly. If William Ruto thought that he would use the bottom up narrative to create some kind of a wave, the way the ICC created the wave for him with Uhuru Kenyatta, this time round he's out for a rude shock. The people have sat down and combed, and from the contributions that are being made is that now Kenyans understand this bottom up more than William Ruto himself. They can, in fact, if today you brought William Ruto here and you took some of these men, they would lecture him about the bottom up and how it will crash on its face. I think, just like I've said, even William Ruto, when he was trying to introduce this economic model, he knew, actually, he knew he was heading nowhere with it. What he was banking on was that, the way I've said, to create that wave. And then before people would realize that this thing does not make sense, he would be headed to State House. And that is why he mixed it with some bit of hustle, so that his targets are the holoi polloi, the low in society, the holoi polloi who don't even probe. That is why he dwells there. He dwells there. That is where he lives. The mamambogas, the car washers, the mkokoteni pushers, you see. And you will talk, if someone listens to William Ruto from US or from Tanzania, he may think that in Kenya we only have the people down there and the Mount Kenya billionaires. We don't have engineers, we don't have teachers, we don't have these professionals. Is only interested with the two groups, those who've already become rich and those who are very
WG,
poor.
just a moment. WG, after just a moment. After you finish your submission, let Alex come in. I'll be back then.
Okay, thank you. So the tactic was, he goes to people who are less probing, like the low class, and that, if you check, if you actually follow properly, those who find William Ruto appealing are that category. Anyone who's gone to school and is able to read a little bit and is able to ask questions will never be in that camp, unless there is something they are seeking to achieve or they are running from. Those who are with William Ruto in that bottom up, I know majority of them don't believe in that, but they are just hiding something. They are running away from the evil deeds that they've done this country in one way or the other. The small and medium enterprises, down there, I still believe that is the category that should revive the economy. But William Ruto is not addressing the small and medium enterprises. He is talking of the Mama Mboga, something that is unstructured. It is disorganized, So he is like, I will get money from somewhere and then come and pour on these people to excite them. People who cannot ask, if you did that, how is it going to reach us? How is it going to benefit us? You see, so these are people who cannot question his need. So when we talk about the small and medium enterprise, this is if I were William Ruto, I would dwell in that area very much, so that it is organized and it is empowered, the medium and small enterprises. Number two, I would dwell so much on the industries. You see, the introduction and revival of industries, which is being tackled so well in the Azimio team. They have that kind of arrangement that is so much that is so much discussed with those people who are campaigning for Baba and Baba himself. So finally, the issue of mod, I think, let me just leave it there. Maybe this other one, if I find time later, I may bring it up. But let's have Alex continue from there.
Habari ya jioni, my fellow panelists. I'm glad Ndeto is here when I'm talking. I'm glad Ndeto ako hapa wakati naongea, kwa sababu yule jamaa mwingine ametoroka, and we needed to talk about this a lot. The previous speaker, I'm going to put him on task. Amesema iko watu wako kwa UDA that are against bottom up, and I'm among those few people ambao wako Azimio, but I see bottom up not as a model, but as a manifesto approach, so that we can close the gap, a gap that Kenya is not attaining. If you look at the gap between those who have and those who do not have, every day it is exponentially growing. People who are able to afford their healthcare, education, and so on, imekuwa almost like we are dealing from paycheck to mouth economy. Now, the person who is propelling the conveyor belt for this bottom up is my problem. It's not the policy itself. It is the person who is propelling this. This is a person who did not want devolution in itself, which was a governance of another sort of bottom-up approach. But before we go deep, we need to understand what is an economic model, because it looks like without those basic definition, we'll be throwing words, not dwelling on what Ruto has been saying. So we start dwelling on the politics of it. An economy is a region like a country. We can say Kenya as an economy is managing its resources, and the resources are both goods and services. And we have three main economic factors from our history or from our economic subject, which is, first of all, land, and that's why we fought for independence. When our land was taken away from us, our means of production was taken from us. So we became poor by the fact we did not have land. And that's why until today, I say South Africa got political independence, but it never got its financial independence, and they are going to suffer for years until they fight for their economic success in their lifetime. So when you see land is the first economic factor, then there are two of them that follow. You cannot say that one takes an upper edge, which is capital and labor. They are of equal measure. Now, the problem with the conveyor of this bottom-up approach is trying to tell us that he's going to provide capital, and this capital is not telling us where it's going to come from, and this capital is going just to be distributed, and people are going to sit there. Where is the capital coming from? You see, you cannot give capital to a people who do not have the labor production so that the three of them can work coherently, labor, capital, and land, so that an economy can be sustainable. Now, if I was William Ruto, when explaining my bottom-up approach, I will dwell on the people who have the means of production, because the means of production is what is going to employ labor. In a country called in the US, the moment you are elected, two posts are very important. Before you even inaugurated as a president, you have to tell people who is your Secretary of State, but at the same time, they will have to look at your Secretary for Labor, because job creation is one of the most important thing in an economy. That's the means of production, and that's how people put money in their pocket, and that is how there is a vicious circle of economy. That's how money moves from one place to another, to another, to another, and that's how you create jobs. So the problem with the current proponents of the bottom-up approach, they are approaching it from the Keynesian point of view that money cannot flow from above, which one of the speakers earlier talked about the Adam Smith, which is trickle-down economy. Why did Adam Smith insist on trickle-down? Because he realized they were owners of an economy. And in our country, we have to realize we have people who own the economy. Now, the moment Kibaki became a president, if you have listened to Raila very carefully, he said, they sat down and they said, there is no need to borrow. Within ourselves, we have capital. Can we get the capital that has been taken out of the country to offshore, and we allow these people to invest, or we borrow from them so that we can start to jumpstart the economy? So the moment you start putting on notice the people who have the means of production, you allow them to put their money offshore. What is the result? The money circulation start going down. We end up start borrowing from China. Kenya is not a country that must borrow any amount of money. So we cannot wish away the bottom-up approach, but you cannot say it can work by itself. It must work from up to down, because the people down need jobs. Even if they have land without capital, their labor is not going to be productive. And that's why in an economy like ours today, I was watching a documentary of Kura, Kenya Urban Road, whatever. Hizi mabarabara ambazo zimetengenezwa, unasikia mama mboga anasema sisi hatukuhitaji pesa. Hii barabara sasa naweza chukua bodaboda kutoka kule inidropia hapa, ama wateja wanapita kwangu hapa nje, na they are able to buy. The bottom-up approach, you should say, is you must give people the means of trade, and that is open up the roads, open up communication, open up banks so that they are capable of giving these people sustainable loans, not handouts, knowing that they can work hard and repay their loans. The bottom-up approach we are talking about is not handouts. It is empowering Mama Mboga with the means of production. Therefore, if they have to start a business, they don't have to depend on anybody. They only depends on the means of production. If they are doing trade, which is the most common, whether it's barter trade, whether it's the other trade, whether it's the international trade, the aids to trade must be effective. And that's why, even though you are saying the Big Four agenda have not been realized by Uhuru Kenyatta, somehow they have. Today, we do not need somebody kutoka huko kwetu Nyamira Reserve aende mpaka town aweke pesa kwa bank, ama achukue pesa kutoka kwa bank aende anunue makaa arudi nyumbani. Money has been made liquid in a form that you can purchase from your phone. You can do things so faster than before. So this handout mentality is what we want to refute. But the issue of empowering is important. But that empowering is what we must talk about. So an economic model, basically, it's a vehicle. When governments want to take over, for example, if Raila Odinga government or William Ruto government wants to take over, it will provide us with our manifesto and tell us these resources we have as Kenya, how are we going to use them? They are scarce and we are many. How are they going to be distributed equally to everybody? Is it going to be taken from somebody by force and be given? Are we going to borrow? You see, one of the most insidious thing the Uhuru government did is to keep on increasing the debt ceiling. Initially, the debt ceiling was capped at 3 trillion. Today, we are going to, I think, 11 trillion. And that borrowing that extravagant borrowing is not needed, because when you don't give investors that confidence that even if they came with their money, they will be protected. You start saying you want to empower by giving people money. You don't create a market economy whereby the circulation of that money, even the stock market itself, which is a money market, cannot propel by giving people handouts. It is by giving people the means of production that is creating jobs. And another thing is sustaining their market. If I was a proponent of bottom-up approach, I will be talking about markets. I will say, for heaven's sake, why don't we protect the markets so that we don't import sugar? The basic needs, so that we can have Zoia, Mumias, Muhoroni, and Sony Sugar sell its products, so that we can protect Obanda, so that we can protect people who are transporting the sugarcane, so that we can protect the people who have small shops. If you could be using that approach of market protection, then we can listen. But saying we will be given 100 billion without market being protected, and these are the same people who import arms, import sugar, import everything, and not creating that market that will propel Mama Mboga not to depend on anybody. I think that's a fallacy and that's a lie. So if I have to make my last submission, is bottom-up approach can work, but not by handouts, by protecting the markets. Kama ni sukari, let's stop importing sugar for 5 years, protect the market so that our people can benefit. If it's the tea, let's protect the market. If it's so, it should be a market based so that labor can create more jobs, because what will put sustainable money throughout to our people without depending on handouts is the market, and the market is going to create jobs, and the jobs are going to be sustainable. If today I have food, shelter, and clothing, I can buy a TV. If I can buy a TV, naweza taka watch cable, nitaka watch soccer. That means I will get internet, I will get cable, I will get DSTV, I'll be employing those people. Nitawacha kuvaa mtumba, I start wearing a nice suit, which means Kikomi or Rivertex itaendelea. So if that is the approach, I agree. But handouts, 100 billion, ipeanu tu watu hivyo, like you give people Mumias, munaenda football, munapeana watu 1 million for football club, and then you think that is sustainable? That is not sustainable. Let us change how you're arguing about bottom-up approach, then you can buy us. But in that essence, kuna watu ambao tuko Azimio, but believe that Mama Mboga should be empowered through markets protection. That is my submission.
Thank you, Alex. I believe that's elaborate, and their hands lifted. King Katwe.
Thank you so much, the panelists, because the kind of conversation that we've had today is more than what we've been having all the time, and it has been educational. And first of all, I would like to put my approach the way Isoya said, that the policies that we put in place, the bottom-up approach, are actually, even myself, there is a way that we need to curb between the haves and the have-nots, so that we can bring it together, so that at least we can become a country like Luxembourg, where the per capita is not that bad, and it's excellent. I want to dissect my argument from Mumia's sugar and the way it came to become a giant sugar factory. When Kidero took over Mumia's, it was only doing sugar alone, and the market wasn't that bad. But it was only sugar to Mumia's sugar. He decided to bring something called cogeneration, where they were producing electricity from Bagazi, 34 point something megawatts going to Kenya Power, and then that power that was being sold to Kenya Power to recompensate of the power that they were using in that factory. He brought in the issue of one of the biggest plants in East and Central Africa producing ethanol. He brought another thing called Mumia sprinklers. He left Mumias with a very large stake, in as much as they say that he's the one who put it down, blah, blah, blah. But he left a running machine. It is the way that you put your policies so that you can be able to generate money. When the UDA people are saying that this thing has worked in the US, it has worked. I don't think it is about working in the US, it's about working in Europe, but it's about testing it where they are supposed to be testing it. Like, for example, in Nandi County, I do believe that all the legislatures in that county are from UDA. Have they tried it in Nandi County so that they can come nationally to tell us that this is what we've been doing and this is what it's like when you're doing your thesis, you have to defend your thesis with a lot of facts, such that you can convince the examiner or whoever who is marking that thesis that whatever that you're bringing is viable to the people, or it can be able to work. But when you come up and tell us that once we get elected is when we're going to implement this thing, it cannot be implemented by tester waters. We don't want those things of tester waters. And I like the other time Themba was telling us that we don't want a philanthropic president. In fact, we don't want his money. We don't want his money completely. All we want is him to take care of our taxes and take care of what we have bestowed upon him to go and take care of it. Because if you're having a presidential candidate who is talking about bottom up and he has never shown even one good will of doing that. Remember this. If you remember the farm that was made in was commissioned by the president in Manyani, the arms plant. He was the one that was saying that why did we put 4 billion to produce arms where we could have taken the 4 billion and given to people so that we can empower them from down there. This is a person who has not laid any framework on how this money is going to be put in a place. You see, there is the Act of Parliament. He doesn't know if he's going to have the numbers in Parliament to put this amendment into action. He doesn't know if he's going to have the money or not. He's against borrowing. He was saying that we do not need to borrow, yet he wants to give 100 billion unaccounted money to people. Then to come and tell us that we cannot be able to borrow. This is a person who on record, this person said that he imports maize from Uganda for his chicken. Yet he has a farmer there. If it is bottom up, he has a farmer there right in Trans Nzoia who is struggling to sell his maize, saying that the government is not buying maize, and you have a deputy president who is buying maize from Uganda on record. And he was saying that in Karen because there was a time that he was asked by a Ugandan person that for us Ugandans, what do we have in store in this government? This is a person who, on record, when the government was struggling to find on how they're going to produce a vaccine for themselves, he took an initiative to look for money to put it in Uganda so that that person can go and put a plant there in Uganda for the vaccine to be produced in Uganda and not in Kenya. This is a person who is attacking major players of the economy. I gave an example the other time when Nakumat fell. Nakumat fell with 7,000 employees down the drain. And these are the people we continue to attack. We say that we do not want trickle down, but we want it from the bottom up. And these are the people that we are attacking every day. If today Chris Kirubi decides to close down Centum Investments or Hako Industries, and major players like Chandaria Industries decide to go down, or rather to close, where will our employees go? Instead, it should be telling us that these tenders that are being awarded to these people should be regulated in a way that, like the way the tenders after the 2010 constitution, they were regulating that there are some tenders that are supposed to be for the youth. There are some tenders that are supposed to be for women. There are some tenders that are supposed to be for the general. At least tell us that instead of H Young winning a contract, we need to have another subsidiary company coming in that you cannot be able to do all works by yourself. At least let us have, the way Matiang'i was saying, we cannot have even supervisors and watu wa kuchimba mawe kutoka China wanakuja kuchimba kwetu. That is what we are look for jobs. Look, I've not heard him talking about if he's interested in these people that are so low in life. I've not heard him talking about Saudi Arabia, the way our kids are suffering there. Instead, his ally Sangoku was saying that we are busy exporting whores to Saudi Arabia in the name of workers. And that is a person who is believing in bottom up. Come on. We need to have a very viable conversation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please let's do this. If you lift your hand, you either want to make a short comment or a question, not a new submission, because we are people who have not made the submission. Those people should be given priority. That is the only time we'll have a person making second or third submission. So, Philip, is it a question or an interjection?
It was just a question to Alex. Huh?
Okay, ask.
Alex raised a very important point that what the bottom-up individuals should be doing, should be concentrating on, is the issue of market protection and all that. My question to him is, how is William Samoei Ruto specifically going to talk about market protection when he himself, it is on record that he has been importing cheap products from outside? How is he going to ensure that he does not contradict himself? Because in the first place, the moment he starts that conversation, he now becomes the first suspect. How is he going to ensure that he has the moral authority to talk about that?
You see, and thank you for asking that question. And that's why I say, you heard me very right. The conveyor belt for this sort of policy is the problem to us. For example, the market protection, one singular one. The moment the Uhuru Ruto came into governance in 2013, they said there was flooding of eggs from outside countries. And what did they do? They banned importing eggs and chicken from Uganda. But what did in turn happen? He monopolized the chicken farming to be a Sugoi event. To a point, Kenchik at one point, I'm not sure if Kenchik is still doing its production in Kenya, but at some point, Kenchik had a big problem to sustain its production because it was competing against one man who wanted to destroy it completely. So market protections are very important, but they must be done by institutions. If they are done by governments, there is a danger of these people coming back and creating a fallacy that there is what? There is a deficit of maize, sugar, ABCD, and in the end, what happened? They start flooding with their own foods. Case in study, sugar, which we had even mercury sugar, which maybe even Uhuru's brother was mentioned. But even the maize saga, you had Wekesa at one time tell Kiunjuri, no, we cannot do that. So the conveyor belt for this policy of bottom up is the problem, in that can he be trusted by investors? Can be trusted by me and you that if they close that economy, is it going to be an economy that is going to be distributed for everybody so that they can sell their goods and services, or it could be sold to specific people? And that's why strengthening our institution is very important. Important in that if our institutions were working, then they will take the statistics and tell us that, and that's why Uhuru at even one point was like, the office of the ombudsman should go to the office of the president. But we were also fearing it. Why? Because either way it can be used. It has been used in a wrong way. It can be used there at a wrong way. Why? Our institutions, those who ought to protect the markets, have been sold out. The committees in parliament which ought to question these institutions, they are partisan into politics. Even today, politics, there were some clauses that I personally supported, even though I was in Azimio, but they went down because our emotions overcome our reasoning. It doesn't have to be everything Ruto says, hata kama ni mzuri we say bad, but our trust level to him has gone so down that even if he proposes anything good, we are not going to accept. So the markets can be protected, but we don't have institutions to honestly protect them so that this mama mboga we are talking about will benefit. The beneficiaries will be politicians, whether we like it or not. Why? Because they are everything to the economy now. They buy the economy, they sell the economy. So we do not have that guarantee. I cannot give you that guarantee, but we are talking about a model. If that model can work with our institutions, bottom-up approach is something that is so good if our markets can be protected. We cannot shelve it away and refuse. But the person in Ruto is what we fear, not the policy itself.
Okay, let's settle it there. Bringing that before that Bantu has Bantu made submission?
No, Mr. Bernard. Good evening and greetings to all of you gentlemen in the panels. I'm very happy and glad for you, Mr. Bernard, to give me a chance to submit my submission.
Yes, karibu.
Thank you very much. Nilikuwa hapo kwa panels before, lakini niliondoka kwa sababu nilikuwa na hamu sana, kwa sababu agreement ilikuwa ni wale walikuwa wanasema 3 days ago kuwa wataleta watu wao economists. Mimi si economist, sikufikia hiyo stage ya kusomea hiyo. Kwa hivyo nilikuwa natoa nafasi, naona pia Jakindu Bay pia ni mmoja ama Mulungu hawajajitokeza, watakuja baadaye ili wawapatie nafasi nyinyi, na I'm very very proud for these young men like for example Alex and Kitwe, they are explaining these things in a very simple way for people to understand, and that is what we want. Kwa upande wa hii leo tunataka kuifafanua hii bottom up ambayo Alex na Kinkitwe wame explain very simple way kuwa ni kitu ambayo inataka sio kupeleka hiyo pesa chini, ni kuwafungulia njia wale watu wa chini ili iwe ni very easy kuweza kufanya hizo biashara zao. Na zaidi sana inaonekana wao leo hawakujitokeza, wamejificha, na hiyo ndio inaamanisha kuonesha mtu kama Pato, sisemi kwa ubaya, nimeona ni kama hakuweza ku explain wala hajui hiyo bottom up ni kitu gani. Naonekana kuna thousands and thousands of Patos outside ambao wanafuata hiyo gari ya moshi na hawaelewi ni kitu gani wanaelezwa, na hiyo ni hatari sana, ni hatari sana. Ndugu Pato, wewe umeshindwa kueleza mbele ya umma kwa sababu usifikirie unaeleza hiyo kitu ni hapo kwa panels peke yake. Kuna wengi, the whole world is watching, all over the planet wanaangalia, na wewe unafedhehesha kiongozi wako kuwa bottom up haieleweki. Na vijana, I'm very proud of you vile mnavyo explain. Kwa hivyo mimi sitachukua muda mwingi sana, bado nataka kutoa nafasi nyinyi vijana mwafundishe hawa ndugu zetu ambao hawaelewi maana ya hii bottom up, ili waweze kukaa chini na kufikiria, kwa sababu sio tu inakuwa kama ni nyimbo, inataka ni iwe ni kitu ya maana ambayo itatufaidisha sisi. Na kwa upande mwingine tumeona hawa wanaofuatia UDA, ikiwa ni hawa watu wako kwa barabara ama wakiwa vile vile kwa bunge, inakuwa wanaonekana hawawezi kueleza kitu chochote zaidi sana, wanapayuka na kupiga kelele, na hiyo sioni kama inawasaidia, kwa sababu hiyo ni poison ambayo inafanya watu wengi wanakuwa na doubt kwa hii yote hii sisi tunadanganywa. Kwa hivyo hivi sasa mimi nitatoa nafasi. Asante sana Bernard, na asante sana ndugu zangu katika panels. Endeleeni hivyo hivyo, keep it up. Bado mimi niko. Asante Bernard.
Thank you, Bantu Warrior. We appreciate your contribution. Let's keep the conversation going. Dunia iko na mimba is Gaddafi's channel and is requesting us to subscribe. Those of you that are in the panel, I've put the link into the private chat. Please, if you you need to support your brother, you need to support your sister, so please subscribe. Let him grow his subscription by reason of his interaction with us on Mtembei TV. He keeps requesting us to do so. I saw it fit for me to mention so that everybody can move into action and make that happen. I also want to share the link on the public comment section. Dunia iko na mimba. Siwezi kusema najua inasimamia nini, lakini Gaddafi ndio mwenye channel, so anaomba subscribers. Ukisubscribe, please make sure that you hit the notification bell. If you don't, YouTube has a way of removing the subscribers who only subscribe and don't hit the notification bell. So for us to support our brother well, subscribe and hit the notification bell so that your subscription is counted by YouTube. Thank you very much. I'm sharing the link on the comment section and in the private chat. So hakikisha unafanya hivyo, na tutakuwa tunafanya show ingine kama hiyo kwa wale ambao watahitaji huduma kama hiyo. Naomba sasa tuende kwa Ndeto. Amefika atueleze hii maneno ya bottom up inaenda vipi na ndio nini, kwa sababu tumejaribu tangu tuanze saa 3 kamili. Saa 3 ilikuwa saa 3 na ngapi? Yes. Tumekuwa na Pato hapa. Pato akatuzungusha akasema vile wametuzungusha kwa parliament ndio hivyo hivyo pia amekuja hapa kutuzungusha, kwa sababu wamejua leo hawana numbers. So sijui na wewe pia ndio hivyo hivyo ama vipi? Ndeto, karibu.
Asante sana Bernard, and sorry for maybe if kuna venye Pato alielezea something that people could not understand. I mean sometimes you know, attention at times it escapes. So I am here, Patrick, so that I can back up what you have missed out. The key point is it's not about numbers. It's all about the applicability of a certain model. So I would like to take this chance to greet every person on the panel. as well as those who are following us. So I can see today's topic is very tempting, and you know, I have been waiting for it. How to unmask the bottom-up narrative as an economic model. This is not a new composition of words. You know, it's something that has been running all across the mainstream media, as well as even the social media. And many of us would like to understand it more. And that's why Ndeto is here. You know, bottom up is an approach. An approach is like a paradigm. It's like a concept, something that someone founded that, and using various principles, he feels like if applied, it can deliver an outcome in an economy. So it's something that is subject to critiques, and you may find some of its principles. You know, everything has its key pillars. And also, the bottom-up approach is a social business model. It's something that cut across the social profits. It's also cut across the value proposition. It also cuts across the profit of the economy, and also the value consideration. So what I mean is not so new, because I will give you an example of where this model has ever been applied and it worked so well. There is a certain book I was reading by Muhammad Yunus. It was about creating a world without poverty. And this man was a professor in Bangladesh. You know, this is one of the countries where poverty was real. And he kept on doing his research on how to bring down poverty, you know, and through that, he invented a bank called Grameen Bank. And this has also been adopted in the School of Economics, where you will find the Grameen Bank model, which was applied back in 1983 by Professor Yunus, so that to resolve the problems to do with the poverty in Bangladesh. You know, what he discovered is that there were real banking system which demanded collateral or something to present before you are given a loan. But he discovered that we can reverse this by investing on the mutual trust among the borrowers, also participation. As well, he also felt that creativity and accountability among those who are borrowing could be key when it came to the issue of accessing finances or credit. And through that, in his book, Yunus has written that, you know, that he reasoned that if financial resources can be made available to the poor people on terms and conditions that are appropriate and reasonable, these millions of small people with their millions of small pursuits or the small microeconomics or businesses can add up to create the biggest development wonder. What this means is, when you come to the Kenyan context, for instance, a lot of these maybe rich people are investing so much in the banking system, where you find our banks are mostly targeting at people who are employed, people who have a lot of money, or investors. And you know, this is the top, or people who have something, not the bottom heavy, who do not have anything. What this means is, if we come up with a banking system that is so considerate for the needs of the majority who are poor, people who do not have even the collaterals, we try to check what do they have. For instance, if it is Mama Boga, if it is the Boda Boda young people, what can we do if we bring these people together because they know each other, meaning there is a sense of trust among themselves. If they form a group of 10 people, these 10 people you will fight, they know who lives where, they know who does what in their small businesses. That means the controllers of the bank that is independent from maybe asking for collaterals from people, in a way, it will rely on the trust that these people have for each other. And as far as they are participating, in a way, they will access the credit, and this can broaden even what they are doing. So what does William Samoei Ruto try to bring to light when he talks about his government will adopt a bottom-up economic model? This is what it means. For instance, at the moment, we have seen the government investing a lot of money, billions of money. For example, Mumias, when it was announced it was going bankrupt, I saw the Uhuru's administration giving 1 billion Kenya shillings to boost the operations of the company. In a way, we should ask ourselves, what return will this 1 billion bring on board as far as it is given by the government? You will find those people who will benefit most, they are we can say maybe some of them are the professionals, those who are managing the business there, those who have been contracted to run machines and also to do packaging and such, you see? So, and as well, there are those casual laborers. But if the same 1 billion is invested in agriculture, for instance, in a place that is growing potatoes, we invest something like a subsidized cost of fertilizer, something like subsidized cost of machineries. You know, the cost of production will go down, and in a way it will encourage more people to get into the same business as well. Things like the companies which are dealing with the value addition. For instance, if it is a potato, you know, when you buy one packet or a bucket of potato, it will go at 900. But if you do value addition to the same potatoes, maybe you change them into something like chips, something like crisps, something like even sometimes it is used to prepare something like pizza also, you will find like the cost of chips, 1 or 2 plates, which one bucket can produce more than 20 plates, it will go to something like even 5,000. So, and this is where the bottom-up economy comes in this way. For instance, like DP has been talking about pumping 100 billion per constituency to support the small business owners through the, you know, currently we know there is the youth fund and women fund, but this amount of money is not enough for all the people who are requesting for it. You will find maybe there are very many women groups, there are very many youth groups, and even there is no awareness that this money exists. There is no training among these groups so that they can understand what are the requirements that we need so that to meet the minimum requirements, to be considered for a loan. If we have officers or public officers in the constituency meant to train these women groups, meant to train these youth groups, in a way, you will find there will be high awareness, there will be understanding on how groups works, and this will, in a way, borrow the concept of the Grameen bank model, where among the poor, they come together, they do something like table banking, but you know the money they are transacting every day, it's retro. So if some more money is injected to the same group through now these other sources, like the loaning from the women fund or the youth fund, in a way it will expand what they are doing. If, for instance, a certain group vests into farming of something like milk farming, or something like chicken farming, something like coffee farming, in a way, they will be able to purchase the farm chemicals, for instance. They will be able even to test the soil because they have money. They can even do some soil tests so that they even understand what crop can do well where. Is this soil acidic? Is it basic? In a way, it will guide them to earn a high production in whatever they are doing. If it is chicken rearing, for instance, they are able even to access to the veterinary so that these people can help them to understand the vaccination or whatever the chicken needs until it gets to the maturity. But now the big questions come when it comes to marketing, because you may pump a lot of money to encourage production, for instance. So that's why I said prior that what will come together with that is the value addition as one element of the bottom-up economic model. You know, we must be able, for instance, to engage the county or the governors. For instance, if it is a county that is farming potato, do we have enough cooling system so that in case there is high production, this potato is not sold at a throwout price? This potato does not get or does not rot in the garden. So if we have the cooling system from the governors or from the county governments or supported by national government, meaning even if there is high production of potato, for instance, we will have enough stores where we can even wait, for instance, for some time. Then if the cost was low of that commodity, when the demand now rises, in a way, we shall start supplying, and that way we shall attain a good cost of our products. So that's the whole cycle of the bottom-up economic model. Meaning, for instance, if it is agriculture, in a way, we shall invest more on the primary production or primary manufacturing or such, so that we ensure the value addition or the storage or what, so that we ensure every now and then we have enough or products in the market.
So, Ndeto, there are questions coming to you, but I choose to ask you the first question. The bottom-up approach economic model, is it meant to replace the trickle-down economic model in the country?
The answer is no. We want to use different approaches to attain a good economic status. Because if we say that we are going to kill the trickle-down economic model, what about the professionals? You know, there are people who are working in those companies. So where are they going to go? Where will they get their daily bread? So in a way, what we are saying is, let's also measure on high production, just like what happened in Bangladesh. You know, this Professor Yunus, he never like targeted to bring down the issue of the banking. No, but the Grameen Bank is the only independent bank which deals with the poor people who do not have collaterals or such. So if that same concept is applied through the Women Fund and the Youth Fund, in a way I see a situation where a lot of people will be able to have enough money so that to educate their children, to cater for their health issues. You know, something like NHIF, for instance, it is 500 shillings per month. So, and if the households are able to raise the 500, you can imagine in an instance where someone get ill, so and they go to the hospital, all the outpatient kind of services or inpatient services will be catered for. So, because if you check on the health and the nutrition part of a household,
Neto, you have long sentences. So you're saying the bottom-up economy is an additional to the trickle-down economy.
It will be like a sub. It will come to. It can play 50-50. You know, even transition.
It's complementary to. Yeah.
Yes. It's a complementary. Like we can say, despite that Kenya is a capitalist, we cannot say it is free capitalist. There is a lot of also socialists and communists in the very same government. So that's the same thing that the bottom-up approach will come to do. But in this case, because those who are poor are the majority and they cannot access credit from the banks or such, because when you go to the bank, they will ask you for a pay slip. Yes.
Neto, hold on. Accessing credit, okay?
Yes.
I don't think that is a problem. Credit that is accessed without emission. If you are old enough, you know the song called Babo Tongolo, Loan Bila Plan, Ni Adui ya Maendeleo. You remember something like that?
Yes, move on.
Yes. So Wakenya hawajasema wanataka loan from where I sit. Okay? Why are we creating a problem by attempting to solve a problem? Availability of credit facilities with all indications is available. The youth fund has never been exhausted. Every time is budgeted for, from where I sit. The same with women fund. In fact, the people in the office are complaining that people are not coming for the money. Now we want to add more money to the same, or rather generate another parallel system of releasing money to the people who have not taken the youth fund, they have not taken the women fund. Why are they not taking the women fund and the youth fund right now? Has the DP investigated the reasons?
Okay, thank you for that question, Bernard. One thing I will say why this youth fund or women fund is not subscribed to by many, one is due to lack of awareness. For instance, if you get deep into the remote areas, you will find women are formed into various groups where they practice table banking, but they do not have even an idea of registering their group. And one of the requirements to get this loan, one, you must have registered and membership should be at least 10 of you. But when you go to the...
That where we don't agree with you is one. People go for loan when there is a need for loan. They don't go for loan because there is an available loan. Do you understand?
Let me
banking. Hold on. If it's stable banking, sisi ni mama mboga. Huwa tunafanya nini? We contribute for each other 100 shillings every Friday. Okay? That is our circle. We are satisfied that tukimwagia huyu mama fulani 100 shillings this Friday, mama mwingine 100 shillings Friday. That money circulates in that market that way. If we bring a million shillings to add on this 100, okay, are we not destroying even the system of the operations?
Okay, Bernard.
Sisi tunamwagiwa, we give each other 100 shillings each. Let's say we are 100 mamas, and we give each other 100 shillings every Friday. Then you come as Honorable Ndeto, okay? And instead of you joining the women group with 100 shillings, you want to contribute 100 million.
Listen then.
Yes.
Okay, Bernard. Let me answer you, and please give me time to answer you. A very short time, then I will answer your question. This is what I will tell you. When you find women contributing 50 shillings on a weekly basis, then this money, at the end of the day, whoever who needs a small loan is given. This means that, yes, they are trying to struggle within their means. But remember, these women come from households where they should feed their children every day, where they should buy uniform to their children maybe every term, where they should also cater for any health issue that arises in the family every day. As well, kuna mambo zingine hutokea kwa familia ambayo zinahitaji pesa. For instance, some of these women or some of these people, they do not live in the villages. Sometimes unapata wanakaa kwa nyumba za kurent. So if you do not introduce them to a higher level of income, like for instance, these grants from the government, from the women rep, as well as even these loans from the government, in a way, they will remain the same level throughout. What happens is, ukiona hizi vikundi zimeweza kujisustain, ziko registered, kama kikundi moja iko registered, inaweza lipa loan, inaweza fanya nini, you encourage them to join like 10 groups or 20 groups so that they can register as a circle. And you know, now in a circle, in a way, you broaden now the capability of getting a higher loan. And you know, these circles, what you will find in the circles is there will be loans with a low interest rate. You cannot compare a circle or cooperative with a bank, where mtaitishwa vitu mingi, title za mashamba. Know that some cultures do not even give inheritance to women. So when you talk about asking a woman a title deed, hiyo ni kama unamaanisha you will never empower that woman. If you find you will find also some communities, they take women just as a second citizen. She does not have any right. So where is she going to get these collateral so that she can access a small loan? So, and that's why we are saying, come on, we need to empower these women. Let us start with a group, another, then we join them into a revolving fund where we will form something like a circle. And it is in this circle, we will have the 50,000 from one group, another 20,000 from another group. It will form 1 million. It is still their money, and they can even be able to give as many women as possible some small loans to maybe invest in their small income generating activities so that they can be able to access to the food every day, so that they can be able to access to various basic needs of the family. And that way, we will fight away poverty. And the 100 billion from the UDA government, it will come so that it can increase probability or possibilities of more women accessing the women fund or more youth accessing the youth fund.
Neto, thank you, but you have gone back to where I was telling you. I'm asking my question. The loan is asked for when it's needed, not because it's available. Equity Bank is offering us loan. a corporate bank is offering us loan. The Women Fund and the other, we have Kenya Women. I think there is Kenya Women Finance something. There is this other wherever Mwalimu Cooperative and all that. They are offering loans. Some are even knocking on doors to offer loans to people. But people don't take loan because loan is available. People take loan because loan is needed. Secondly, if we bring in money from outside the circle, okay, outside the contribution circle, that person bringing in the money into this circle is coming to become a member, a funder, or the owner of the circle. You will think about that, but let's do this. Let's Philip.
Will you give me 1 minute, Bernard, to wind up?
Let Philip and James ask their question. You respond once, then tuachie wengine wafanye contribution.
It's fine. It's fine. My concern is that that is raising a very important point, sir. But my only issue I have with Leto is that he's discussing the bottom-up economic model outside the context that William Samoei Ruto is the one who will become the president and implement the bottom-up economic model within the context of a Kenyan economy. That's where the problem I differ with Neto. Everything he's saying else is okay if it is applied in China or America or in Russia. But he's running away from the pertinent issue of discussing the bottom-up economic model as put and postulated by William Ruto and being implemented by William Ruto in the context of Kenyan economic situation. Neto, my question to you is, William Samoei Ruto having created a narrative that the bottom economic model will ensure that it takes resources from the people who have, for a long period of time, have dominated the economic market of Kenya. He will take resources from them and take to the poor, or take resources from the government and take to the poor. Now in the Kenyan situation, assuming the rich people are holding banking system are out, they're not working with William Ruto, assuming that all big companies that are supposed to be in quote unquote to be investors that are supposed to provide finances to these poor people ship out. William Ruto gets power and he ships them out. How will William Samoei Ruto ensure that the bottom-up economic model works without these people? That is what I want us to discuss.
Okay, note that one down. Then James, please, I hope it's a question.
Yes, I have two questions. One, is Dato aware that the deputy president said he will concentrate on Mama Mboga and Mbonda Mbonda, au wako hapo tu watajisort? That I got it quite several times in his rallies. Is he also aware that Equity Bank has been cited as playing a role similar to that of Professor Yunus? The other question is he also aware that part of the problem we have with the current loans is for the youths being told to be in groups? Most want to be given money as individuals.
But I forgot one question I wanted to ask Ndeto. He can answer them all. Just one question I forgot. The question I wanted to ask Ndeto is that is he aware that agriculture would provide over 70% of a potential to unlock the financial status of these people, the so-called hustlers? And is he aware that William Samoei Ruto, it is on record, he has been involved in several scandals that depict him as a man who does not mean well for the agricultural potential of the poor? How is he going to ensure that in terms of, for example, Alex talked about in the issue of factors of production like land, he is himself involved in land grabbing. So how is he going to ensure that he sits at the apex of power and implements policies that goes against his own philosophy of life.
Okay, thank you for the question. Let me pass, let me answer very fast. Number one, I will start with the one for Bernard, that loan is taken when needed. I agree with you, Bernard. But sometimes you may find kuna kama hii bank ilikuwa inaitwa Faulu. Another one is Shyrock or such. The moment you take a loan from those kind of financial institutions na unashindwa kulipa, hiyo loan inajihesabingi very fast, inaongeza interest kubwa na you can even be auctioned. That is one fear ya watu, and that's why people sometimes they fail even to go for those loans because of high interest rate and also those risks that are associated with risk. Lakini ya government, it is interest free or hainanga interest. Ukichukua 100,000 munairudisha ikiwa 100,000. Now also the time given is also something reasonable. Number two, like umesema that the person who is bringing the money into the group, kama for instance what Deputy President is suggesting, yeye atakuwa nani? Atakuwa as a financier or atakuwa nani? I will tell you, it's a source of income or a source of money to like support the activities of a certain group. In a way, through loaning, unajua loan, ukipewa loan, you must give back the money to the owner. So this 100 billion means it is a capital that will never deplete. Kwa sababu unai exchange tu, unaizungusha kwa watu na watu wanairudisha, inasaidia wengine. So si pesa ati unapea watu na wanaenda nayo forever. The other question is about Philip. Umesema nimepeana example mingi sana za China, za wapi, sijaongea kuhusu China. I was talking about Bangladesh. We know before 1983, Bangladesh was known to be the poorest of the nations. Lakini huyu Yunus akadiscover that there is something that is discouraging people from even going for money in the financial institutions. This was collateral. Like majority of the people were women. Now our mama, ukiangalia our culture, it discourages from inheritance, it discourages from owning properties like such. Now you know collaterals are things like land, things like assets, na ni zenye wamama hawana. So we must come up with an alternative. Now here alternative is banking on the social kind of collaterals, where you don't need something like a land or a title deed. We will bank on the trust, participation. Are these people able to like pay? Are they creative enough on ways how they can be able even to follow the person mwenye amekosa kulipa loan? For instance, a group of women, wanajuana even families. So if you fail to pay loan on time, wanaweza kufuata wao wenyewe without even the bank coming in. Kwa sababu una risk their resources zenye wamebank in the nini. So that way it can be applied also in our context. Kwa sababu in Kenya, the level of poverty is still very high. Another point is there is someone who has said that Equity Bank has also borrowed the Yunus concept, the Grameen Bank model. I agree, because when you see something like Wings to Fry, when you see something like Mtiba, such things, in a way, they are subsidizing the cost of living among various families. You can imagine you have a child, na huyu mtoto amelipiwa school fees. Actually, utalower the burden of maybe lack of money in the family. Kwa sababu ile pesa ingetumika kupeleka huyu mtoto shule, in a way, how the parent will not pay. So that money will be used for something else. But there is something we are forgetting, that to access a loan in that Equity Bank, you have given us as an example. How watu ukienda sahi watakuitisha payslip, watakuitisha title deed, watakuitisha logbooks, But how many Kenyans have logbooks? How many Kenyans have title deeds? Especially these young people who are out of Form 4, these young people who are out of dropouts, these young parents, mwenye amejipata tu na watoto, how many has that? So, and if those are the minimum requirement to have a loan, of which you will also pay with high interest, then you discourage a lot of people who are very ready to do businesses. Finally, kuna mtu amesema that 70% of our economy will come from agriculture, and the same William Ruto amepatikana sana na the issues to do with land scandals, what hizo vitu zote. Ile kitu mimi nitakuambia ni hii, the reason why we want to invest more on agriculture is to fight food insecurity. If we are able to invest in a way kama hivyo venye nilikuwa ninasema, you are able to empower farmers with a subsidized cost of fertilizers or farm chemicals, alafu the governors watengeneze enough coolants za kuweka hizi products so that zisiharibike, utapata in the market the rate of potatoes it will kama ni 100 shillings per bucket, kwa sababu iko throughout in a way hakuna mtu atakosa kuaccess hiyo potato, and in a way you will find food insecurity will be itakuwa imefightiwa, na ndio maana tutapigana na vitu kama what we saw yesterday on KFC. Watu wana import potato which can be produced in Kenya. That is so discouraging to our economy because we are not banking on the primary production which can employ as many people as possible.
Ndeto, you're explaining to us, or
He has not,
and hold on, Alex.
he has not answered my question.
Ngoja kwanza, please.
He has not answered my question.
Ndeto has tried. Please spare him now. Spare him now. I must protect him. now, Ndeto, as I let you go, you are speaking like you are. I'm an aspirant member of parliament, and empathizing with people's problems, and imagining that or creating a scenario whereby if these people only gotten loan, they will be assisted in life. There are people who are suffering right now because of loan. Yesterday, let me just shortly give you this. Yesterday, I went to visit with an old retired bishop. I'll be hosting him here for a special show in the eyes of the elders. He's a retired bishop, and he told me of his friend who died out of stroke because of the loan he took against his land in Karen, and he got into problems. So he tried to negotiate the repayment of the loan, buying time to sell part of the land and use the proceedings from the land to settle the loan. Only for him to wake up that morning and the auctioneers were there, and instead of taking part of the land, they took the entire land and sold it. So when the news reached the guy, he got a stroke and died. Now, I want you to imagine this is a serious businessman. He has prime land in Karen, okay? And that land is lost on the premise that he took loan and ran into problems. And now he is lost everything as far as his investment is concerned. Loans are not always the solution. Loan must always have a plan. If there is no plan, taking loan to pay rent, taking loan to buy to buy school uniform, taking loan to to eat is not the way to build an economy. So I think you people need to go back to the drawing board and give us really solution to our really problems, not this painting of our problem and trying to empathize with our problems and pretend to be giving us a solution when you are really digging us into further problems. There is a women group just in my neighborhood where I live. Not a women group, it was a youth group. They took loan, and then when it was time to pay, they had already squandered the money. And now when the people came for collecting the loan, the group was disbanded. There is no chairman, there is no secretary, there is no treasurer. The people who gave them loan only found empty offices. Until today, they are looking for the office bearers of that group. Now the group is expired. There is much more that can make an economy run. But what you people are explaining, it leaves a lot to be desired. But all the same, you are entitled to the same. I want to bring in Joe to weigh on this. Domi, I don't know if your gadget is well connected. Let's hear from Joe. Then there is Jack Kindube. Who else has not spoken? Domi. From there to Songembele. Joe, how are you?
I'm okay, I'm fine. Thank you very much.
Happy
I've
New
just
Year.
come in. Happy New Year. I've just come in. Nimesikia
Yes.
Ndeto akiongea his own model, not model ya Ruto. He's actually talking out of what Ruto thinks. Hiyo ni yake, theory yake, from his own thing. I don't know whether atai-apply kwa constituency yake. But it's not the same thing that Ruto is talking. Ruto is talking something else. Ndeto is talking something else. And I think that's why this guy anaitwa nani Philip alikuwa anamwambia is talking out of context of what Ruto is saying. Hiyo ni yake ya Ndeto economics. Okay, if I go to the topic today, bottom up, we have never had a good explanation. Nobody has ever told us what actually bottom up means. The people who are selling the concept or the model are also confused. You get it that everybody has their own version, just like Beto also had his own version. So, because it is not a well-laid plan and nobody knows how it's going to work, I don't think it will work from the start. Secondly, even before we go to the model and about the money, 100 billion, wakina mama mboga na border, is do you trust that money will ever come? Because this is the same man, he has been running, the wife has been running e-table banking. We have never seen anywhere any woman who has made it in life with table banking, but the money is there. This is the same man that said the same things he is saying right now, alituambia 2013, and nothing has ever come. So model or no model, first is the credibility of the man to implement it. If he could not implement a raw dam for his own people, how is he going to be able to do this one for Kenyans? So me, I don't think it's something that we should actually believe on that is going to happen. No, I don't think so. I don't think so, because this is a man that we can ask, since he got into politics, what has he done? I hear people talking about when he was in agriculture or Ministry of Education. But he must have been under somebody. I think it was the Kibaki Raila government. So he was working under somebody's policies, not his own policies. Because the first time that he had time now to do things as he wants, directly under him, we saw what he did. We saw what he did at appointing his cabinet secretaries. That's the only time he had his own power to do what he wanted, because he was given a 50-50 government share. And we saw what he did. So I don't think this is workable. maybe if it was under Mudavadi, if it was Mudavadi talking about it, maybe we could have believed that this thing is going to work. But coming from our Deputy President Ruto, I don't think this is just something he thought of, going for the vulnerable people, because this man is targeting the vulnerable people. These are the people he thinks that are so disparate, and actually he's taking advantage of them. And slowly, I think these people are also realizing that this man is not talking the truth, because even through his recent rallies, he's been saying he's giving money and he's not giving money. Actually, what he's saying from his mouth is not the same thing that he has done. So they're even starting not trusting him. That's why wherever he goes, there's a trail of people complaining. So these people are beginning to realize that no, these things can't work. Because I've just come in, maybe if you give me another chance after I've heard what people are talking, I might be able to submit some more. But one thing I want to believe in is the trust, the credibility of the person saying it is not there. So it's not going to work for me. Thank you, Bernard, for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, Joe. We appreciate your contribution. Let's keep talking. Tumsikilize Jakindu Bey, alafu Stone PK amekuja. I hope sahi ako sawa. Jakindu Bey, karibu. Vipi leo?
Salama sana nashukuru sana. Hamjambo?
Hatujambo.
Hii kikao nilikuwa nangojea kwa hamu sana, na nimesikiliza kwa makini kabisa. Ndeto akielezea bottom up, nimesikiliza kwa makini sana sana, lakini nasikitika kwamba nimetoka na sufuri. Sijapata chochote ambacho ni tofauti, ambayo naweza nikasema kwamba nimesikiliza. Nimetoka na sufuri kwa sababu Ndeto nimeshangaa kusikia akisema kwamba agriculture inakuwa ni potato, lakini Mumias, kiwanda cha miwa, sukari, sio agriculture. Sasa sielewi agriculture ni mazao gani, kwa sababu nafikiri kwa mtizamo wangu miwa ni agriculture. Sielewi kama miwa si agriculture. So hiyo imenishangaza sana. Unless nimeelewa vibaya, utanisamehe, nisamehe kama nimeelewa vibaya, lakini hivyo ndivyo nilisikia maelezo yake. Alisema tu potato. Mimi nafikiri potato kuweka si ngumu. Kuweka potato, yani kuzistore si ngumu. Si ngumu, kwa sababu potato zote kama ziko nyingi mnaweza kuzigeuza ziwe chips, alafu ziwe frozen, ziwekwe na zitatumika kwa wakati mwingine, na bado zitaleta mapato mazuri tu. Kwa hiyo sio shida. Mimi naweza nikasema kwamba zote yule ameeleza, zote zile ameeleza, sielewi kwa nini wanazungumzia mambo ya mama mboga apewe pesa. Mama mboga hahitaji pesa. Mama mboga anahitaji customers. Boda boda wanahitaji customers. Hawahitaji pesa, wanahitaji customers. Na hao customers wanaweza kuwepo tu kama kukiwa na ajira, ndio utakuwa na hao ma customers. So hiyo ndio kitu wanahitaji. So hii mambo ya kusema eti sijui unawapelekea pesa, hii ndio maana nimetoka tupu. labda Ndeto, labda kuna sehemu zingine aliwacha, labda ataelezea, naweza nikasikia. Nasikia ametaja Bangladesh. Wale watu ambao walikuweko, kama watu wale walikuweko kwenye 80s na 90s, late 90s hapa, walikuwa sijui kama mlikuwa mnasikiza Bangladesh kila siku. Ndeto anasema kwamba kuna mtu alidiscover kitu fulani Bangladesh. Sio hiyo bwana. Bangladesh ilidiscover kwamba ilikuwa haina political stability. Tangu iwe na political stability haina fujo hakuna. Kwa hiyo kitu tunakosa Kenya ni political stability, ambapo President Uhuru na Raila wanajaribu kuweka, lakini watu wengine wanaona mambo, sijui wa Kenya wanaangalia nini. Mimi sielewi sisi vile tunaona vitu. Nyumba tulivu, boma tulivu, hapo ndio kuna maendeleo. Kama nyumba mnazozana wewe na bibi yako na watoto, hapakuwi na maendeleo. Hata ukiwa na pesa ngapi, hata ukiwa na milioni ngapi, kama bibi yako hamsikilizani, hiyo mali yako haitaonekana wala utaenda popote. Kwa hiyo kuna masikilizano, na masikilizano ndio huleta kitu inaitwa demokrasi, kwa sababu kama mnasikilizana kuna demokrasia. So wacheni kwanza kabisa bwana Ndeto, kabla mjazungumza mambo ya bottom up, tengeneza nyumba yako kwanza, uweke msingi thabiti. Usione hao watu wanakuja kwa rally ati ukiwaambia sisi wa Kenya tunataka tuendelee. Sio hivyo bwana. Binadamu ni watu tofauti, lazima uweke msingi kamili ile ya kusema wao ni sawa na kila mtu ana haki. Hiyo tumekosa Kenya. Mnaweza kusema eti tunakubalia, lakini ukifika saa ya uchaguzi tunakimbilia kwa ukabila. Wengi tu tumekuwa tukifanya hivyo, na hiyo ina destabilize nchi yetu. Ndio maana hizo mipango zote nani alitengeneza vizuri, alijaribu kutengeneza vizuri, lakini Kibaki alitengeneza economy, lakini alisahau kutengeneza political stability. Alisahau hiyo, alisahau kuweka Wakenya pamoja. Hiyo alisahau. Ukiweka Wakenya pamoja, kila kitu itakuja sawa. So labda mimi nitangojea uelezee hiyo bottom up zaidi, labda nitaelewa, lakini kwa sasa nimetoka zero, bado nangojea, manake nitaketi hapa mpaka uelezee ya kutosha. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you Jackie Dube. Walimu tunao Wariaha amehepa tangu tuanze show, tumetafuta yeye apatikane. Ndeto, uliacha wapi Wariaha?
Waliaha amenituma na manual. So lakini sikuwa na wakati,
Najua mimi watu wa UDA mpaka udhibitishe kama umetumwa, kwa sababu rais wenu amekuwa Western, anasema ametumwa na ma-DVD ametokezea, anasema hajatuma mtu yeyote. So stakabathi tafadhali, tutajuaje amekutuma?
Amenituma like let me try to expose some of the content ya Wariahe. Kama venye Jackie Dube ameuliza atemiwa kama ni farming or what, I will tell you sugarcane farming is also it's also farming, lakini kwa trickle down ni una invest kwa tuseme kama kupeana pesa kwa company ili waweze kuproduce, lakini hauangalii hawa wakulima wameweza kuproduce nini. If we can empower farmers walete more sugarcane, that means we shall have a lot of sugarcane. So tukiinvest even na one company like Chemiril or Mumias, tutaweza kukuwa na more local sugar. We shall stop importing something like sugar from our neighboring country or from Mexico or wherever it comes from. That way, you will have created a lot of jobs to farmers, kwa sababu kazi yao mingi sasa itakuwa kuproduce more sugarcane. Then government can invest more on the machinery kwa the sugarcane industry, so that more production, so that we curtail the issue of importing things we can produce. That way, that's the loop we are going to fill through the bottom-up economic model.
Ndeto, you've been in this country for a while now. Have you ever had an announcement that Mia's Sugar is closing, and Zoya is closing, Chemelil is closing because there is no sugar cane?
Yes. Like when you check last time when Mumias was given some 1 billion, ukiangalia one of the reason, it was because, okay, one kulikuwa na poor management, so wakaweza
Neto, please learn to answer the question that has been asked. Was Mumias closing because they had not paid farmers, or it was closing because the farmers have not grown enough sugarcane?
That discouragement of not paying farmers, you see, that's where I'm talking about the poor management. So if the government can invest on...
If I grew my sugarcane, I supplied it to Mumias, what is Mumias supposed to give me?
Bernard, if there is more import, if there is more, there is a point.
Ngoja, I've taken my sugarcane to Mumias. Mumias is owing me money, not the Kenya government.
Let me explain, Bernard.
If the Kenya government come to give me money, okay? The Kenya government doesn't owe me money. I did my farming. I harvested the sugarcane. I supplied to Mumias. Mumias needs to pay me so that I buy the fertilizer, I buy more seedlings, I go and grow more what? Sugarcane. But if I supply to Mumias, okay, then government pays me from this other side. It doesn't make business sense or economic sense. Yes.
Bernard, this is the point, that what is discouraging Mumias to pay farmers is this. There are cartels who are importing sugar. That means the demand of the sugar of the local producers becomes low. And that way, you know, because of oversupply from the imported sugar. So that means if we discourage imported sugar, in a way, we shall encourage our local producers to increase and to take the very same commodity to the market. That way, even the farmers will be paid.
Tafadhali Wekesa, niseme kitu tafadhali.
Yes, Jakindube.
Bwana Ndeto, makamu wa rais alikuwa ako kwa serikali 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017. Au fama walikuweko, au kateli walikuwa wanawezaje kuwa na yeye yuko saa hii? Akisema hivyo atatoaje hawa kateli? Alishindwaje kuwatoa? Alikuweko yeye, alikuwa namba 2, na alisema wakati huo hiyo mpaka 17 walikuwa wanafanya kazi vizuri yeye na rais. So alikuwa wapi? Alikuwa mbona ilifunga? Mbona hao watu walifunga? Wakati huo hakujua hao ni farmers. Hakujua hizo problem zote hizo, hakujua. Na alikuwa kwa serikali, alikuwa na mamlaka, alikuwa na power zote.
Domi, you are lifting your hand. What is it? Unmute. We are not getting your audio. Oh my. Sorry, your audio is not coming through. If you are on headphone, toa kwanza. Philip, what's your question?
This is there is something I wanted to tell Ndet and maybe add to what Jack Kindube said. Jack Kindube, I believe that you have said that Kibaki failed to deal with the issue of political instability. But from where I see it, I believe that there are three things that Kibaki failed, and any incoming president must deal with them before he comes in with any manifesto or any policy. The first thing is the issue of corruption. It doesn't matter which sector you look at. Even that himself has been trapped by Bernard, and he has agreed that the problem we have in Mumias, we have cartels that are smuggling in cheap sugar. They are creating artificial shortage so that they can import cheap sugar. So we must have a president who is propagating the bottom-up economic model, who can stand in broad daylight and say he stands against corruption. And that is not William Samoei Ruto. We need someone who needs to come and say, we need to unite as a nation so that the issue of political instability, can William Samoei Ruto, for once, forgo his political ambition for the sake of the peace of this nation? The answer is no. The other issue that we need to deal with is the issue of tribalism. Does William Samoei Ruto represent and does it have a national interest? William Samoei Ruto is on record, and this is by his own admission, that he believes Kalenjins and him being a Kalenjin have a problem with Kikuyus. And so he believes that he has to first look for government, look for power, and use that power to settle the political differences between political and economic differences between Kikuyus and Kalenjins. So in my own opinion, William Samoei Ruto cannot use bottom-up economic model to solve the problems that himself is talking about, because he is corrupt, because he does not stand for political stability, and because he himself is tribalistic. And these three things are what is ailing Kenya. So Ndeto, I don't believe, in my own opinion, William Samoei Ruto, even the bottom-up economy as we discuss it, he cannot implement it because the three things are his major obstacles.
Let's do this. Ndeto, you have 1 minute to respond so that we can give a chance to those who have not made their submission. David,
Okay.
just hold on. You are coming in.
Okay, thank you, Bernard. Thank you, Bernard. There is one fact.
1 minute. Stick to 1 minute, please.
Okay. There is one fact that we are failing like to see. You know, when we talk about cartels and maybe how to eliminate them, we should not just take it to the executive. You know, the role of executive mostly is to implement, but we also have the judicial system, which should interpret the law. As well, we have even other arms like the legislature. We should come up with good policies so that if it is you have been sanctioned or you have been caught doing something, you can be sanctioned. Meaning, if it is not achieved, this issue of bringing the cartels down, we cannot focus only on the executive. It is something that is moving around. There is corruption in the judiciary, in the legislature, and also in the executive itself. It's a collective responsibility. So you cannot say that because William Samoei Ruto is the one who is propagating the concept of the bottom up, it will not be possible because you feel like it does not pass the credibility test or what we call the integrity test. No, it's a collective responsibility. If we do that way, we are going to bring that whole thing down.
Actually, Bernard, I follow up our comment. This is not a question now. That you are talking about the judiciary and the executive and the parliament. The judiciary is not the one that has come up with the issue of bottom-up economic model. So we should not rope in the issue of the judiciary. We are talking about the people who are propelling the bottom-up economic model and whether they have the capacity to implement it. Now, do not say because I'm the one who is propelling this and I cannot implement it. Now, you now say that the judiciary can now come out and save William Ruto. It is not the case. It is William Ruto propelling the bottom-up economic model, and he cannot implement it. Don't say that now the judiciary should come and save William Ruto.
It's okay, Philip. Thank you, Ndeto. Thank you. Let us get it to rest there.
But Bernard, Philip should understand. Philip should understand that cartel is the problem. So, and if you want to like
Ndeto, I with all due respect, okay. This is my personal opinion and personal observation. The excuses we are getting from UDA are sickening. Sickening in the sense that you are in power. You are in government. Coming to complain to us about cartels so that we do what? Let the DP catch for us the cartels. Remove the cartels from agriculture. Remove the cartels from Mumias. Remove the cartels from energy. Remove the cartels from every other place. He's on record saying there is cartels in the Ministry of Petroleum and the Ministry of Energy and all that. He knows where these cartels are. Let him go and catch them. If he says there is no law for catching them in the cartel, he has 160 members of parliament. Aende nao bungeni, apitishe hiyo sheria, atumie kukamata nini? Cartels. Lakini sisi kuja hapa kucomplain kuhusu cartels when we have empowered you to go and deal with the problems of Kenya, it is doing Kenyans a disservice. Kenyans give you the mandate for 5 years. When you get in office, do what you are required to do, not come to run who has come and run you out of office, who has come and taken over your duties, who has come and stopped you from doing what you're supposed to do. All this is unacceptable. It's unacceptable, not from you, that only, from the entire UDA team. Let them get their act together. And if they are asking for fresh mandate, they should prove they are capable. Coming to cry to us proves that you are not capable of running the country. It is a greater responsibility that is beyond your capacity. That's why you're coming to run to the same people that gave you the mandate to go and help them. Now you're coming to cry to the same people and begin to incite them and telling them so and so is the issue, so and so is the issue, so and so is the issue. Let us sort out the problems as responsible leaders. If not, tutoke kwa ofisi, tuachie watu wengine wale ambao wako tayari kufanya hiyo kazi.
Kuna kitu Ndeto sema nilitaka kuchangia tu dakika moja tafadhali.
Sawa, endelea Alex.
Ndeto, we seem to, there's a discourse whereby me and you seems to disagree. And as I said before on the record, kuna watu wako Azimio kama mimi who believe the bottom-up approach, but not as the DP is putting it up. There is a dangerous aspect of things that you have said, and that's why I even fear your leader even more. When you propel tuchukue 100 billion tupee watu, there is no interest, wasiulizwe kitu yoyote. I don't know which regulation is going to allow these people to bring that money back, because you are saying it's a sort of a philanthropy kit whereby hiyo pesa itakuwa hapo saa yote. So you give people money without paying interest. You think they are going to use it for business if they are not going to pay interest. How are they going to give back that money? A government is there to regulate and to make sure that the little resources that it has must multiply so that the future generation will be able, especially when we are having something called population explosion in Kenya. So for example, that 100 billion munasema tunapewa, by the time it's 2023, Remember, we are not going to be 47 million people in Kenya. Those people will have attained wakati wa kuretire. The people ambao watakuwa in the workforce will have increased. So you cannot just take 100 billion without any regulation and give it and think it's going to multiply. That is a fallacy we must demystify. But otherwise, nikipewa chance pia, I will continue to say vile even Obama himself in 2008 and even Trump himself 2 years ago used the bottom-up approach, but not in the way William Samoei Ruto is giving handouts. It was a bottom-up approach, but in a very wise way. It was through trickle down. Since I have the floor, let me use 1 minute to say. In 2008, when Obama came to government, we were losing 1 million jobs a day in the market. And Obama realized that giving people money is not going to help. Paying their mortgage, their rent, giving them their food is not going to help. What did they do? They took over companies like General Motors. It remained a private equity and entity, but the government took a stake of 49% and pumped in money. And that money was to make sure people keep their jobs, people keep their health care, and people keep their insurances and also their investments in the capital market, so that the 401k, which is as NSSF, will not be depleted, so that people cannot rush to NSSF waanze kutoa pesa yao. What did they do? They took trillions of money and gave to GM, they gave to AIG, they gave it to banks, they gave to the means of production, the owners of means of production. And at that time, what did they do? They cushions the job so that people could not be terminated. So the most effective way to build the bottom-up approach is by empowering people with the means of production, so that the job market, the magic word is jobs, not kupeana pesa for no apparent reason. So you cannot use the bottom-up approach by giving people just money without empowering their skill sets and their capital knowledge. That one is doing a disservice. Which brings me to my last point. If that is what you are saying, which bank is going to be giving people money without paying bank? That means the government must nationalize its banks. We are going to move from liberalization, which will make direct foreign investment run away. We are going back to the Kenya Commercial Bank that used to make losses year after year after year. There is no bank with its right head that is going to give people money who are not going to pay back, or who are not going to be what? Without collateral. Even if ni pikipiki, utatoa title ya pikipiki for you to be given some amount of money. You are not here to dish money. No country is going to invest in Kenya if we are going to dish money like that. So the bottom-up approach should be based on a market and job creation, not handouts. Other countries have done it, but not through nationalization, but through empowering people through skill sets and capital knowledge. Please do argue your point based on that. But anytime you start saying handouts, nobody's going to agree with you. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Alex. I believe in what you are saying. I remember during Kanu's time, we had National Bank. And National Bank, all you needed was goodwill from the president. The moment you are a friend of the president, you walk in, you walk out with money. And that is how National Bank was run down, because of being a political bank, where if you are good in Kanu, you can get any loan to any amount, no collateral, no questions, and all that. I believe we must appreciate that moving forward, we must accept the responsibility of running the country. And the responsibility of running the country requires that we shoulder everybody. And to shoulder everybody means resources cannot be mismanaged under your watch. Where president, governor, MP, whatever, every resource that is under your charge should not be mishandled under your watch. So the keenness and the strictness of ensuring that teachers get what they deserve, doctors get what they deserve, the cleaners get what they deserve, and nobody is being deprived from their service. That is how to grow the economy. But looking for who wants money and dishing that money out, it doesn't compute. Thank you, Alex. Now I want us to hear from David, then Stone PK. And Neto ngoja kwanza, you will respond later. And let's hear from David. David, welcome, please.
Thank you, Bernard. I'm privileged to be here last day when you set the topic of discussion today. But I'm a bit lost. I thought we went out to come back and understand the economic model as is proposed by UDA. But what we are discussing, I'm sorry to have overheard others directing it to the way it is presented and who is presenting it. I thought we were to discuss the model, so I beg to listen a little bit, because I don't want to discuss a personality. We wanted to see whether the question is very, very clear. Is this economic model best for Kenya? Is it just a story, or it's workable? Regardless who is presenting it and in which manner. Because I also read, of course, I don't subscribe to UDA ideology anymore, but the model exists and it has worked miracles. So I wanted to hear what you guys have, then we can critique. But if we divert it and start attacking the individual, then we lose the discussion. Secondly, I'm disappointed that Warrior, somebody who was to bring some guys here to discuss it, is not in. I thought we could have a candid discussion to see whether this thing is good for us or not. So when he's missing, I'm like, are we there really? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, David. Let's hear from Domi. I hope you have sorted out your audio.
Yeah, okay. Good evening, good morning.
Yeah, that's good now. Go ahead.
Okay. I wanted to do some one or two to give some one or two opinions about this bottom up. There was a time I touched something about it, and I think let me just extend on it and clarify something. According to the presenter of this bottom up, he's saying we are going to fund the small businesses. Let me give an analogy. In the system, okay, in the natural habitat, we have, for example, grass, there is cattle, there is probably a human being or a lion somewhere. Now, what this guy is saying, we want to increase the number of cows, but not thinking on how to increase the amount of grass. He has so many times talked of Mama Mboga. I think probably when I was saying this, that you are not here.
He's talking of Mama Mboga, but forgetting that the Mama Mboga, this Mama Mboga has to buy the Mboga somewhere. He's talking of somebody motorbike or mkokoteni, but this mkokoteni must transport something. He's not addressing what he is going to transport. He's addressing the transporter. Take for example, you have a market of 10 motorbikes. Then you increase the number of motorbikes, you are funding the motorbikes, you increase the number of motorbikes to 20. One motorbike was earning 500 every day. You increase to 20. Most likely you are expecting that these 20 are going to just feed on the resources that are there, which means if they are going to divide these 20, these 500 to the other, so that you get so that everybody probably goes home with 250. You are not helping us. You are not helping these guys. What will help is ensuring that we are finding a way in which we are going to increase the producer. In fact, when you listen to the master of the bottom-up man, he's saying we want to fund to strengthen that bottom. Talking of the Mama Mboga, he is talking of he does not want much money to go to those rich people. You are forgetting that those rich people are the ones that are the employers. Today, if Brookside goes down, how many Mama Mbogas will lack customers? If cities, how do you call it, Royal Media goes down, how many people are going to lose customers? How many Mama Mbogas are going to lose customers? Because from the word go, the propeller of the hustler has always talked of these people. These people who are rich. It's like you're pitting the rich, the poor against the rich. You're forgetting that the rich are the ones who have employed the poor. Those poor people, how are those motorbike people? Who are they going to carry? If at all there is nobody who is being who is employed somewhere. My friend, as I think somebody has said about America, the way they did in America, that is you have to strengthen the production. You have to strengthen the industrialization, period. There is no way you are going to tell us. Okay, the deputy president is on record criticizing the small arms factory. I'm asking, those the small arm factory, is it not an employment to some people? Those people who are employed in that small arm factory, do they not go to buy mboga? If they are not there, who is going to buy the mboga? You have talked. Let's go to. You have talked about the sugar industry. I have a great interest in sugar industry. Ndeto, the sugar industry fell because of unfair competition. It is because the market has been flooded by cheap sugar. It has been flooded by cheap sugar, courtesy of. You remember the president and the deputy, they went to Uganda to source for sugar from Uganda instead of reviving the sugar industry in Kenya. Now, if you are going to source for the sugar, in fact, the same Uganda does not have enough sugar for itself. In 80s, those days of Moi, we used to give Uganda sugar. It is Kenya which was giving Uganda sugar. Sugar was coming from Kenya to Uganda. When the strength, when the sugar industry was strong, these guys, that is, the deputy was part of it. And it is going on till now. We are importing sugar. How do you say that you want to strengthen the economy when you are importing what you can make in Kenya? I think somebody was right to tell you that what you are saying is not what your leader is saying. You are talking two different things. There is no way you can strengthen the inner by importing. I have heard people complain about banning of cheap importation. Let me say this. I believe Kenya needs quality things from outside. If at all it has to be imported, we need things that are quality, not cheap, poor quality. Something that is coming to, you buy an iron box that is going to burn after 6 months. Is it serving? Now, when the president bans such a things, somebody goes up saying, in flames, saying, you see, he is banning what the common small man's business. You see, it is wrong. Okay, another point. He is talking of 100 billion, and he's saying we are going to have industrialization in 100 billion. We are going to have to give out the loans in 100 billions. By the way, how many industries can you build with 100 billion? That's very small amount of money. About industrialization, it is not about supplying money. It is creating environment for investors from outside to come and build industry. The government does not need even to build industries. It's just creating. The former prime minister was saying in industrial area was full of industries. Right now, it is full of godowns. Industries, we were making things, exporting. Right now, we are importing. I mean, are you really in business? The country should be in business in which it should be exporting, not always importing. That is what should be turned around. And the whole solution is industrialization, and industrialization, nothing like about that bottom up you are telling us. It's not, it will not sustain, it will not stand. It will, okay, are you going to tell us, are you people going to tell us that, okay, we are going to give money to those low people? We gave to them today. The 1,000, okay, in their cooperatives, they are given money, 1,000 everyone. That 1,000 every person to be given. Are you going to give that money every day? Because that person takes the money, he will be unable to pay and goes back to the same cooperative, he will need again money. Okay, the wife to the deputy president has been running this cooperative thing, and they have been given money. The loans are not sustainable because the Mama Mboga have no money. The business is doing is not working. It is because there is low purchasing power. Now, if it has not worked, what has not worked, you want again to add 100 billion. Are you sure your head is okay? It's okay. I think there is a problem with that. I think I have a very big problem with that. What has not worked, and you again want to pump 100 billion. There is a problem. Brother, I think, and let me help you, Mr. Deto, as a leader. You are coming in for an election.
Conclude, please. Time up.
Okay, this is leadership. This is, okay, thanks. This is leadership. Leadership is you go ahead, people follow you. Story ya kutuambia at ground imesema, that is not leadership. Leadership, it is you to tell people what is right and they should follow you. And it's better you lose it now, but tell people the truth. Tomorrow, you will stand up and tell them, I told you. You do not have to win today. But next time when you stand up and tell them that I told you this will not work, they will listen. Leadership is going ahead and give direction, like a train. Pull the train, not the train, not the wagons pulling you. That is called propelling. It means they're the people who are pulling you, not you giving the direction. Okay, that's for now.
Thank you. Yes, David. Yes, David.
Thank you, Bwana Chairman. Allow me to comment on this aspect of economic model called bottom-up. You know, an economy is made up of households. And let us not hide behind our presidential candidates to brush off what has changed societies. As a household, I don't know whether you have ever tried this type of economic model in your family and see how it does, or in your village. As I mentioned one time here, I have been participating in economic development or community development, sorry, in a lower level, down there in the village. And I understand what it means by empowering people to lead their own lives instead of depending on those people perceived to be economic or business moguls in communities. Before I make my point, I also want to bring to your attention that any political leader would wish to speak what a particular constituency or part of the society will listen to and have a base. We have had examples of, allow me to quote that, though some people are not very comfortable with that, allow me to quote one, Barack Obama. Barack Obama is coming to presidency knowing very well he is representing a minority that has fought for space and justice for a very long time, including losing the proponents of that space or that fight. So he comes with a slogan that says, yes, we can. What he meant is that those people assumed to be unable. Those people assumed to be only workers. Those people assumed to be not even a matter in a community. They can also. And he got his constituency. People who felt that their rights have been trampled upon. He sailed through that and he became president. Of course, he went improving it to include more and more people. Of course, others came and said, we want to make America great, meaning that we are going back. The person who has been there has brought us to the dust. Now let's go back. He also got his constituency. So when we come to Kenya and someone says it's bottom up, it is us to take time to listen to what it is on the table and do research on it. But if we come here with the emotions and say the person proposing this is a blah, 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 we may not.
Bottoms up is a very simple recovery model.
Stony, hold on. You're out of order.
It's not actually.
You're coming in, make your submission. Let David finish first. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for protecting me, Bwana Bernard. You know, some of us were arguing with our emotions. We were saying we want to dissect this concept and see how it works. So what I've come up with, Bernard, is that this type of economic model is meant to empower the lowest person, that is the bottom, so that he can have the factors of production to enable him participate in economic production and actually be a source of employment instead of being an employee. And this will involve giving capital to these people and other factors, of course, that they may participate in production. As a government, it also involves ensuring that there is a sound economic environment, including security and the rest, so that these people can produce. Now, what do we mean by these small people? Not all of us might have gone to school and have degrees and PhDs, but does it mean we are useless? No. We can be empowered at our level. But don't scratch your head as if you want to answer me before I finish. Does it mean that the lowest person who never maybe went to school and has a skill, he can't be important in this economy? That's the question we need to ask ourselves. And what can we do as government? What can we do as a people to have these people participate in terms of managing their own lives by being productive? Rather than putting a lot of capital in small sectors meant to produce and take care of the rest by either giving them employment or by producing what they may need in the community. So as we critique this, let's base that argument regardless of who is proposing it. Is it tenable? Like, are we able to give a better capital that can sustain people instead of even making them poorer? Because when we look at, like, very fast as I finish, there's a way we try to give people loans at lower levels to make them produce. But these loans, Bernard, they turned out to be very expensive. People take loans today and tomorrow you find their roofs have been taken. Until we told our people, hold on, don't rush for these things. You must have a proper business plan before going for this one. Otherwise, you lose your house, you lose your cow, you lose your land. Are we able to give better loans that are cheaper enough for people to produce, or we are just giving them loans in the name of loans, but on the other hand, we are taking much from them? When you saw these guys, there's a time in Kenya they put a cap, a ceiling on the interest on the loans. By the way, if you are very positive on that, people really borrowed and did stuff, but the rich and came said, no, we are not making money. Banks are not making money. Today, if you go and borrow from a bank there, 1 million, Bernard, you repay 1.8 million. So what benefit is that? If we have a small interest, you can be encouraged to borrow and do business, and you build business. Rather than giving you 100,000, then I demand from you 200,000. That is actually killing you. So that's the kind of aspect we can discuss as a people to see whether they can work or not, or we can empower big factories and big people so that people can be employed there. That's what I could gather, because this was a general discussion, although you the people were tasked to give more and more facts. But to me, I still subscribe to this, as Isaiah said. I subscribe to this method in as much as I don't subscribe to the other ideologies, but this can change our way of doing things than relying on, like today, Bernard, if someone you hear anasema hana kazi na ametoka university na akona PhD, you want to shed tears. You are a PhD, you still want to tell us you are tarmacking. So what is the meaning of your PhD? That's the things we need to discuss as a Kenya. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, David. Philip, no. Hold on.
It is a question to him. It is a question to David, of course.
You guys, you now want to nini? In fact, I want to hand over to Themba, but Stony has been trying to be part of this nini since we started. Now that he's able to get in, let him make his submission first. Alafu maswali baadaye tafadhali. Let's hear from Stony PK right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bernard, for this consideration. Greetings from a village called Kiambere, very, very deep in Embu. That's why I've been having problems with my connections. And fellow panelists, hamjambo. I hope I'm
Hatujambo,
clear.
karibu sana.
Asante,
You are
asante.
clear.
Thank you. Now, I've been listening ever since I've been here for the last 3 days, and nimekuwa nikisikiza, but today's topic is actually what a bottoms-up approach. I think the proponent of bottoms-up approach not thought of walichukua tu, you know, a module, and then they started throwing it around and hoped that they would come to develop it and understand it, defend it as they move along. And I think in such a country like Kenya, we have finished experimenting on some of these very slogans, or rather, you know, copy-pasting modules. I'm saying this is because since independence, we've gone through various systems of government to find, and we already know now what works and what doesn't work. Recently, we had Kibaki, who really showed us what can be done, how a transformation can be effected in the shortest time possible. That is still very fresh in most. So we don't need to go very far away in search of, you know, methodologies, while we have those that we have tried and they worked well. Another point is that bottoms-up approach has been applied into, and I said this previously, it has applied to countries that have been, you know, in war, you know, post-conflict countries where economies have been destroyed. And when people go in, humanitarian, UN and everybody else, when they jump in to save lives there, they look for the quickest way to rejuvenate and restart livelihood. That which can be easy. One of the best method that has been used in small scale, not in scale, is empowering the bottom. Now, whatever they are calling bottom is actually mwananchi ule wa pale chini, you know, that those kiosks that have been destroyed, mama mbogas there, that has worked, and it works quickly for a short while. It does not work on a large scale. The proponents of bottoms up have been doing a game we used to play when we were kids, watoto nyara, you know, because people is getting money from the government, unapeleka, and then it's free for all. That can never restart this economy. Watoto panga line, we give you money. That kind of module will not work. And I think this is what the DP and his proponents have been crazy about. Out money, people queuing to give money. You cannot do that with government money. Neither can you do that with any money from a bank. That you go to a village, you mwaga pesa there to uplift Mama Mboga. By giving Mama Mboga a lot of money is choking that particular poorly, or even choking that boda guy. So I would support what I think is Alex who raised this, and he said we have to really focus on creating capital, creating work, people, so that people do work, create employment at that bottom level, so that people have purchasing power. Mboga who sells 10 bundles a day has customers who can buy 100 bundles a day. So by so doing, then we'll have money circulating. You can never put money in a pool. Pesa inachukia sana kuwekwa kwa pool kama maji. That is, you know, there is no such an economy, and that's why it can never be sustainable. So the handout economy, the giveaway economy, hiyo haitawezekana. Bottoms up cannot apply. Lastly, bottoms up ilianza na what those of us who can remember, there was district, it was called what? Focus, something district focus for rural development within Moi's time. And it was defeated. Money was being pushed to the district level. and capacities that they needed empowered. That would have worked very well, but then they were not very strong. We had not sealed the corrupt avenues, so money would go, and then the DCs and those other seniors would just try their girlfriends and their third and fourth wives. However, when me now, and they start with Baba, and that's why I'm in the village. There's Mio here. I want people to really understand it. So Baba and Kibaki sat, and they said, what we need is to make sure that we create capital. We make banks send money down there so that those who have capacity to borrow, they can borrow it cheaply and double and grow their businesses. By so doing, we had banks in the streets. We had banks calling people. Hey, we see like you have some money here. What would you want to do? And that is what Baba and everybody else wants to see done, because it can take the shortest time possible. The money is secure because it is not just thrown. Kama what I've said, watoto nyara. So money is controlled. There is where you can go get that money, do the business you want to do. You are supported by the government. I believe in 3 years' time, this economy will be turned around. But if we go the bottoms up, ati tupeleke sijui 1 billion kwa village, like now in this village of mine, unaleta kama hana mtu hapa, and people just start dying, So I really think bottoms up, what swallow their pride, they shelve that, and let's improve on a more tangible module like what we saw in Kibaki's time. Thank you, Bernard. I'm still here. I'll be able to come up again.
Okay, thank you, Stony PK. I appreciate your submission, and let's keep talking. Themba, are you there? Sorry. Stony PK, uko na mgeni? Now, Penny Nyagaka, you are busy. Either you are on the street or something. So adding you on the screen is causing distraction. So tulia kwanza, ukifika mahali ambapo unapaswa kuchangia, tutakuongeza. Lakini we can't have some a busy moving image on the screen. It's a distraction to the viewers. That is why. So see it tunakuonea. Until you settle down, we can't have you on the screen. That is it. Philip, ulikuwa na swali? Uliza.
Yeah, in fact, I had a reaction to what David had said. David, and of course, it's his opinion, and I respect it very much. David believes that we need to discuss the issue of the bottom-up economic model, independent of the happenings and the realities we have in Kenya. My opinion is, in fact, whether you are in Azmio or Yuda depends on who is the presidential flag bearer, because decisions to implement this economic model would vary if you are in USA, would vary if you are in China, it will vary if you are in Uganda, it will vary if you are in Kenya, because of the people who hold power in those countries. So we cannot sit here and say we exonerate William Samoei Ruto or Raila Amolo Odinga from this discussion. They are part and parcel of it, and whether the bottom-up economic model depends on who implements it. So that's why we're saying we cannot discuss the bottom-up economic model in isolation. We need to know what is our corruption index. We need to know what are the problems that are bedeviling our economy. We need to know what is the character and the integrity of the bottom-up propellers of this economic model of UDA. So, David, you cannot tell us now. We just take it as a theory. In fact, The issue of bottom-up started up. I'm a Christian, and I believe the bottom-up economic model began in the Garden of Eden. It succeeded because God himself was not corrupt. And so we cannot isolate William Samoei Ruto from this. And that's why we're discussing Raila Amolo Odinga versus William Samoei Ruto. We don't believe. For me, if you remove William Samoei Ruto from this thing, I believe in the bottom-up economic model. You bring him back, I don't believe it because I don't trust him. How do you tell Muteshi's son that William Samoei Ruto is coming to empower him? Yet he knows someone grabbed his land. And this is the person who is coming to be the president to implement a bottom-up economic model. Is it practical? No.
Hey, thank you, Philip. Now, let's do this. Let's do this. There is you forgive me, but my world is in the church. I work in the church world, so I'll give you an example from the church world. There is a pastor who was transferred to a particular church, and he changed the position of the piano from the left to the right because he saw that the piano looks good on the right than on the left. So one of the leaders in the church asked him, "Who told you to move the piano from where it was to the new place?" He said, "There's nothing wrong with that. I just saw that the position of the piano was not looking good, so I moved it to the place where it looks better." And they said, "You will hear from me." And by evening, the pastor was fired for moving the piano just from one direction of the church to the other direction of the church. So 1 year later, he comes back passing through the same locality. Then he goes for a church service in the place, and he finds the new pastor who took over from him has also moved the piano from where this important member had said it should not be moved to the place where he had moved. But this pastor was not sacked, so he waited for the service to be over to go and ask, what medicine did he apply to change the piano, and he wasn't sacked. And the new pastor said, I moved the piano, but I did not move it in a single day. So I was moving it a few inches every day, a few inches every day. And before they knew it, it was on the other side without them noticing. Now, there is a reason why I'm bringing that up. Change that is not managed always ends up being disastrous. Changing economic model is not the issue in Kenya. The issue is, are we willing to confront what bedevils this country? I don't think the economic model is the problem of this country. The problem of this country is, number one, governance, okay? Poor governance, where people are presiding over loss of resources instead of safeguarding our resources. They are presiding over corruption other than ending corruption. We have turned our laws to be tools to use to run away with stolen resources. Personalized public land is turned into personal property, and we look for law that defends us into that. So if we will be able to address all these things, we don't need a change of an economic model in Kenya, in my opinion. What we need is leadership that believes in Kenya enough to protect its resources for the future generations. Just like our forefathers went in the bush to fight the white man, to safeguard the lands and the properties of this country for future generations. Our current leaders need to be delivered from selfishness and wanting to eat everything today and begin to look forward to securing this country for future generations. So if you want to be president, no problem. Why do you want to be president? The Bible says, do you want to be great? He say, don't. Do you want to be great for yourself? He say, don't. So we need to scrutinize everybody who is asking for a position of leadership in public office on the basis, why do they want to be great? Do they want to be great for themselves, or do they want to be great for the safeguarding of the Kenyan resources? But if we don't manage this change, it will not change us the right way. It may change us by putting us in a more precarious position than we already are. Let's manage our ports, manage our roads, manage our industries, revive the dead ones. Isaiah says what? Strengthen your stakes, lengthen your cords. Strengthen your stakes means what you already have, safeguard it first. Then reach out for what you don't have. But if nobody's talking about how to safeguard what we have,
Bernard,
and he wants to add...
Are you telling
Yes.
this panel and the world listening to you that bottom-up economic model is not a bad model, but the person proposing it is a bad person? Is that what you are saying?
Not me. I did not say that. Others said that. What I'm saying is the change, the sudden change may be disastrous because, like, for example, the spirited attacks to the movers and shakers of this country. Movers and shakers. We used to have such a show on TV. Movers and shakers. The people who are already running the economy, you victimize them for having the money and having the power and having the capacity to employ others.
Can I ask
what reason?
David? Can I ask David a question?
So hold on, Themba. I'm finishing. Then I let you come in, and I'll be gone. Aaron and Mulumbu have not said anything, so mmekuja wote pamoja na mimi nitakuwa nimeng'atuka. So my appeal to all of us is not to fight over which economic model, what economic model. Let's look at what is best for Kenya as at now. In my opinion, let us take things the way they are. Like Kibaki. Kibaki took over government in a very acrimonious circumstances. Kibaki would have turned everything upside down because that was the spirit in the atmosphere at that point in time. Anything smelling KANU was not appreciated in Kenya at that time. But when Kibaki took over, he inherited the KANU system, he inherited the Attorney General, inherited the provincial administration, and kept it running for his stability. And that is what gave him ample time to revive the economy. Unlike Uhuru, when Uhuru came in 2013, he threw away everyone and brought in everything new, and instability came in. It took him almost 4 years to stabilize and be able to run the country. So change that is not managed is always disastrous. That is what I am advocating for. So DP may be having a point with his bottom-up approach, but sudden change. He has been in trickle down all his life, supported trickle down all his life. Then suddenly at the tail end of his term as deputy president, he now wants to tell us everything we have been having is wrong. Let us make it the other way around. In my opinion, that is not trustworthy. The kingdom of God is like a man who goes in his house and brings out what is old and new. He does not go in and bring new only. He brings out what is old and new. Enough of Bible preaching. Thank you very much. Themba, na kuachia mamlaka yote to fire, hire, and close the show. See you later. The other show,
Leonard, you have said very dangerous statements, Kwaheri, but you have said very dangerous statements.
What dangerous statement, Alex?
We don't want to start a new discussion, but it's an opinion and we agree, but at the same time, you have thrown a spin that is dangerous.
Point out what dangerous thing I've said.
Your two illustrations. You know, when a person is taking over as a president, he is going to manage 47 million lives. And when you say that change, when he comes in, he should remain with change, the status quo, I think then there is no need for them being given a new mandate. You have every right after campaigning, after giving us your manifesto, after telling us what you will do, we have given you the tools of power to go manage and give us the results. And that is what democracy is. We are not propelling bureaucracy.
Alex, you miss my point. You miss my point. Even if you come in the office as new, for example, what made Sonko unable to run Nairobi? It is not Sonko couldn't run Nairobi. Sonko came in on an already working system. Instead of him managing the working system and begin to introduce changes, he sent away everybody and begin to hire everybody new. Then everything now backfired against him. Kibaki was wise to come in, then use the current system until he is able to introduce changes bit by bit. And by the time he was finishing his tenure, he had everything under control. That is all I am saying. I compare it with what Uhuru did. The instability of Uhuru at the initial stage of his presidency, when he had, even the time for Nini, the terrorists, okay, the bomb was everywhere, and Olelenku was the minister for interior. He said, I think it's the mattress that is catching fire. The country was in limbo. Why? Because when Uhuru came in, he sent away everybody who was working with Kibaki, and he brought in new people who are still learning. So you are learning to be president. You brought in your state house controller who is also learning. You brought in a minister for interior who is also learning, and all that. So what is going to happen at the end of the day? So I'm saying every change must be managed and gradual. I don't see anything dangerous with that. It is wisdom. When you come in, you don't overturn everything, because it will eat you up. God gave an instruction to the children of Israel. Say, when you get in the promised land, don't kill everybody. He said, acquire the land bit by bit. He said, because if you exterminate everybody in the land, the beasts of the wild will multiply against you and eat you from the promised land. That is where I draw that. It's not anything against anybody. Thank you. Themba, endelea tafadhali. Domi hapa amenua mikono. Ebu let Themba manage from there. Thank you, guys. We'll see you later on in the course of the day as we'll be looking on another topic. I hope hiyo mikono itainuliwa kinyume na mimi nimeenda kwa amani.
David, I want to ask you a question. That from your submission, that we shouldn't ask who is proposing the model. We should follow the model. What is your philosophy on that? Secondly, name a country that has had sustainable development because of bottom-up. What you mentioned are examples of band-aids that have been offered. And the band-aid is like a first aid that is being given, not a sustainable economic development. Kindly give countries or a country that you think has had sustainable development because of bottom-up economics. David.
Thank you, Temba. I hope you are the chair now. I should address you as the chair. You know, our topic is very, very clear down there. I hope you have been listening and you have come to the show. You can see even the way it flows there. We are unmasking this model, whether it is workable or not, or just a narrative in Kenyan situation. But when you listen to majority of us, we are, and that one has been confirmed by the previous chair, and one Alex Soe. It is a pity to this and a disservice to this channel when we come here and say the system, the proposed whatever is good, but the person proposing it, we don't want to hear. He is not the rightful person. They have further gone ahead to give examples of Kanu issues, and I think from Kanu. So in other words, you are reducing us to just support us. You heard Philip quote the Bible. You know, in other words, we are there to borrow what our leaders tells us, and anything coming from the opponent doesn't make sense to us. That is what I was worried about. Secondly, I may not give you a country because you didn't ask me to do that, but I gave a very simple example. You know, an economy is made up of households. And if Temper, you can bear with me, some families have made progress because they approached their predicament in the bottom-up approach, that everybody can be important, can be productive, and you can be empowered at your level. It's not an error now to amass resources and put them in one person with the hope that he will go to the US and he will go to university and come back and help us. No, it is you as an individual. What can you do at your level? What do you need to be productive and take charge of your life? Kama wewe ni mshona nguo, you don't need a degree or a PhD. You simply need so little as 5,000 overseeing a machine, then you become managing, and when you manage your life at your level. If you are able to go to college, go ahead and do what you can. That's what we are saying, that a person down there is empowered to change his life at an individual level, because you can't say you can support the whole village. You cannot do that, even the whole family. So even in Kenya, we can do that. We can do that by, one, giving capital, affordable capital, and other factors of production to people at their level and become productive. This other issue where people say, oh, atukipea watu pikipiki mingi. Philip, when you were explaining that, I was kind of almost laughing. I'm sorry to say that. Because wakati unasema sasa ukikuwa na mboga nyingi utauzia nani? Literally, that doesn't hold water anyway. We had Kibaki reducing the access or the cost of pikipikis, and it has employed so many people. So Themba, the problem we have in Kenya is unemployment, and any way we can approach it and solve it, the better. And that was my argument. So, but if you want me to give you a country, then of course you need to give me time to go and look at it. Because it wasn't my day, but it was just a recap, and I was amazed that people now are discussing an individual instead of...
No. David.
Yes.
You have skirted around my question that was very direct. Give me countries that have had sustainable development because of bottom up. You don't have any. So that means even you, as much as you're trying to get us away from discussing the person, you're not providing an alternative. Now I want to submit to you.
You cannot speak on my behalf though, but that is, you are entitled.
I want to submit to you that, no, you scattered around. I told you, give me examples. You said there's none that you know. Now, even what you're talking about helping your family, that's trickle down. It is the person who has that is trickling the money down. Now, trickle down.
I didn't say you
Let me finish.
Empowering the person that is left.
Trickle down. It's not extreme opposite of bottom up. So bottom up is not extreme opposite of trickle down. That is a misunderstanding. In trickle down, you are taking money. Bottom up, the assumption is you are empowering people and they will go up. They are not taking money up. Trickle down, you're taking money up. If it was the same, then the people who are at the top would come down. Bottom up.
Topic last time.
No. Let me finish. Let me
No, you
finish.
cannot feed words into my mouth or my head. You are the one who gave this topic, and we agreed we go read. Did you read anywhere? Because I have read from Harvard the definition and the examples given. You know what we are saying is quite different from what is in Google even.
Allow me finish. You Google, that's okay. But allow me finish what I'm saying. Bottom up, you're imagining that these people who are going to be given money are going to get rich and they'll get to the top ladder of the economy. Trickle down is imagining that people who are at the top of the economy will trickle money down. It is not opposite of each other. That is what I'm saying. You go read wherever you want to read, but there's none that will tell you that they are the opposite of each other. While people come here and start telling us, trickle down, the opposite of trickle down is bottom up. That is not true. Their concepts are different. Now, having said that, when you come here and tell us that the bottom up is the most sustainable way, I'm asking which countries can you say that this one has had sustainable development because of bottom up? Even in your reading, when you went reading, you are coming here and saying that I cannot say which one. You can't just read the definition and then you come. You must read the application, compare applicability. Has it been applied anywhere? Has it worked? What are the challenges? Ndeto came here, told us about Grameen Bank. Did he read the challenges? One of the challenges of the Grameen Bank application is lack of, being able to return the loan that they have been given. That's a challenge, So there are so many defaulters. And the question I've kept on asking, when you come and say that you'll give this to women's circles, how are you going to deal with the idea of defaulters? Those are the questions we have been asking. What is the structure? In some countries, government borrow from its citizens through treasury bills. When a government gives you money, you don't return most of the times. So when you come and tell us that, okay, fine, we'll have this sustainable development by giving money, it's like saying that a country develops in loans. Dambisa Moyo, in her book, Dead Aid, has said that is when you get into an aid as a government, in most African countries that have been given aid, pilferage through corruption and lack of management of those finances has not helped those countries to grow. You can go read that book. She's an economist. It's a book you can read. That the only best way to develop countries is by focusing on raw materials and industries within the country. And she's given examples of countries that developed without aid. We keep talking about Singapore. Some of them did not get any aid. So when we come and want to reason and we argue about an economic model simply because it has been made to sound good, Yet there's no place. In fact, places where it was supposedly, given failed, and there's documents to that. So David comes here and starts telling us, when you are developing, when you are helping your people at home, you're giving them money. Now you are doing bottom up. Give money to your family for 3 years. Tell me how many of them will go up.
I didn't say that. Temba, stop putting words in my mouth. I said, kama wewe ni msharahani, napewa sharahani bana. Why do you want to force things in my mouth? I didn't say that. You are in a public, and this one can be replayed. We are on YouTube.
David, are you on denial? Okay, can you say again what you said? Because I don't want you to.
No, if you are the chair, regulate the meeting, but you can't come here to give me a lecture. Themba, let's respect this forum. I'm saying I give my opinion. You can be satisfied with it or reject it, but giving
But
me a
your
lecture.
opinion has to be rebutted, David. Your opinion has to be rebutted.
If you want to borrow anything from your leader, go ahead and do it. We were examining this bottom up, but you cannot reduce us to discussing a person simply because the person who proposed this is a bad person. That is reducing us to a very low level. I'm sorry to say, and I beg, I need to leave.
You see, you can't come to a forum and you don't expect your opinion to be rebutted. That's very retrogressive. You say something that you can defend when asked questions. Telling me that you giving money to your family, that's bottom up. That in my view is cheapening the idea of bottom up. And you see, there are these simple things I have been told to people that are making them imagine that you can actually have a sustainable development using bottom up. I don't think so. There are band-aids that have been offered, and a band-aid is like a first aid you are giving to someone. You cannot sustain it. And even if someone is giving you something, sustainable development is based on creative ways of building a bigger economy. Bigger economies are built by utilizations of the raw material within the country, industrialization. That is what builds sustainable economy. Look at countries that have developed because of industrialization. China is all over because of utilizing what they have within them. Japan and other countries that utilize what they have within them, and they sell out. Instead of looking at East African community as a problem, we look at the market. What can we sell to that market? What can Kenya sell to that market? You don't cut the small one and then imagine that a country will develop. In my submission, I think what was going to happen is it's unfortunate that all the people who thought that they knew what bottom up is have disappeared. I wish they were here so that we could engage. When you just come and make noise. In my view, if you must talk about bottom up, talk about the fusion, between the government, bringing down some support to its members, and then empowering the industry, creating industries that will make now people work to create jobs and also to utilize the factors of production down here, and then they pay taxes, and in view of that, now the country develops. But just saying that bottom up, as envisaged by the UDA, the way they talk about it, that I have 5 billion I've set aside to give, you can't do that. The government creates an environment in terms of infrastructure, high capital investments like roads, opening up the market, creating, making easier for people to access the market, trades like maybe East African community, making it easier for people to move, opening up the market for people to sell their goods and services. People will earn more money, pay more taxes to the government. The government will, in response, invest in its own people, invest in other activities within the country. But you don't develop by giving someone things to sell, while the people who are supposed to be buying have nothing or no money in their pocket. They don't have disposable income to buy that. They don't even have taxes. How will you be charged taxes on things you're not selling? I want to stop there for now, so that I can bring in Harun. And Harun, after you give your submission, I'll beg to step out for about 45 minutes, and I'll be back. You can moderate. Sawa?
It's okay. It's okay.
Okay, go ahead.
But we want to answer you before you go. There's something you've said there. I don't think you did right when you made the other guy go. The least you could have done, the least you could have told him, please listen to each other. Please.
Alex.
Yes, my friend. Yes, my friend.
You don't make me take responsibility for someone who has chosen willingly to leave the forum.
I think what you told him was right, but the manner on how you told him, I think you should be tempered with kindness. These are opinions.
That's how David. That's how Alex. That's how David reacts. He reacts. That's how he reacts. He has some emotion. That's how he is.
Okay, you're knowing David today, but David is a veteran in this forum. But you see, I have no apologies for how someone fails to respond to. I simply ask to rebut. You can't say things and then you don't expect it to be rebutted. That is very retrogressive. If you're coming with emotions, then probably this is not the best show for you. Yes, yes, Jakindube.
Demba anazungumzaga na anatoaga maoni yake bila hasira, bila chochote. Kwa hiyo mtu ambaye anaona ubaya na anatoa maoni yake kama amefanya uchunguzi, hapayuki tu. Huyo jamaa kama hakufanya uchunguzi, asione ubaya. Lazima ufanye ukitaka kuja hapa. Okay. Asante.
But I want Demba. I wanted to give a different opinion from Demba before he goes.
Hold on, Philip. Let me hear Harun, and then I'll hear Philip, and then I can yes, Harun.
Yeah, in fact I want to agree with David kuhusu hii mambo ya bottom up. Nataka kuagree na Alex, sijui alibonga namna gani, cause nilisikia akisema kuwa David akisema kuwa in fact ana agree na yeye, si kusikia submission ya Alex. Hii mambo ya bottom up lazima tuambiane ukweli. Unajua hii topic wakati mmeileta 3 days ago mlituambia tuende tufanye
yako ni submission eh?
Yeah, yangu ni submission yeah.
Haya, wacha tusikie swali kutoka kwa Philip alafu ndio turudi kwako.
It is not a question, but I wanted to. There is something you said, and I differ with it. Even though I don't believe that UDA can actually deliver on the bottom-up economic model. But I want
it's okay, guys.
So this is what I'm saying: that a bottom-up economic model, if it is in an environment that is regulated, it can work. If it is in an environment where whoever is implementing starts with the capital, starts with the market, you create a market for these people we call hustlers, for these people who are at the bottom of the pyramid. You create a market for it, whether it is a local market or international market, whatever, you have to create a market. Once you create a market, you are going to create a demand for them. Now, what they are missing could be capital. Now, you give them capital at an interest. Why at an interest? Because you as government, you have also to make profit. Even if you are a financial institution, You are giving them at an interest because you also want to make a profit. So you give them capital, they invest in whatever demand
So
is there.
Philip, let me ask
Yes?
you, when you're giving them capital, that is trickle down, right?
Of course, yes.
And if you had me, I don't know why you are differing with me. I said that a mix of trickle down and then empowering the people, that is now a mix of the two, is what has given sustainable development. So which part of that statement was wrong?
And of course, in the basic definition of what a bottom-up economic model is, does not exonerate trickle down until we start defining what bottom-up is. You see, bottom-up means there is somebody who is having resource. There is somebody who is having resources, but he's not targeting these resources to those who are at the apex of the economic pyramid. He's directing resources to the bottom of the economic pyramid. So
what? Well, let me ask you: when you're saying bottom up now, who is coming from bottom now and going up where?
Now, in this case, in our case here, the hustlers are the ones who are now being empowered for them to rise through the economic rank. They're the ones who are being empowered.
So it is the people. In bottom up, it is the people being given economic empowerment for them to rise through the ladder in status wise, right?
Yes, exactly.
And trickle down is trickling the money, not the people, right?
Yeah, that's one I agree. You are
So
trickling the money.
it is not the opposite of the other.
It's not the opposite. We only say it becomes bottom up because the word bottom up is not because of money, it's because of development. Unainua watu kutoka chini, wanakuja juu. That's why it comes with bottom up. It doesn't mean money rising. It is people you have empowered that are rising. They are moving from poverty to middle
No, but
class.
hold on. When you increase more people whose tax base is, when you increase the tax base of a country,
Yes.
do you make more people pay taxes to the government?
Yes, of course.
Is that making money go up?
Now that the tax is for who? In whose interest is the tax being held by government?
Now,
Still the tax belongs to the people.
one thing that has been sorted, when you read carefully on the submission by the UDA people, they say that Kenyan tax system is not very efficient. That means we have a certain unofficial economy that is not taxed at all. Like, for example, if you go buying mboga, which time does Mama Mboga pay tax? Where do they pay their taxes?
It's of course indirect. It's not as
They don't
direct as.
Yeah, so the people who pay taxes are probably, if you are employed in a certain government institution or maybe workplace, those are the places where you find you have to return your tax.
Of course.
So there's a very, okay, mtu wa bodaboda analipa tax wapi?
It's indirect. It's not as direct as it is, but because he's consuming commodities
But
that are being taxed,
he's selling a service, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
And he's earning from it.
Yes.
He needs to pay taxes for it, isn't it?
Yes.
But he's not paying tax.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is, according to them, they say if you have all these people put together formally, they are going to be taxed formally, and they're going to be taking the money up to the government, and the government will have money to spend. Which for me, I find as twisted economics. All right. Now that is in my view.
Then you are right, and that's why even me, I'm differing with UDA and William.
So when normally, like Jakindu Bear said, it is when David, of course, we don't discuss people who have left. But when I said, okay, give me examples of countries that have developed because of what you are purporting. So if you go read and then you don't come and tell us, okay, come give me country A, B, C, D.
But me, I can give you because I've done research on this thing. China itself is using a bottom-up economic model.
No. You are wrong.
Let me explain myself. Let me explain myself.
China's economic model is not bottom-up economic model.
Let me explain myself, because we have agreed what bottom-up is. Unless you tell me what China is doing, how is China able to create billionaires in a year? Tell me what China is doing.
China is not economic model is not bottom-up economic model.
Now tell us, you have differed. You have now to tell us what China is doing to produce billionaires every year.
Now I'm going to be back here in 45 minutes, and I'm going to mention that as to educate you on the economic model that is being implemented by China. Now China is one of the countries they have quoted. The guys, your friends, the UDA, like China. And if you read further, you discover that China is not using bottom-up economic model. A bottom-up has not worked anywhere.
Okay, until then, it's fine.
So let me bring in Harun. Harun, kindly come on. You proceed on, and then I'll be back in about 45 minutes.
Yeah, it's okay, Baba.
The only thing that I know you will not have is permission to add or remove, but let me add the people.
It's okay.
Kindly don't drop off, because there'll be probably no one to add you in.
It's okay. Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Tempa. Alex, ni vizuri umerudi. Yeah, Raila Amolo Odinga na William Samoei Ruto, both of them are advocating for bottom up. Hapo ndio naanzia. Mlituambia tuende tusome. Mimi yale yenye nimesoma kwa siku 3 hivyo ndio nimepata. William Samoei Ruto advocating for bottom up. Raila Amolo Odinga same. He's advocating for bottom up. Sababu gani? Raila Amolo Odinga akichukua urais, kuna hawa vijana zaidi ya milioni 10 ambao hawana kazi. Lazima atawainua. He has to lift them up. Si eti anakuja ku lift up building and vegetables. No, his aim is to come and lift up these people from poverty level to middle class earners. So David vile amebonga vizuri hapo hivi, amesema kuwa William Samoei Ruto, nimempata vizuri. Alex, sijajua mbona ni yako nikaimiss your submission. Ningeipata nione kama uliagree na mbona David akawa ana agree with your submission. Sasa iko namna hii. William Samoei Ruto hatuwezi kataa kuwa hii mambo yake ya bottom up ni mbaya. Bottom up approach ya William Samoei Ruto iko mzuri sana. But mahali question mark iko ni ile the way William Samoei Ruto is presenting his points in as far as bottom up approach is concerned. William Samoei Ruto, what he is doing when he is going to the rallies, he tells his own people, the hustlers, that I will do what? Once you give me mandate to lead you in as from August 9, 20 of this year now, I'm going to lift you up. Okay? Yeye makosa anafanya, anaenda kwa hustlers direct. Okay? Na hawa hustlers vira anaenda kwao, he doesn't give them time wao wenyewe wamwambie what they want them to do for them. Because every hustler mahali popote ako, hasla mwenye ako Mount Kenya, maybe Mount Kenya ni ukulima ndio inafanya vizuri. Pale Kisumu maybe samaki ndio zinafanya vizuri. But sasa William Samoei Ruto makosa anafanya ni ile, he doesn't allow these hustlers wamwambie baba William Samoei Ruto, hizi pesa zenye hizi pesa zenye unataka kutupatia 100 billion si eti ni bodaboda utakuja kununua ama nini? No, kwa hii community yetu sisi kama vijana Waluo, what we lack maybe ni freezers. Wakati tunapotoa samaki zetu kutoka baharini, hatuna mahali pa kuweka hizo samaki zisije zikaharibika. You see now, that is the biggest mistake. But ile nia William Samoei Ruto ako nayo na hawa mahaslas iko mzuri sana. Ndio unaona wakati mulituambia kuwa we go, mimi sikusoma sana, lakini mulitupatia 3 days mkatuambia go and read. Kwa ile masomo kidogo yenye nilisoma, sasa ndio nimekuja kugundua kuwa William Samoei Ruto na bottom up yake ameweka hawa mahustlers vizuri sana kwa kichwa yao. He want them wa grow, but approach ndio peke yake William Samoei Ruto imempiga 10-0. Kusi yeye akienda kwao anawaambia kuwa mimi nitawapatia 100 billion. Si hivyo ndio anawaambianga, mimi nitaweka 100 billion. Hizo 100 billion unaweka kwa mradi gani? Have you asked those people what ails them kwa ile locality or mahali wanatoka? No. Makosa. Now, bottom up ya Raila Amolo Odinga is the way to go. Bottom up ya Raila Amolo Odinga is the way to go. Ni sababu gani? Kitu cha kwanza, wakati Raila Amolo Odinga amekuwa akienda in these 14 regions, wakati alianzia kutoka Kisii, akaenda Western, akaenda Turkana na Azimio, akaenda wapi? My brother, Raila alikuwa anafanya nini? Ile ni mambo ya bottom up. 100% bottom up. Ni sababu gani? Kitu cha kwanza, Raila Amolo Odinga, he involved the local leaders. Na our local leaders wakalei mbele ya Raila Amolo Odinga what ails the society. Ulikuwa unasikia kuwa the lakes of Lonyangapuo, tunataka ututengenezee hiki, tunataka ututengenezee hiki, zile maazimio. Na hiyo William Samoei Ruto ameilak. He has lacked it. Ndio bottom up ipate kumove vizuri, lazima uinvolve the local leaders, lazima uinvolve these so-called hustlers. Wote walete akili pamoja, wakuambie baba, ukichukua ile kiti ya State House, this is what we want you to help us. Ukitufanyia, ukitujengea hii industry, kwa sababu kama mimi natoka pande ya Kisii. Kisii tunalima mandizi. Sasa William Samoei Ruto, yani Raila Amolo Odinga, akichukua uongozi, akuje atujengee what we call industry ya kutengeneza crisps, ya kutengeneza kupitia kwa mandizi, ya kutengeneza juice, tutakuwa in fact in one way or the other tumeinuka as a community. So hiyo ndio tofauti, because hawa watu wawili, Raila Amolo Odinga, he want to raise up these people who are at the bottom of the pyramid, same to William Samoei Ruto, but the difference ndio hiyo nimewaambia kuwa ya Raila Amolo Odinga is 100%, reason being is involving the local leaders plus these people, because wao ndio through the local leaders mavijana wameambia local leaders, baba akija mwambie akipata uongozi atufanyie ABCD. Lakini William Samoei Ruto hiyo ana, yeye ni kusema kuwa nitaleta pesa, nitapatia mama mboga, hiyo tu ndio makosa. Asante sana. As I bring in Mr. Mulumbu to his views. Mr. Mulumbu, are you there?
Niko hapa.
Yes.
Asanteni sana ndugu zangu. Walikuwa nasema ndugu zanguni. So nimefurahi kwa hii mwaka vile tumeanza. Furahi kuwaona. Ilisema leo watu wa bottom up wanakuja kutuambia bottom up. I think that's what was said. They are come to tell us how bottom up works, how their leader is going to bring people up from the bottom when he takes power. Because that day there's a guy hapa alisema kwamba hii forum yafaa ileta watu wamesoma, sio watu wa low class kama sisi. We know nothing. Sasa nilikuwa nimemngojea, I waited for him today so that they can come and explain to us, because he's well schooled, so that he can educate us how bottom up is gonna work in our country and uplift people. But kwa sababu uongo wako nao mwingi, I don't see any person from bottom up here who was able to come and execute what his boss is talking about, so that he can convince us, some of us, we can follow them and vote the man in. But kwa kushangaa sijaona. Ndeto ndiye amekuwa hapa, amejaribu kuexplain lakini haingii, ametoroka ameenda. So to me bado nimeshindwa, because I wanted somebody who is on the bottom upside akuja to educate, to tell us, explain to us how that bottom up wanatangaza nayo wakitembea nayo Kenya mpaka kijiji kwa kijiji, how it's gonna work. Because hata wakienda kwa kijiji, they are not explaining to people how it's gonna work. So to me, sitaingia sana kwa bottom up, because nobody has came here and educated me how it is working and how it's gonna work. But I'm going to tell you why bottom up, if this guy they are trying to tell us can't work. Because wanaongea to give money to mama mboga, pikipiki man, na wale wengine na wafagiaji, because wanasema watapeana everybody, wafagiaji mpaka wale maids wote watapewa pesa, so that they can come up. To me, I don't understand, because the person who is we anasema kwamba this he can bring up people from bottom up, mwenyewe ana spray money. So I don't know if the owner of the bottom up is just spraying money all over without knowing hii money, hii pesa inaenda kufanya kazi ama haitafanya kazi. How is going to uplift these people? Because there must be mechanism and plans and skills and education. Not everybody is going to be a businessman. Not everybody is going to be a doctor. Not everybody is going to make bicycle. Kila mtu ana class yake. And to move a country, you must have if you are somebody who has lead the country, you have to read the mind of your country and the whole people, all kind of people you have. The first thing you give them is education. First. Second, you give them is manufacture. Now, manufacture, after giving education, find everybody with his own skills. Because watu wasipokuwa na skills na wapatie manufacture, na watu wa middle class waanze kufanya kazi. I don't know who mama mboga atauzia, wapikipiki sijui atabeba nani, wabazi wa kutoka Nairobi akipeleka sijui nini load akipeleka sijui atabeba nani, because these people need the industry. A country with the industry all over 47 counties. The inroad must be in and out. If there's somebody here who is in diaspora, he knows what I'm talking about. Like what Uhuru is doing, that's how it starts. There must be inroads in every corner. The movement is easier. And then we insert manufacture inside in every corner. Before you do that, you have to educate your people. Ambapo wanaenda kurani hizi vitu. You can't just pump in money without knowing who has skills. Umesomea nini? So that you can run your country. A good leader how can I say? Anavua the best people. Vile Yesu alikuja akaokota the best men 12 walikuwa wanatembea na the best. So wanamsaidia to run the country. It's not a one-man show. So we have so many millions of vijana katika our country. Most of them hawana skills. So a country yenye haina watu wengi hawana skills na hawana manufacturers na hawana inroads. How do you want these people to develop? Unawapatia pesa waende wapi? To do with what money? Mimi mwenyewe nilisikia mtu akisema habari ya faulu. I was in faulu myself. Tulikuwa tunaungana watu 6, then mnaenda kwa faulu mnachukua loan. Biashara mnaenda kufanya most the same. Some of them hawana skills. Inaenda nyinyi ambapo mmesurvive mnalipia wale wametoroka na pesa. Hawajui kuzitumia. So you cannot just give out money. Let somebody who has skill to do the business, to open the business, akuje interrogate, akuambia ataifanya namna gani, basi akimshapata skill yake vizuri, mpatie empowerment. Ndio sasa enda andike wengine. You can just give out any money like that. That you are bringing the country down.
1 minute imebaki.
Okay. So kitu ni mimi naona hapa, we need somebody atakuja kuangalia the country vile imekufa kwa viwanda, imekufa kwa kila kona, to revive all these things, to make sure watu kama kuna vijana wenye wana skills watolewa wapelekwe nje wasome maarifa, wakuje kama wana skills. Kitambo hizo ma industries zinakuja kuingia, they can run those industries. Or if not like that, we need somebody who can talk to the out world, alete investors. The investors pia wakija watataka watu wenye skills wenye wanaweza fanya hizo factories. You have to take people to school. That's why unaona watu wanasema habari China ilileta watu America, ikapeleka London, wakasoma, wakakuchukua skill, because China they don't invent, wanassemble. Unaona? Ndio naona Amerika ilibeba nini mafactories zao zote wakapeleka huko. Wana invent na zinakuwa assembled there. Silitoka juu. Kwani walitoa down. Wale jamaa leta watu wakasoma, akishasoma basi wanarudi huko mafactories zote wakiwa ni huko job, wanalipisha watu, wanapewa watu mshahara kidogo ya chini, mafactories zote zikaishia huko. That's why unaona inegonga Amerika kidogo, because the factories are over there, cheap labor, but they has imejenga watu wao. What are we doing in Kenya?
2 seconds to go.
So first of all, we need to stabilize our country. 2, education. 3, ujenge watu wako na manufacturers na inroads so that our country can move. Lakini mambo yotuambia at bottom up, I don't see. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Mulumbu, for your good submission. Mimi ningeambia Ruto kuwa gone are the days when you start raining money in an awkward way. So, Mr. Eric, as I bring you in, I want to ask you a question that can bottom up work without top down approach. Welcome on board, Mr. Eric.
Okay, thank you very much, guys, panelists. Nimekuja very late, but at least I can garner something from you guys. In terms of bottom up, I think this is something that no one is in a position to explain it very well or to make people understand about bottom up. Because you see, even the UDF fraternity, they are talking about bottom up, but even if you tell them to address or explain, I think no one is able to explain about it. Even the person who just gave them the information, David D, the other day he was asked and he ran away. So this bottom-up issue to explain, it's something like a scam, because you know the politician will no obvious come and tell you bottom up, kuanza chini kwenda juu. Then let me come into this fund. Some years back in around 2008 tulikuwa na hii pesa ya youth fund wakati ilianza. We used to form a group. You will register, you get a certificate, then you apply for the loan. Tulikuwa tunajipata tuko watu 40. We apply for the loan and we are given 50,000. Just tell me 40 youth with 50,000, which business they can run? 50 youth with 50,000. Wanaweza run business gani na hiyo pesa? Then on top of that, they have to pay that money back. In that 40 group of people, some doesn't have skills, some doesn't know even about business, some even want to start business, even they don't know how to work about it. So this issue of bottom up, they are trying to confuse people, but the only thing that this bottom up shows, they are trying to configure it somehow to confuse people. You know, people doesn't do research a lot to understand these things. As you see, this trickle down that we have been using for many years, you know, pesa lazima itoke kwa uko juu mahali pesa iko, ifike huku chini kwa mtu wa chini. Ndio huyu mtu wa chini aweze kufanya kazi na hiyo pesa. This bottom up, I think the deputy president, it's on record saying, I'm going to give 100 billion per year. This 100 billion, is it a grant or it's a loan to the people who are in business at grassroots? Is it a grant or is a loan? This 100 billion,
how many people will get access to this money? You know, that's the point we should ask ourselves. How many people will get access to this fund? If you get access to this fund, you have to pay the fund back, right? You get the fund, you don't have any idea about business or what to do with the money. You have nothing. You go, you have, let me say, you have a piece of land. You grow your vegetables and you don't have market. How will you pay that money back? And if we take it as a grant, nobody will do anything with that money because it's a government money. And in record, I'll just put it very clear. Pesa ya serikali watu ucheza nayo sana. Njuu, the government is not it's not a profit-making institution. You understand? So pesa ya serikali watu ucheza nayo sana because hautapelekwa mahali. And don't forget this bottom-up issue, it's a political thing. So hiyo pesa hata kukuja inakuja na ile political measures. So hiyo pesa hakuna mtu atakuwa serious na hiyo pesa juu ni ya serikali. Reason why, even like let me go the Baba side a little bit. He was trying to say the industry, the government industry, like sugar industries, they should be privatized. To be privatized, that one means it will be a profit-making institution. So it will be taken serious. Employees will be serious working because the investor want to make profits. You understand? So you guys, you must deliver. If you don't deliver, you get sacked. No court, nothing, nothing, nothing. You go home. But the moment is being run by the government, kufuta mtu ni kazi. Kufuta mtu kwa serikali ni kazi. Na si kazi ya mchezo. Ni kazi inaweza cost a lot of years. And finally you pay that person. That's why this bottom-up model, I don't see any word to explain it because nobody understands it. It's just a trickle down, but tunajaribu kuchanganywa huku chini njua tutafanya research ndio tuweze kuelewa. You know, if people are given chance when the UDF fraternity, they are in the podium talking about bottom up. If they can give someone a chance and stand and ask William Ruto, tuelezee hii bottom up ina work aje. They know very well nobody can stand on a podium and ask them that. That's why it's an hype. Bottom up, it's a political hype yenye wako nayo. Because if we don't have this thing called a value addition in our grassroots in counties, trust me, we can do nothing with this issue of bottom up. We can do nothing, absolutely nothing. Njuu hii pesa haitafikia kila mtu. Let me tell you guys, hii pesa haiwezi fikia kila mtu. Nimekuwa nikiangalia hii pesa ya serikali, government institution, their fund, na hiyo pesa hakuna kitu inafanyangwa. People doesn't pay back because it doesn't have penalties. You understand? The government will not follow you. This money was being given to 100,000 citizens. No guarantor. So no one is scared to pay for you.
1 minute ago. 1 minute, huh?
Yeah. So this bottom-up model, it will not work in Kenya. Even nowhere this bottom-up model will work. All we need, it's the empowerment, and we get skills, youth to be given skills. After we have skills, now we can implement the industries in the county levels, in the constituencies levels, the industries, the value chain added, so that turudi huko tuanze kujilea kutoka huko. From there, hata mtu wako chini atapata skills, atakuwa na skills. So a person can even go to a money lending institution, get a loan, do a business, sell the product to the government, and pay the loan back. You understand? So that's the only thing that can help us. About this bottom-up model, it's something that no one is in a position to explain it. And that's why I'm saying this. You have to remove the obstacle before you get to objectives. And that's what is UDA fraternity is trying to do. They are hiding us from removing the obstacle. First, we need to remove the obstacle so that we get to objectives. So this bottom-up model, it will never work. And this is a scam. If Kenyans are given, let me tell you, if Kenyans are given chance to scrutiny this thing day and night, everybody will run away from it. Nobody will even listen about bottom-up model again. Nobody, absolutely nobody, no one. So
Thank you.
My submission is that.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Alex, I can see you.
As I bring in Mr. Stone BK, let us not get lost along the way that bottom up, in fact, its main objective is to raise people who are at the bottom of the pyramid to the middle, to the middle of the pyramid towards en route to the top of the pyramid. Yani toa watu chini waingie katikati, wakifanya nini? Wakipanda juu. Ushaona sasa? Then kutoka hapo nimeona baba, before I bring in Mr. Stone BK, ningependa kuuliza Mr. Chakinu Bey anianze hii mambo ya bottom up, kuinua watu kutoka chini na ile levels of corruption yenye iko Kenya. Mr. Chakinu Bey, unaona tutawezana na hii maneno kweli? Hao watu tutawatoa huko chini kweli na ile levels ya ufisadi iko Kenya? Mr. Eric mute as I bring in Mr.
Please, kindly, 1 second. Kindly,
okay,
1 second.
Okay.
You know, let me just get into what you're asking Jakidube about kama tutawezana na hii corruption. That's why I've just said this when I was just finishing my submission, that we should remove the obstacles before we get to objectives. So the obstacles are all those sort of corruption. We get a surety of that this money will reach to everybody down there, to grassroots, that everyone has got skills to work on this thing. Those are the obstacles we are supposed to face first and remove. And to remove those obstacles, it's not an easy task. Thank you.
Exactly, yeah. So in fact, my brothers and my sisters, ile kitu ambayo inafaa mjue, kama William Samoei Ruto hakika anataka kuinua watu kutoka kwa ufukara huko chini, na kama hasungumzii mambo ya ufisadi na ile mikakati yenye ameweka, ndugu yangu na dada yangu, William Samoei Ruto msimpe uongozi ya taifa ya Kenya. That is what I've learned from Mr. Eric, na hiyo point yake vile ameizungumza hivyo, kuwa hiyo kama kuna obstacle, na hiyo obstacle ni corruption, na William Samoei Ruto there is no day asungumzii ile mikakati yenye ameweka jinsi ya kupambana na ufisadi. My brothers and my sisters, wewe ukiwa ni hustler, utaendelea kudumu na kuishi milele ukiwa hustler. Hiyo point iingie kwa vichwa zenyu vizuri kabisa, itulie. Mr. Chakinu Bey, hebu ongeza nguvu hiyo point about corruption na mambo ya kuinua watu wenye wako na ufukara hawa wa hustlers.
Asante sana, nashukuru. mimi nataka kuambia kwamba hizi obstacles ambazo tunasema, mimi narudia hii kitu, sijui kwa nini haingii kwa kichwa, sijui kwa nini hamuelewi hii kitu. Na mnaona Japan, ukiona Ujerumani, France, hizi nchi zote zinafanya vizuri. Kuna kitu ambao wamefanya. Number one, wameleta utulivu na umoja. Kama Kenya tukiwa na umoja, corruption haitakuweko. Mtu gani, wangapi walikuweko wakati Kibaki alichaguliwa 2002? Tulikuweko wote. Corruption ilienda chini. Kwa nini? Kwa sababu Wakenya walikuja pamoja, umoja. Na hii ndio maana nazidi kusema, na labda nitoke kwa hii azima kwamba President Uhuru na Raila walikaa chini, watu wawili viongozi. Kama mkitaka kujua uongozi, walikaa chini wawili, points ambazo walitoka nazo, tunaona manufaa ya hizo vitu ama tuone? Hiyo point zao mahali walikaa chini ilileta kitu inaitwa BBI. Hiyo BBI ukiangalia kwa makini ilikuwa inaleta usikilizano, inaleta uwiano, inaleta usawa katika sehemu zingine za Kenya. Wale wanapata pesa kidogo na wale wanapata waongezewe. Wale wamekuwa wana representation, yani wanatakiwa waongezewe, wabunge wanatakiwa waongezewe. Hiyo kuleta usawa na kusikilizana. Kama tungefuata hiyo tu, inaleta usawa. Hiyo ndio maana nazidi kuambia kwamba tukitaka kuvunja mambo ya ufisadi, ukabila, ni lazima hizi vitu hawa mnawaita cartels, ni lazima tuwe na umoja. Na tunataka kiongozi ambaye analeta watu pamoja. Kazi ya uongozi ni kuleta watu pamoja, sio kuambia watu kwamba kuna wengine ni hustler, kuna wengine ni dynasty. Hiyo unagawa watu, hiyo ni kugawa watu. Watu wakiwa pamoja tutakuwa na nguvu. Hizi vitu ambavyo mnaona ufisadi, tukiwa wamoja, tukifuata ile mwongozo ambao President na Raila wanajaribu kusema, na kuambia Kenya yetu itaondoka kutokana na hizi mambo ya kusema kuna corruption. Hizi corruption tutazirudisha chini kabisa, kwa sababu corruption kila nchi ziko nazo, lakini ukiangalia zile sheria zilikuwa zimewekwa, ukipatikana na corruption lazima within 6 months, sijui ilikuwa ni 6 months ama 1 year, hiyo kesi yako lazima iwe imefanyika. Saa hizi inaweza kwenda hata miaka 20 mpaka kama ulishtakiwa umekufa. Sasa hiyo ni kuna itilafu. Kwa hiyo lazima tuangalie, nawaambia kwamba kitu ambacho inatakikana, jambo la kwanza kabisa ni umoja wetu kama wa Kenya. Lazima tuwe na kitu inaitwa umoja, na hiyo umoja inaletwa na political stability. Tuwe na hiyo msingi. Nimewaambia, kuna mtu alisema Bangladesh inaenda vizuri kwa sababu waligundua kwamba walikuwa wanazozana, walikuwa wanapigana wenyewe kwa wenyewe, walikuwa wanapigana na India upande mwingine. Wamesuluhisha, waliketi chini wakatoa hiyo maneno, wamekuwa na political stability. Kwa nini wasiendelee? Hamwasikii kwa habari sasa, hatuwasikii kwamba Bangladesh kulifanyika nini walipigana, hakuna. Wanafanya kazi ya kujenga nchi yao. Sasa na sisi, hii bottom up ambayo imeletwa na Ruto ni fake, kwa sababu yeye mwenyewe kazi tumempatia hafanyi, na wale wajumbe wote hawafanyi hiyo kazi. Waliambiwa wafanye kazi, hawafanyi. Wamekuja na bottom up. Hizi vitu zote mbona kama yeye kweli anajali wa Kenya, mbona hajakaa na president akamshauri amwambie bwana, kwa sababu kazi yake ni kushauri na kumsaidia president. Angemshauri amwambie bwana, tufanye hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi, itasaidia. President ni mtu mungwana sana, atamsikiliza, lakini hataki kufanya hivyo. Sasa huyo ni mtu ambaye ni kiongozi ambaye hawezi kuongoza nchi, na hata hiyo bottom yake ndio maana ameshindwa kuelezea. Mimi wale watu wamejaribu kueleza hapa mambo ya bottom up, yani nimejaribu kusikia maana ya hiyo bottom up ambao wanaeleza. Mimi nimetoka na sifuri, zero, sijaelewi. Kwa hiyo mimi lazima niwaambie mimi nimetoka na sifuri, sikuwaelewa kabisa. Asante sana.
Baba, thank you so much, Mr. Jakin Bey. As I bring on Mr. Stone BK, then Mr. Philip. I want to ask you, Mr. Stone BK, can Ruto and Raila be able to lift up the so-called persons who are at the lowest of the pyramid in the society without the help of billionaires, au watu wenye wako na mipesa? Because mimi nasikia, je, Raila Amolo Odinga na William Samoei Ruto kama watu hawezi wakampiga support, hawa watu the so-called hustlers ama hawa mafukara vile baba anawaita, kama hawezi wakampiga Jack kwa njia moja ama nyingine, je, hii mambo ya bottom up, will it become a reality or it is a mirage? Stone BK, usukani ni wako baba. Unmute Stone BK. It seems Stone BK has got a problem in his mic. So I bring in Mr. Philip. Kindly answer that question. Our billionaires wenye wanachangia uchumi ya Kenya, je, Raila Amolo Odinga na William Samoei Ruto wanawahitaji ndio wapate nguvu ya kusaidia watu wenye wako on the lowest part of the pyramid? Thank you and welcome.
The direct answer to your question is yes. And even in a bottom-up economic model, you will still need these investors, the so-called investors, the big investors, the big companies. You will still need them. I want to give a very simple example of what the difference between a bottom-up economic model and a trickle-down economic model is, using a similar example. For example, I'm the president. Kuna kampuni kama Safaricom. Safaricom ni kampuni kubwa, ni bwenyenye. Safaricom imeandika wa Kenya wenye wanaishi kwa hii inaitwa hand to mouth. So what Ruto is calling them hustlers, imewaandika. Now I'm the president. Safaricom pays tax to my government. Now, if I believe in the bottom-up economic model, I believe in the bottom-up economic model. Supposing Safaricom owes my government 10 billion in tax. If I believe in bottom-up economic model, I will allow Safaricom to pay my government 10 billion tax. Then take this 10 billion, put it in a kitty somewhere, a government kitty. Na niambie, tuseme for example for the guys in Meru, wenye wanapanda miraa, niwaambie kwamba I've trained you on how you can develop a cottage industry ya kutengeneza juice ya miraa. That common farmer from the farm anaipeleka kwa compound yake, anaenda kuchukua loan, ananunua kamashini kake Kenya kanaweza toa juice. Hiyo juice inatoka hapo inaenda kwa market, profit yenye anapata anajijenga nayo, na part of it analipa hii loan. That is a bottom up economic model, but imeanza na wapi? Na Safaricom. Nimepata pesa kutoka kwa Safaricom, nimeweka kwa kiti, hii pesa nimeipeleka wapi? Kwa farmer. Farmer amechukua hii loan, amenunua machine, anaunda juice, hiyo juice imeuzwa. Profit imekuja kwa farmer na bado imekuja kwangu kama government. Now, the same example in a trickle down economic model. Mimi ni serikali. Safaricom owes me 10 billion in tax. Now, if I believe in the trickle down economic model, nitaambia Safaricom kwamba hii 10 billion yenye unani owe in terms of tax na kupea kitu inaitwa tax relief. Instead of paying me 10 billion na unipay 8 billion na hii 2 billion yenye na kuachia, use it to expand your business. And in expanding your business, mimi kama serikali naamini kwamba wakati uta expand your business, you're going to employ more hustlers in your business. And when you employ more hustlers in your business, the effect of this tax relief itafikia huyo hustler. This is a trickle down economic model. But scholars have argued that this is what has been happening and it has never happened and has never benefited especially developing countries. Countries in the West have been giving developing countries aids, misaada, inapea government and NGOs misaada, with a belief that these aids will reach the common mwananchi. But that has not been the case. What William Ruto is trying to say is, instead of us channeling our resources to these big companies, giving them tax reliefs, kwa nini tusichukue hizi resources tupeleke kwa mwananchi? But the question that the point at which I differ with William Ruto, his history does not show that he can do that. If his history would have shown that, today if Raila Amolo Odinga was the one talking about bottom-up economic model, I will cross over to UDA. Today, if Barack Obama is the one who was talking about bottom-up economic model, I will cross over to UDA. Because I believe this person mwenye napea mamlaka, I trust him with my resources. Akichukua hii 20 billion ama 10 billion kutoka kwa Safaricom, hata iweka kwa mfuko yake, ama watu wenye wako around him hawataweka kwa mfuko yao, wataweka kwa kiti, na because corruption at that time it quickly reduced, I can get it. What we are differing with William Samoei Ruto is that he has been implicated in so many corruption-related cases, and he does not have the moral authority to tell us that he is now interested in uplifting the poor. Yet his actions have always ensured that people have been poor. Wakati alienda akaimport maize from Mexico, did that make Kenyans poor or rich? The people who are producing maize in Rift Valley, did they become richer or they became poorer? They became poorer. That's the fact. So we don't believe that he stands for the poor. In fact, William Samoei Ruto should be representing the rich and not the poor. He has benefited from a trickle-down economic model, and he does not have a bottom-up economic model. But mimi zenye najua, if we have the right people, kitu bei amesema hapo, kama tutoe corruption, to educate our people, we have the right skill labor, tuko na market, a bottom-up economic model can work. It is not going to work in Kenya because we do not have the right environment, we do not have the right leadership in UDA, and they don't believe in what they are saying. They say it, but in their actions speak otherwise. Happen the difference me yangu na UDA iko, but a bottom-up economic model can work. In Bangladesh, let me remind my good friend Jaka Kudube. I don't know how to pronounce it very well. In Bangladesh, ukienda kusoma history of what is happening, Bangladesh is having the hugest mobile subscribers in the world because walienda wakatafuta investors. Apart from your political stability, corruption and all that you've said, they went and looked for investors. Those investors walikuwa wanachukua loan, microfinance enterprises walikuwa wanachukua loan, wanapea women. Women wakishachukua hii loan, wanaenda wana lease mobile devices from the manufacturers, na wanaenda wanauzia their fellow women. And at that point, they used to make profit. So it appears you are creating a village economy. You are creating cottage industry. You are promoting industries owned by the poor. So when you create industries owned by the poor rise, they create wealth, and in the process, they also uplift other poor guys. But William Samoei Ruto cannot do that. A bottom-up economic model can work, but not with William Samoei Ruto at the helm of power. Hiyo tu.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Umeagree kuwa bottom up, by the way, bottom up model is the way to go, but the way sasa leaders, the way they try to tackle all the way they are trying to sell that model to us is what is not auguring well with us. It can work very well, it can work. Hiyo ndio jambo ambalo nimepata vizuri. Sasa brother Alex, naona una drive.
I'm sorry. In fact, makosa yenye William Samoei Ruto na watu wa UDA wanafanya makosa. Hata mulisikia yenye Kimani Kunjira aliongea akiwa Kakamega. Wao wanasema ati kuna watu wametukalia muda mrefu. Tukipata mamlaka tutachukua hiyo mali yenye vitu yenye wamekalia tuwaletee. Which is wrong. You have heard me that always implement bottom up economic model. Be like these big companies, you're going to fail. You need financial institutions. You need these people to pay tax. These big companies, they pay tax so they should take to the people. Hiyo ndio makosa yenye William Samoei Ruto anafanya. Na anaambia watu ati anaenda kupigana na matajiri mabwenyenye wenye wako na mali, achukue the resources zenye zimekuwa apeleke maskini. That is not bottom up economic model. It is not bottom up economic model from where I see.
It's theft.
It is theft and it's also economic war.
It's theft. Mr. Alex Baba anga kinda achengo konye. How can I help you? Because you are driving. Kuna swali nilikuwa nataka ni post kwako ndiposa
Nipe 2 minutes nafika kwa nyumba.
Asante. Sasa is okay. Wacha nibane hilo swali. Stone BK, mic yako imekuwa sawa? Oh baba, oh my God. Leo mbona
I think I'm good now.
Asante. Mr. Eric tulia. Sasa, I have a question to you. Can you agree with me that both Raila Amolo Odinga and William Samoei Ruto are advocating for bottom-up way in terms of uplifting the poor, though their approaches are the one which are differing? Can you be able to agree with me?
I think, well, I'll say yes and no. Yes, in the sense that both of them are trying to show that we need to again reactivate our economy from the local, or rather what you are calling bottom. That I agree. Both of them are really concerned into how we are going to react our economy by making sure that we enable wealth generation from the bottom. However, I disagree when now somebody says that there are those that have, the haves, who have been demonized, that they are the ones that have made the people at the bottom not to have. This is where I part ways with the hustler nation, because we all need some category of economic enablers. The enablers are companies, the big the people supermarkets, even the kiosks. These are the enablers of economic rejuvenation, because without them, who are holding and generating some activities for those that don't have to come and work and generate their day-to-day income, then we are not going to be talking of in isolation. So generally, what I'm thinking should be really supported is when we want to go and re-engineer at the bottom there, do what we call capital creation at the bottom. This is where we need to look for who can we trust to do that. And as I said earlier, It is not a matter of just going huko. There is a game tulikuwa tunacheza tukiwa watoto, ilikuwa inaitwa watoto nyara. Watoto nyara mtaani ilikuwa you come with sweets and all that, you throw up and then kids go running to pick them up as they fall down. So this is what I don't trust the nation, because the hustler nation are very loose. They are loose. It's like they are saying you just pump money at the bottom there and then things will go. It is not the case. It has to be very well engineered. And that's why I'm very much for the Azimio guys, because that's where I see the engineering of economy, other than just throwing in a system, calling it whatever you call it, but you don't have the really proven and very sustainable structure that can give a rise to an economy like what we saw in Kibaki's government.
You are done, Mr. BK?
Yes, I'm done. Yes, I'm done. I'm done, Harold.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your nice submission. Now I want to bring on Mr. Eric. Mr. Eric, you know why we are bringing our heads together is because, in fact, we are concerned about we are looking for ways of ensuring that we eradicate poverty amongst our people. Now, initially we talked about corruption, and then there is this thing of debt. What are the way? How are we going to address this issue of the debt? Because the debt which we owe those people, in fact, who pumped their money into our economy, is almost 9 trillion. Now, all this debt, corruption is here. Our people need to get jobs. How are we going to manage this debt? Because in terms of corruption, for number one, in terms of these two leaders, for Raila Amolo Odinga, in fact, he has told us that he's going to fight corruption. So for him, we give him a tick. Then debt management. How are we going to? What are the ways which we are going to put place in order for us to be able to repay this debt, so that all these yoke can be able to get out of our shoulders, and then this money which we have been channeling into repayment of debt, we can pump this money into the economy. About this debt, how can you be able to give us a clue? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, panelist. As I come back with the issue of the debt, I think I'm going to go direct to this point of debt. Let me say, like in 2013, 2017, the debt, the first term of the Jubilee government, the debt was around, I think, 3 trillion. But the project that was meant to be done by the money that was borrowed didn't work. Why? The money was being squandered. You understand? So the money got squandered. So those projects got stalled. you can confirm with me, and it's on record, that 2017 to date is the time that the big projects have been seen working well and completion within no time. Do you know why? Because of the stability that the handshake brought to the nation. The stability made everything go smooth. The first term of the Jubilee government, what happened, it's this issue of sharing 50-50. Me as a deputy, I want 50% of CSs. You as a president, you want 50 CSs. And what came in here, the deputy installed wale watu wanajua ni watu wake peke yake, actually from the same tribe. I may say, let me go into tribe, the same community, wale watu walieka kwa hizo docket zote. And that's why the first term of Jubilee, nothing was done. Absolutely nothing. So history of debt, I go to SGR. SGR, I think we pay 25 billion. We are supposed to be paying 25 billion. And SGR, it makes around 300 million profit. They have paid the debt monthly and they make like 300 million profit, SGR. And that's happen every month. They make that profit of 300 to 400 million every month. And that 300 million profit, already they have settled the loan for that month. So about the debt, the corruption, it's rampant. Let's be sure on that. And the corrupt people get protected much than people who are not corrupt. So that is the obstacle that is eating us in this issue of debt. In terms of curbing the debts, the only person I can trust, it's Raila. I'm sure, 100% sure Raila can tame the corruption issue. And that's why all years he has been fought negatively, because aim yake inakuanga kufight corruption. Aya, let me go to another point. This issue of economic model and economic liberation, it's I will tell you guys that the Baba's way of solving this issue is very different na the Ruto one, this bottom-up model. It's the difference is like day and night, the way they are working on their issues. One thing, Ruto is, this bottom-up is showing hustlers direct that I'll give you money. You understand? I'll give you money. Na hiyo ndiyo kitu anaweza vijana nayo. Na sisi vijana hatukumbuki, hatutapata hiyo pesa vile anaisema. You understand? Anatuonyesha tutapata pesa direct. I'll give you money. When people stay in the rally and heard about 100 billion, wanaona hiyo ni pesa mingi sana. Then you go, ukienda kwa baba asemi atapea mtu pesa. Baba ile kitu anasema atapeana hii monthly stipend, that's a protection fund ya the poor family, ile jamii yenye haipati, haina kazi, hakuna kitu anafanya, na hiyo jamii hawezi, ni kitu around 2.5 million. Na baba anapeana yeye njia ya kupata hiyo pesa mahali itatoka. Unaona, yeye anajua mahali pesa itatoka, na mahali itatoka ni kwa corruption. Hiyo pesa inaibiwa, ataifungia, itaibiwa na itatosha. Sisi watu wengine tunafanya kazi, sisi hatupewi hiyo pesa. Na mtu yote ana uwezo ya kufanya kazi, baba promise watu pesa. Ile kitu ana promise watu, anasema economic liberation is to industrialize the nation, to make sure in counties there is industries so that everybody can get a job to do, and na mtu ajisimamie. Na nimesema once again, hii pesa ya kupewa na serikali, wewe saizi, if the government comes and give you 50,000, kitu ya kwanza utakumbuka kufungua biashara, utakumbuka the bills you have. the first thing you remember the bills. Sijalipa school fees, uende ulipe 20,000 school fees. Unaona, sijanunua chakula ya mifugo, uende ununue chakula ya mifugo. At the end of the day, you are left with 5,000. Which business can you start with 5,000? Which business can you start with 5,000? So pesa ya serikali inatumiangwa vibaya. From the beginning, ikipewa wananchi inatumiangwa vibaya. Because ni pesa haina garanta, hakuna mtu atakufuata, hakuna mtu atakuja kukuchota if you don't pay. If you don't pay, no one will come after you. Lakini ukichukua pesa kwa lending institution, you will make sure you pay that money. And that's why you see the government money haisaidiangi vijana, haiwasaidiangi. Count me on that. Haiwasaidiangi. Reason, hiyo pesa haifuatangwi. Hata wakitumia vibaya haifuatwi. But pesa ya loan ya bank, hata tukichukua loan as a group, trust me, we must pay that loan. And to pay that loan, we must have business to do. Na hiyo business lazima itasurvive. You understand? Because we are someone's keeper. Mi nakuangalia, wewe unaangalia mwenzako, wewe anaangalia mwenzake. But pesa ya serikali, I was there. I said I was there with the youth fund. I was a chairman to a group. Na najua ile kitu nilipitia, that period. Nobody want to pay the money. You pursue people, nobody want to pay money. Because it's the government money. So this economic liberation ya Azimio la Umoja, and this the bottom up model. This bottom up model hakuna mtu anaweza ielewa. Hata Jackie Dube amesema hajajua kitu. Hakuna mtu anaweza ielewa hata kidogo. This bottom up model, no one can explain it very well. But the liberation ya baba hii ya Azimio, everybody understand. Hiyo it's a open thing. Kila mtu anaona ni nini.
Yeah,
So the bottom up.
1 minute, so I bring Alex. Finish.
Okay, it's okay. So about debts, you know, having debts, it's healthy if you manage to pay those debts, and that's why, like, let me give a scenario of this expressway. Do you know expressway? Hakuna pesa ya Kenya iko hapo, even a single coin. Do you know that? The government didn't give any money. It's the Chinese, they came and invested. They know how they will recover their money. You understand? Walikuja wakafanya survey, they noticed Mombasa Road every day zinapita 40,000 vehicles. Every day 40,000. Na wakafanya survey wakaona they can recover their fund within 25 years. And you know, this one will be costing less money. Kenyans have money. 150 shillings from one exit, 150 or 100 bob. And you avoid that traffic. You understand? So, even if it mambo ya corruption, to tame it, it's a role to everybody. Sisi wote tunafaa tuchangie kusolve corruption issues. We are not going to leave the corruption issues to one person. You know, a president cannot solve corruption issues alone. We need to support the president, and we will support the president who is willing to be supported to fight corruption. If someone is talking about being president and is not giving us how he will sort out these corruption issues, he doesn't even talk about it, how will we trust that person with the nation? We can't. You understand? So for the debt 2013, 2017, the debt was misappropriated, the money was squandered, the project didn't work. But as from 2017 to date, the project are seen very much well. So I think fighting corruption is all of us, we should get into that. Thank you. Alex, welcome.
Thank you so much, Mr. Eric. What I've come to learn from your statement is that, in fact, it seems William Samoei Ruto in 2013 to 2017, he had made his calculation so well that he had to make money so that that money can be able to help him in order to dish as
20
handout to young people in this particular time. That is what in
na
fact
ndio
I've
hii
come to learn
anatusumbua
from,
nayo, ndio hii
yeah,
pesa
from your statement.
anatusumbua nayo, up and
Very
down,
true,
ndio pesa
very
anatusumbua
true,
nayo.
very true. I agree 100%. Thank you so
Yeah.
much. Mr. Alex, as I bring you in, I want you to help us. In order for us to be able to help our people who are low in the society, we need to broaden the tax generation base. How are we going to achieve this? Because in fact, we don't want our country, more so young people who don't have any source of income to rely on this on the issue of handouts, because handouts sometimes they come into an end. How are we going to be able to, what are the structures which we are supposed to build in order for us, in fact, to generate a lot of tax, so that we can be able to use this tax to put structures which will help our people. Welcome on board, Mr. Alex.
Asante sana ambao wenye tumebaki bado kwa show. It shows our commitment and our love for the country. Previously nimekuwa nikilisten hii show, but I never really wanted to speak because, you know, I thought it was nice just to listen and never speak. But as the year commenced, I said, you know what, maybe this a year I should speak my mind. I am a trained economist, but at some point I departed from my training and went to something else. And that happens a lot to many people in various trainings. And I was privileged to be a nomadic boy, in that I went to school in Lugulu, which is in Western, from class 1 to class 8. From 1 to Form 4, I went to Kanga High School. Instead of going to Nairobi University, I was shipped to India. From India, I've gone to Europe. So because of that exposure, I have seen a few things that I thought can never work. Now, Temba asked, tell us where the bottom-up economy has worked. And I laughed. You see, these models, we need to come from a point of information and a point of learning before we ask those questions. For example, how did we define an economy is? Did we define already what is a model of economics? And how do we have a model of economic if already we have devolution? Look, an economy in a simple term is a region like a country, and it has resources, and its resources are scarce. But those resources that are scarce, they are going to be used in a maximum way to get the maximum potential to its people so that they can be independent. So as we organize ourselves to become an economy, we realize we cannot be totally independent. Therefore, we will contribute what we have to the society in general, be it local or international, and for them too, they will contribute what they have to us, because there are people who have a fuel economy, there are people who have agrarian economy, there are people who have industrial economy, there are people like Singapore who have just done a service economy, just purely service. They produce nothing. Singapore has no oil. Singapore has no even water to drink. It's just a service country, a service economy. So, and that's why when we come to Kenya, we ask ourselves, what is our economy in Kenya? We find that we cannot say that we have moved out of agrarian economy, because most, like 80% of our people depend on subsistence farming. Mama Mboga, all these people. What moves around, especially when the pandemic came around, everything stopped, but the food industry, the agriculture, kept on surviving people. You will find people who never felt the pandemic because for them, the food industry people had to eat every day. Now, why do we have economic models? Economic models are vehicles for ideas to replicate into implementation and a reality. It's like umepanda ndege unatoka Kisii, yani umepanda gari unatoka Kisii unakuja Nairobi, utaamua upande basi, utaamua upande Nissan, utaamua uende Kisumu upande ndege ukuje. So economic models are just conduits for politicians and those in governments to pass the ideas they have in their head. They implement them so that they replicate them into reality so that people can have economic progress. So when we talk about bottom-up economics, we are not basically defining it the way the Ruto and its people have been defining it. Many countries have defined it in a different way. Perhaps Ruto and his entourage have taken an extreme form of definition. But if you look what the bottom-up economics, especially those who are moving from the agrarian revolution to industrial revolution, they realized agriculture alone was not going to be sustainable. So they wanted, because not everybody could have a piece of land, because the three economic factors all over that cuts across in the world are land, capital, and labor. But we realize that labor is the most predominant because everybody can be a laborer, be it a white-collar laborer or a hard worker laborer. Somehow you can contribute your labor in the society or in the small community so that as an economic factor, you can earn out of it. So what we are capitalizing here is that now William, as a person, is coming and telling us he wants to build a bottom-up economy. Now, other countries, they did not use that word per se. We have two philosophy, school of thoughts when it comes to the fathers of economy. We have the Keynesian, which did never work. It's a macroeconomics, and I will not go to that. Then we have the Adam Smith with his microeconomics, which most of the countries use. In fact, 99.9% of the countries have used that. Now, let us dwell on that now. When it comes to labor, which is an economic factor that cuts across, that is where the approach of bottom-up economic we must use, because labor alone can generate without even capital and without land. You may not have land, you may not have capital, but you can use your labor in terms of service, in terms of as a labor or as a hard worker. Now, when he says that empowerment, I wish he could direct his energy and say, now, these people, especially those who are between 17 and 45, have so much energy but do not have jobs. So, kuinua the bottom up, we must protect our markets so that their labors don't go in vain. Now, that is how you march. And that is what India did during its cottage industry. When Mahatma Gandhi refused to become a president, he told Nehru that we will abolish international trade when it comes to a few things. For many years, India car market was protected until they developed their car full swing, Tata to be exported. That is when they allowed other cars to be imported. South Korea, the same thing, until Hyundai and the other car, Hyundai and what? Kia, they were able to export it. That is when they started importing other cars. For a very long time, China as a Chinese, you cannot import any car to the market because they were protecting the basic markets. So the bottom-up economics is not just about handouts, the way William Ruto is telling us. He must move and seize that disease of handouts. He must tell us that what he should do is to create an economy that is protecting the very jobs our people have down there. Jakindu Bay, I don't know where you come from. Maybe you come from Karachuan. But I went to Kanga. That is near Sony Sugar Company. Joe Banda Manentie Kono used to be more than 40,000. Joe Banda go, even if they were not educated, in a day, they were getting 200 to 300 shillings. And if they went to the bar, even if they bought cigarette, the tobacco industry, the BAT industry that was located in Rongo thrived. The EABL, Las Jona, was a big, big market center because people could go there and drink. So the thing is that when you protect the markets from down, you start building jobs. And those are the securities that you give the people down. That is how you build the bottom-down economics. How do you do so? For example, Kikomi. Kikomi should not compete at all with people who are importing second-hand clothes. We must ban that so that the tailors, people who have gone to technical schools, because you cannot take somebody to Kisit Polytechnic, Kisumu Polytechnic. That's why we have turned all our polytechnics to universities. Because even if you finish technical schools, there are no jobs. Why? Because we are not protecting the bottom jobs. So when we're talking about bottom-up economics, let's not peg it to Ruto alone. Let us be sober enough and ask, what is this that is in the bottom that can be protected? So that we can build an economy from down that is robust, that is sustainable. It is basically the market for people who are tailors, the market of people who are cutting sugarcane, the market for people who are sweeping the roads, the market for shopkeepers. We cannot allow Nakumat to just come in Kisii town and kill all the shops like that, because everybody will go to the, you can also assess on where and how you can start supermarkets. In as much as they are good, they only create employment for like 50, 80 people, but they kill many livelihoods. And that's why in this country, in the US, when Walmart wants to start anywhere, there must be a visibility study. And actually, even the county level, they will compensate the small shops and tell them that we will give you incentives so that you will not go home like that. But the people who will be employed by Walmart will be given healthcare, guaranteed, will be given ABCD, the 401k, which is like the NSSF, will be bargained, and that's how we help the bottom-up economy. It's not about handout. So if we could desist from what William Ruto is right, when William Ruto brought this issue of bottom-up economics, it's because he had run out of idea of how to fight the dynasties. William Ruto wanted to create something called a class war between Raila and the people that these people have been there before. So when he jumped the ship, he didn't know that he was going to the wrong ship. So he has held on to something that is not even able to talk about, because devolution in its nature, it's bottom up. He was against it. One man, one vote, 1 shilling. So because many people think it's one man, one vote. No, it's 1 man, 1 shilling in itself. It's bottom up, because hii pesa yenye inaenda huko chini inasaidia bursaries na nini, it's sort of also bottom up. But it cannot work in isolation without protecting those who own the means of productions. And I said here before, and I will repeat it for the benefit of doubt, when there was a worst recession in 2008 in America, Obama did not give people money to pay rent. Obama bailed out banks, and through banks, people were given money that they were capable to pay back. And those banks also had to pay money back again by the government taking about 30 to 40% of its stakes so that they can be accountable. when the pandemic came and people could not go to work, Trump gave people bailouts too, but not directly, through unemployment, and also those who kept their employees and paid them, they were given money which they were to pay back softly over the years. So we cannot go back and say that bottom up has never worked anywhere and call it a bandage. No, it will be unfair to say that the government has never used that approach, but it cannot work in isolation that you give people a handout. It works through systems that were already built, that are already robust, and are already going to work so that they can be accountable to the government. Bottom line is the institutions must work, the legislature must work, the judiciary must work, and our people must work. Without all of us coming together as a collective way so that we can realize we are making a robust economy, we will be working in vain, even if we work through trickle-down economy. That's why even trickle-down economy doesn't work too. Why? Because our institutions are not working too. So in as much as the person who has proposed this might be bad, some areas have worked and they will continue to work. And that's why NSSF, NHIF, and all those things were meant as a socialist nature to work in a capitalist country, including America, which hates socialism. They still have social security, they still have 401k, and this is a socialist agenda. So bottom up might be something that is propeller like William Ruto is not the right person and we can't trust him. But if articulated and done with the right people, I believe it is the solution to protect the markets that we so bad need to protect so that our people will not depend on handouts. Thank you.
Thank you so much for elaborating that point very well. That in fact, what I've come to learn that in order for bottom up to thrive, you have to ensure that if it is executive is working, if it is judiciary is working, if it is legislature, and also the people. So I see Azimio taking taking all those. So I bring on Mr. Jakin Bey in order for him also to put some energy on this point about bottom up. Karibu Baba Jakindu.
Asante sana. Sasa huyo jamaa amezungumza, Alex amesema tu kitu ambacho napigia kelele saa zote, na nafikiri hata president anapigia hii kitu kelele, anasema hii kitu umoja. Umoja lazima wote tufanye kazi pamoja, we must work together. Tukifanya kazi pamoja tutavunja corruption, tutavunja hata hii mambo ya eti bottom up. Hizi vitu hatutazungumza kwa sababu tukifanya kazi pamoja hiyo bunge itafanya kazi, president atafanya kazi, koti zitafanya kazi, kwa sababu kila mmoja atakuwa anahitajika kufanya kazi yake. Kila mmoja atachunguzwa kama anafanya kazi ama afanye kazi. Unaona? Kwa hiyo jambo la muhimu kabisa, number one, ni lazima tuwe wamoja. Tusiwe na watu ambao wanatugawa kwa misingi ya kusema kuna wengine.
Mr. Alex, mute a little bit. Mr. Alex, mute. Thank you.
Tusiwe na misingi ya kusema kwamba kuna wengine ambao ni wamekuweko muda mrefu, kwa sababu hata Ruto amekuweko hapo muda mrefu sana, tangu wakati wa kabla hatuja change kabla hatujabadilisha katiba ya kusema tunataka vyama vingi, alikuweko. Yeye alikuwa anataka tukae na KANU. Wakati tunataka multiparty, yeye hakutaka, alipinga. Wakati tunataka kuwa na katiba mpya, alipinga. Wakati tunataka kila kitu ambayo ni ya kuendeleza nchi, amekuwa akipinga. Unaona? So hii mambo ya kusema kwamba bottom up, ndio maana mimi sielewi hiyo bottom, anavyoielezea, anaelezea kwa njia ya kugawa watu. Unaona? Anagawa watu fulani, manake tunawahitaji au matajiri tunawahitaji, manake wote ni wa Kenya. Kila Mkenya anahitajika kuvuta pamoja, awe ni wale watu ambao wanawaita bwenyenye, hao wote ni wa Kenya. Kuna watu wengi wameandikwa na hao watu, wanafanya kazi chini ya hao watu, ni wananchi wa Kenya. Kwa hiyo kitu tunachotaka ni kwamba tunataka umoja, tunataka kujenga msingi ulio na kutuwezesha sisi wa Kenya wote tuvute pamoja, tufanye kazi pamoja, tusibaguane, kwa sababu hapa nyuma tumekuwa tukibaguana. Kwa hiyo ndio maana vitu hazifanyi kazi, ndio maana hizi sehemu zingine zinaanguka. Mimi niliona kama mfano kama ile kiwanda cha Mumias. Nafikiri Bwana Raila amepeleka huko wale watu investors wameenda huko. Alikuwa na investor mmoja, na nafikiri nilimsikia akisema kwamba hizo viwanda vinatakiwa zinunuliwe, ziwe na investors, watu ambao zitakuwa ni private. Unaona? Zisiwe ni mali ya serikali. Unaona? Kwa sababu mali ya serikali watu haufanyi kazi, tushaona kwamba haifanyi kazi. Kwa hiyo tunataka mtu ambaye anaona shida ambayo ipo na ana njia ya kuitatua. Sio kwamba uko pale miaka karibu 9 na utatui hayo mambo, unakuja kusema utaifanya na uko ndani ya serikali. Na hizo ndizo shida ambazo tunazo, inatakiwa zifanywe sahihi. Kwa hiyo mimi nasema kwamba kitu tunachohitaji muhimu sana Kenya ni umoja, na hiyo umoja itafanya mambo ya corruption ambayo imeleta shida sana, mambo ya kubaguana, hiyo tutamaliza, na kila mmoja atafanya kazi. Kwa sababu kama uliona wakati wa 2002 nchi ilikuwa ni kama mpya. Nchi ilirudi, kila mtu akaanza kufanya kazi, na kila mmoja alikuwa na matumaini kabisa ya kwamba nchi yetu sasa imeshika usukani mahali pazuri. Unaona? Kwa hiyo ninachosema ni kwamba kitu kimoja tu tulikosa, ni kwamba tulikosa uwiano ya kusema kwamba sasa hatuwezi tena kubaguana, lazima tufanye kazi pamoja. Hiyo tulikosa kuwa na hiyo ambayo nasema political stability. Tulishindwa kujenga hiyo mifano ya kusema kwamba politics yetu zitakuwa ya kwamba sisi wote tutashirikiana. Tulishindwa hiyo. Kama tungefanya hiyo, hatungekuwa tunazungumzia haya tena, nchi yetu ingekuwa mbali, kwa sababu Wakenya ni watu wenye kufanya kazi kwa bidii, na ukiwaonyesha njia ya kufanya kazi wanafanya kazi. Hawaogopi kufanya kazi. Kwa hiyo mimi kitu nacho waisisitizia sisi wote ni kwamba tuwe na umoja. Hiyo itatufanya tunaona nchi kama China ina umoja, imepiga hatua kubwa sana. Mpaka sasa zile nchi ambazo zilikuwa zinafikiri ni kubwa zinaogopa China sahihi. Wamefanya kazi pamoja, kila moja. Na kitu nyingine ni kwamba tunahitaji hawa vijana wetu wapatiwe mafunzo mafunzo. Si kwamba mtu wengi wamesoma lakini hawana yale mafunzo za kikazi. Tunataka watu wawe na mafunzo ya market, yani ile market ambayo iko kwa saizi, ni kazi gani hizo ambazo wanaweza wakafanya. Wanatakiwa wapewe mafunzo. Hata wakati unataka kukopesha hawa watu ambao tunasema sijui wanatakiwa kukopeshwa nani, inatakiwa wapewe mafunzo. Wapewe mafunzo, ndio ukiwapatia kitu ya kufanya wana ujuzi. Huwezi kupatia watu pesa kusema mwende mfanye biashara, hawana ujuzi na hawajui namna ya watafanya biashara ambao hawajui, na hizo pesa zitapotea. Kwa hiyo kitu ambacho tunataka umoja, tunataka hawa wanafunzi au vijana wapewe mafunzo, ili wakienda kama ni kufanya biashara ama kama ni kazi, kama ni zile kazi zao wanafungua kazi zao, wawe wana ujuzi wa kufanya hizo kazi sawa sawa. Kwa hiyo
thank you Mr. Jakinbe. Asante sana kwa maoni yako mazuri. Before nimlete Brother Philip, what I've learned from you is that ndio sisi tupige hatua, lazima to work. Mr. Philip, mute a little bit. Thank you so much. Ile kitu nimejifunza kutoka kwako mzee Jakinbe ni kuwa in fact ndio hii bottom up, ama au vijana wetu ama usoevo mwenye ako low in the society apate kuinuka, asiwe ni mtu wa kutegemea masses za hawa wenye wako nayo. In fact inafaa wale wenye wako nao wote tuwajumuishe. So these people ambao tunaita billionaires, in fact these people walizaliwa tu without anything. Wakati walizaliwa in this world hawakuwa na chochote, lakini kwa sababu ya nguvu za Mwenyezi Mungu amewawezesha kuwa na material things. So hata sisi ama usoevo mwenye anaunda serikali lazima auzishe hawa wenye wako na mali, cause walianza from somewhere mpaka imefikia kiwango wako na hizo material things ambazo wako nazo kwa wingi. So tuzije tukafanya nini, tukawadharau kuwa maybe ama tukasema kuwa nyinyi mko sawa sasa, stay on your own. No, tunawahitaji walete chochote kidogo chenye wako nacho, kama serikali ikitumie kuinua wale wenye hawana kutoka kwa society. Alafu na jambo la pili lenye nimelearn kutoka kwako kuhusu education. Our education must be towards iwe ni skills oriented, because unapata kuwa in fact education yetu inakuwa tu bora elimu, but huyu mtoto wakati umemfunza kutoka ECD mpaka ameenda university, unapata kuwa most of zile degrees ambazo ama ile elimu yenye amepata kwa job market haiendi sambamba. So kama tungeleta elimu yetu iwe ni kuwa kama mtoto anafanya vizuri pande ya mbio apelekwe kwa academy, kando na kufunzwa ajue ABCD, hii talent yenye ako nayo ipate kukuzwa, kwa sababu huyu mtoto wakati amekuwa mkubwa akikimbia pale ng'ambo atapata miela mingi, na as a society tutakuwa tumefanya nini? Tutakuwa tumefaidika. So talent itakuwa ni kitu ya muhimu sana as far as education is concerned. Tusiwe tu tunafunza, wacha tu tufunze. By the way, ndio unaona zile inchi kama the likes of Japan, before waende into industrial revolution, what they did, walichukua watoto wao wakawapeleka ng'ambo, wakawapeleka the likes of United States of America, Germany, wakapata mafunzo on how to run machines in industries. Then baada ya watoto kuiva wakarudishwa back to Japan or to China. Then kutoka hapo, in fact, tunaona kuwa sasa wakati walikuja wakaingia kwa industries, wakaingia kwa factories, wakaanza kutumia zile skills ambazo wamepata kule ng'ambo to enable their country to grow, na hiyo itatusaidia sana. So brother Philip, chukua usukani.
It's fun. The very important points that Jack Kindubey has raised, especially the first point is saying about the issue of matching our skills with the market government, with the market demand. I've been to several institutions in this country, and in my own opinion is that solving the issue of corruption will go a long way in solving almost 50% of the problems we have as a nation. Because you find that even the problems we have in our learning institutions is because of corruption. We have institutions that are supposed to train people depending on the skills that are needed on the market, but the resources that are meant to maybe purchase instruments that are supposed to train these people have actually been squandered. So what happens is that people are being taken through theory, while what is supposed to be meant to be practical has actually been squandered through corruption. We have cartels that have actually sold our learning institution. If you go to some institution, you find that even some of the courses that are market driven, for you to pursue those courses, you will need to know someone in that institution. So we need to first deal with the issue of corruption. Then on the issue of unemployment, and even if we have the right people with the right skills, we still need to have the right people in government. And that's why, for me, I'm not opposed to the issue of bottom-up economic model because it cannot work. I'm opposed to it because the people who are projecting this economic model, should they capture power, they're going to do very minimal to ensure that they implement what they mean. For example, if you look at countries like Philippines, if you look at countries like Mexico, you look at China, they are doing what you call exporting labor. Yes, we might not have enough land to absorb our youth in terms of agriculture, but if our youth have the right skills, as Jaka Kindube has said, we can expose them to outside international markets that demand them. We've had this scandal whereby we have Kenyan students who are helping USA students to do their PhDs. Yet these people, if you come to this country, they are unemployed. Why? It's because the leadership we have does not know exactly what the problem is and how to solve. You could be having an economy that cannot absorb all our youth. But if you have a leader with an international recognition and international network, you can export your labor. So the point is, for anyone who is listening, we are not opposed to William Samoei Ruto's bottom-up economic model because it cannot work. We are opposed to it because the people around him and his history depicts otherwise. He's a person of questionable character, and that's all. I think for me, that's it.
Tafadhali niseme hivi, Philip. Kitu ambacho nataka kusema, kitu ambacho unasema juu ya corruption, nataka nikukumbushe kitu kimoja hapo. Wakati ODM na Jubilee zilikuwa apart, tulikuwa na Waititu kwa governor, tulikuwa na Sonko kwa governor, si ndio?
Yes, you are right.
Wakati president aliposema hapana, wacha tufanye kazi pamoja, nchi katulia.
Yes.
Unaona? Sonko akajulikana afanyi kazi, Waitito akajulikana afanyi kazi, na wengi saa hizi wameshitakiwa kwa sababu wamejulikana hawafanyi kazi, kwa sababu tuko na umoja, na hiyo umoja tukistrengthen umoja wetu itafanya mambo ya corruption itapungua kabisa. Tutapunguza mambo ya corruption kabisa, kwa sababu hiyo ndio maana tuligundua kwamba kuna watu wengine hawafanyi kazi. Usipokuwa na umoja hutaona hao watu hawafanyi kazi, kwa sababu saa nyingi mtakuwa mnagombana, mnavurutana, mnasema sijui nini, lakini kama wote mnafanya pamoja, mtaona mtu fulani afanyi kazi. Kwa hiyo
you're very right. You're very right. But if you look at me have nothing personal against the deputy president. But if you look at the deputy president's character and his moves, he's against unity. He's against unity. If he's not talking about hustlers versus dynasties, he's against the handshake. He's someone who appears to survive out of confusion and division. And therefore, it means if he is at the helm of power, he's going to use divide and rule. And that, as you said, corruption thrives within that kind of environment. And that's why we have to do everything possible to ensure that he does not ascend to power. Because if he ascends to power, his character shall come out, corruption shall come out, and we shall go back to the drawing board.
Ndio maana hiyo ni nakunga mkono, hafai. Unaona akienda Central Province anasema Wajaluo wanatupa mawe, wanang'oa reli. Hiyo sio kiongozi. Kazi ya uongozi ni kuleta watu pamoja. Hiyo ndio kazi ya uongozi. Lakini ukianza kugawa watu kwa misingi ya kikabila, kwa misingi ya hiyo sio uongozi. Na kwa hiyo chochote ambacho unaleta kwa meza eti ifanye kazi haiwezi. Mimi mpaka leo, mpaka saa hii, mpaka nitaenda, lakini hakuna mtu amenielezea hiyo bottom up ambayo nikaridhika. Mimi ninakubali kwamba watu wanaweza kusema bottom up vile wanataka, lakini mimi sielewi, kwa sababu hizi vyote wanayokuja nayo kwamba bottom up, hizi zote ni zitu za kutugawa. Sisi tunataka Kenya iwe ni Kenya, tufanye kazi, tufanye biashara zetu. Wale wanafunzi ambao unasema kwamba wanafanyia watu wengine mitihani, unaona, ni wanafanya hizo vitu kwa sababu wamekosa kazi za kufanya. Na kazi za kufanya sio kwamba hakuna Kenya. Hatujatengeneza gari, hatujatengeneza hata pikipiki. Hao vijana wana uwezo, kama wanaweza kufanyia hao, wana capability, wana hiyo uwezo wa kuweza tukiwa na tuseme institutions za science, wanaweza kukaa pale laboratories, waunde, tuanze kuunda gari, ama tuanze kuunda pikipiki, tuunde vitu, to manufacture vitu. Na hizo vitu tutawaambia hao vijana wetu ambao tuna kazi, tuna sehemu nyingi ya kuweza kufanya hao vijana wetu wafanye kazi. Ziko vitu nyingi tu. Kwa hiyo kusema kwamba wanakosa ni kwa sababu ya uongozi. Hatujakuwa na uongozi ambapo tunakaa chini tunashirikiana. Katika hizi nchi ambazo kama Uingereza na nini, Waingereza wala hawana hizi preliminary, hizi mambo ya kusema ati mimi ndio nitasimama mbunge hapo mnaenda kuchaguana. Hawafanyi. Na ndio wako na democracy. Hawafanyi hizo vitu. Unaletewa tu mtu, mnasemekana Labour imeleta mtu hapo au Conservative wameleta mtu kusimamia, kupigania kiti ya hapo. Si lazima atoke hapo, ni chama inamleta. Kwa hiyo hakuna mzozo kama sisi tunazozana, mnapigana ninyi kwenye constitution yenu, mnapigana ati mnataka kuchagua fulani, mnataka hiyo kwanza peke yake mnapigana as kwenye lile preliminaries ya kusema nani anateuliwa. hizo vitu ni vitu zinaleta fujo. Inatakiwa hizo vitu tutoke, zina waste time, zinatuwestia pesa na wakati. Hizo vitu zimepitwa na wakati. Ndio maana nawaambia hii demokrasia polepole vile Bwana Themba alisema, nimekubalia. Mimi nilikuwa nataka ifanyike mara moja, lakini alieleza akasema hizi vitu zitakuja polepole. Tunataka wakati mwingine tuwe na demokrasia ambayo ni ya boardroom, tusiwe saa zote tunazozana. Tuanze kuwa na mjadala ambao tunaweza tukazungumza, kusema huyu ndio tunataka tufanyie hivi, huyu tunataka tufanyie hivi, na nchi itafanya kazi, nchi itaendelea, kwa sababu wazungu wengi tu wanafanya hizo nani za boardroom, wengi tu, sio ni sisi tu tukifanya wanasema hiyo ni sio democracy, kwa sababu wanajua tunataka demokrasi ya fujo, ya kuuana, ya kupigana. Hiyo hapana. Asanteni sana.
Yeah, thank you so much Jakindbe kwa maono yako mazuri. So ningependa kuleta Mr. Themba as we close the show. Yeah, at least hakuna vacuum, umekuja ukapata tukiendelea bado kujadili. So karibu Bwana Themba.
Nimeona umejaribu sana Bwana Harun, na nimeona Philip na Jakindbe mmekaa hapa. At least watu wameweza kuerevuka kwa njia moja ama nyingine kwa ajili ya mijadala. It's unfortunate that we were not able to have those who have been talking about it a lot joining us. They have been waiting for it to come in as an interruption in between, but when you were dedicated today, they ran away, you know. So it is clear that it is a very difficult thing to discuss. They will not have any content, and fairly true, you can't have content when you don't know what you're trying to implement. I believe that the best model of economic model that is gonna spur the growth is what was started upon enactment of 2010 Constitution. That is a good support by the government, expansion of the market, and enabling environment for business people to conduct their business will spur the growth of the economy, increase the tax base, those people who are paying taxes, and therefore develop the country. And when you have good international relations with our neighbors, then we also have a bigger market for our products. Then also we can have protective policies that do not necessarily disadvantage the local mwananchi, so that I can easily do business and sell your wares outside. The East African community, if it is strengthened, we can have a bigger market for our products. A digital economy is growing in a very long way. It needs to be regularized. Right now, instead of buying young people, there are many people who are getting jobs via digital economy, you know, simply because they have a phone and they can create content. They are actually getting jobs. They are developing jobs and employing others. So that is an economic environment that we haven't tapped in as yet. So if we can have structures that can create that digital economy in a way that can be fruitful, not only to the people, but also to the many young people that are coming out, you'll realize that digital content creators are not even job seekers. They are now job creators because they are being paid, you know, and they are able to even employ other people. Like a digital creator, once he gets to a certain kind of, exposure, He needs a photographer whom he'll be able to pay, and so forth. The music industry, the art industry, there need to be investment into those particular areas. So when you're only coming and telling us that we are going to spur economy by employing Mama Mboga, giving Mama Mboga more advances, that, in my view, is not the best way to develop a country. We said here, there are two forces, demand and supply. When there's more supply, there's surplus. The prices go down. People go at a loss. When there's less supply, there's more demand. You sell at a higher cost, and then you make profit, and you're likely to restock and get more, and you make more, and even employ more people. So it's simple mathematics, but we are being told as if it is a very complicated things that have been introduced right now. It is not the first time we are having this conversation, so we should not be deluded that it is the first time we are talking about economics. Upon independence, there was sessional paper number 10, which addressed economics. In the 80s, there was district focus for rural development, which was looking at creating industries and development in the rural areas. In the 80s, there was rural-urban migration. Right now, we have these places which were called the rural developing to become urban. So in the later 2000s and 2000 years, we started having urban-rural migration upon devolution coming in. Urban-rural migration, because those areas now started employing, they started accessing services. What were people going to seek? They were going to seek education. Universities were brought close, institutions of learning were brought close. Now, there was a time that specific institutions were started because of what was going to be popular in those areas. Like Egerton was known for agriculture issue because the Rift Valley was known for agriculture. And of course, different institutions. KU was known for education. University of Nairobi for law and medicine because of Kenyatta and stuff. So we need institutions. Pwani University should be known for blue economy. So if you want people to be trained on issues of marine and stuff, and of course we have now mining coming up in Turkana and other places. So we need people to do engineering towards mine engineering and stuff to take advantage of those resources and develop those communities. So when we develop as a country and we have different places being identified for different economic, useful economic ventures and industries, the country is going to have a sense of development that is increasing the cake instead of eating the same cake that we are having. When you know a certain place, as you know, when you're going to a certain city, you know that's a tourist destination. When you go to this place, you know that is a place we go to when we want to see this and that. So there should be that kind of demarcation of our country to appreciate, and also appreciate our strength is in our 43 tribes. We need to see what is it within those tribes that can celebrate, not what is it that we can isolate. Starting to tell us that the parties and whatever we are starting are tribal parties, that is a way of isolating other people against others. I think it is unfair for anyone who has a good meaning for the country. A nation is built by many small tribes coming together and identifying their strengths and coming together for the good of the nation. So I believe that we have tried our best to try, and it's unfortunate that those who are following the thing could not come here to explain it to us. Those of us who are criticizing the thing, we have fairly criticized it even more. I wished they could come here to tell us that, but they didn't. So we hope that they will not run away when questions are asked. Even in the, and those young people need just wake up and say bottom up, scrutinize. If we are told that the country is 75% young people, then these people should rise up to the occasion. Analyze, scrutinize. You are telling us you're going to be giving us money. How? What happens if these people don't default on paying back the money? What is going to happen? Are you going, because one of the things that have happened in places where people have been given money, there has been defaulters. So how do you deal with defaulters? Are you going, this is transferring people from, they're saying that they're going to redeem them from being followed by banks. So you're going to be followed by your country. And that will be bad debt. So the country next will they be pumping 50 billion every year? Those are the things they're not telling us. So if we are going to talk about whatever other thing, there are special economic zones that have been set. Special economic zones is to spur micro businesses in every area and to bake a bigger cake. So time is coming that there's nothing different we're being told right now, and we believe that it is, the economic conversation has not started right now. It started from independence. It was there during Moi. It was there during Kibaki. The same people are telling us they are changed the conversation to economic. They were there 2013, 2017. They talked about making mama mboga, making mechanized farming, which was also an economic thing. Moving from analog to digital was an economic sense of thought. That has not happened. So it is not the first time. They may shout about it, they may talk about it many times, but it doesn't change what it is. It is a way of trying to imply or tell people that they are different, but they are not. They are the same people. It is the same bourgeoisie. It's the same clique of moneyed people.
Kwa hiyo kwa mkutano wetu wa leo tunasema ni bottom up, ni fake. Hiyo ndio tunaomba, kwa sababu they cannot explain. So kwa vile tumediscuss hapa na hakuna wao hawajafika, tunasema ni fake. Ndio kama wakiona maana ni fake, hawawezi kuexplain.
Yes.
Lakini they are hiding, wanasikia.
So as we close, I want to tell those people who are listening from the Tanga side, do not be cheated that Tanga is giving you any different thing. They have tried now, they're trying to bring out now a demarcation that there's Mio side, the president is being fronted by rich people. Now that is an isolation statement. Rich people are in this country from central to Nyanza to northeastern to western to coast. There are rich people all over. And even some of those who are in Tanga who are fronting it are not poor people. The Tanga head is not a poor man. The chairman of Tanga is not a poor man. The people who are at the top of Tanga are not poor people. So when they tell you that the other ones are wanawapanga, hao ndio pia wanawapanga. So it is, which side do you want to panga you? When do you want one side where there are only two people at the top to panga you, or the other side where there are so many people to panga you? So whichever side you are going, unapangwa, and that is why Ngirishi ran away. They tell you that unapangwa the other side, hata hao ndio wanakuja kupanga zaidi. There'll be no nomination that will be done in NUDA. If you're thinking there'll be nomination, forget about it. There'll be people who are already paying. The certificates are going for the highest bidder. If you want to confirm that, go to what Wangui Girishi said. She started UDA at some point. It is the person who had 200 million who took to headquarters who had the certificate, and she was being told to go for another post. I want to dare them, if they think, if the Tanga people think that, okay, this party is for Mama Mboga, I want to dare them. to forward one Mama Mboga who is not going to afford 200 million to stand or to vie for any post, governor post, then we will see that they are genuine. But before then, choose which side you want to panga you. Unaimba aupangugi na tayari umeshapangwa. That is the irony of the whole of it. Unakuja kuimba tupangwingi, but huyu ambao unamwimbia tupangwingi ashakupanga tayari. Let me bring in Patriot as we finish today. Patriot.
Yeah, thank you, Themba, Zekidube, and Philip. It's nice seeing you here this morning. I was today doing something else. I was actually watching a movie, and whenever I checked back, I thought you guys have cleared, but unfortunately you were still here. And I realized you still have a few minutes to discuss. So I thought, why can't I bring in a few of my words before you guys close? What tends to amaze me, my brothers, is the clarity of deception that is being perpetuated by UDA. To me, that is really disturbing. It is disturbing. To the extent that everything that UDA does, to me, is in question. Right from the clarity of how they want to tell us they have won something that we can see clearly they have lost. Actually, when I was watching the debate at the House Parliament, the kind of language these guys were employing when they were obviously losing, and then after they have lost, they still speak like they're on top of things. They give you the impression that Parliament, the bill that they went to discuss was all about showing which party has numbers, but not which side has numbers. They're telling us there's a difference between parties, you know, and the groups. So I remember one of them saying, that was Alice, I think, Alice Wahome. She's like, oh, and that's what also the former majority leader alluded to, that is Duale, that, oh, you know, we have known that UDA has 136 or something, and the rest of you have 158. So they say that was 60-1, something like that. And the glaring impunity of the way these guys perpetuate the lies, to me, Themba, that is quite disturbing. And the other thing that I think is of great concern before I weigh into this quickly is I'm starting to think that these guys will bring problems. I don't think whether they will accept the results. That's another thing that seems to be coming out when you clearly see how events are unfolding. Because at some point, you'll see them toning down, but you know, within a short while, they shoot up. They look like people who need to manage their emotions, something they're not prepared for. So I'm worried as a country, if these people are going to accept if they lose in the month of August. That is something that is glaring in my view again, because there are guys who are willing to twist their stories. They are willing to change lane without them being sorry. So that is to me very interesting. So when I look at the character of the UDA party and its followers, I get so much worried whether there is anything genuine that will come from their end, which they can defend openly and be very honest about it. Because everything they seem to interpret their own way. The term hustler, they have their own meaning. The meaning of numbers, they interpret it differently. The meaning of having numbers in the house or the purpose of that, it's like everything is actually, they're getting everything wrong. That's what I'm simply trying to say. Because if you've got the numbers, I think you asked these things for some time here. If UDA has got the numbers, And they think BBI was not the right document. I mean, the worst thing they would have done was to actually use the numbers to bring in amendments or tell us exactly what will have been the right BBI. But why will you have the numbers? Why will you have the army? When a fight has been brought to your doorstep, you let the army sleep. You don't show up. So why would you speak about that? And here are guys who will come out and tell you, oh, we don't mind whether the bill is going through or not, but at the end of the day, we know we'll defeat you outside. And you've been telling us you have the numbers here. So in a nutshell, UDA, leave alone the bottom-up economic that they're trying to perpetuate. UDA is a party that is very, very, interesting. There are guys who can't really explain what they stand for. So to me, that's a serious, tricky situation where Kenyans are finding themselves in. And I'm sorry that majority, quite a number, are following this narrative that is not well understood. So the bottom-up economic model, these brothers of ours are actually trying to talk about, in my view, I wouldn't really fault the entire model in its totality. I wouldn't say that totally what they are speaking doesn't add up. But what I think that is wrong is that they are not able to piece up, they're not able to put the pieces together for it to become something substantive one will read. Like, for instance, my concern is this. You cannot talk of a bottom-up economic model where you ignore those who have, because you're talking about the have and the have-nots. So if you want to empower those who have, then there must be some connection. There must be a catalytic conveyor belt of those who have, to those who don't have. But when you start telling them about, those who have, they want to reprimand them. They want to look at them as criminals. Then I wonder, why would you talk about making somebody or a young person rich tomorrow, and here you're busting the rich? You're telling the young man that these guys who have money are bragging, they're feeling good, and yet telling the young man that we want you to be, a working person who, in the future, when you grow up, when you work hard, you get money and live like so and so. I think you don't bust your models. You look at them positively, such that you are able to make those who are still struggling to get to have their eye remaining on the ball, because that's the only way. I mean, you look at those who have succeeded for you to succeed. You hang around with fools, then you think like a fool. You hang around with the successful people in the society, you'll also be successful. You think with those who think the way they think, then in one or the other you think like them. So I think there's that disconnect that is very obvious, which makes the bottom-up economic model become something that doesn't make sense. But had they probably borrowed from the US, where they talk about bottom-up, middle out, that will have a bit of sense in what they are saying. But allow me to say this: I think UDA, whatever they are talking about in as far as the model of economic arrangement that they're talking about here, it's an illusion in my view. It's an imagination, and I think they are doing it just to complicate themselves, so that we find them to be people who have a plan. Wamejipanga. I like the way they're saying wamejipanga. Wako mbele. They have a presidential candidate. Just to have the mix. It's about filling positions. Filling a vacancy, it's not like really getting the right person to fill a job, to take a job. So then they are filling gaps, and I think they have managed to run with this narrative for some time. However, thank God we have caught up with them, and as you can see, the stars are lining up to Azimio. You can see things are not working on their end. So I think my fellow panelists and Kenyans who are listening, the bottom up is just a mirage. It is a storytell. It's a telltale story. That story you tell to the kids in the evening before they sleep. Call it a lullaby. A lullaby can make sense to the kids, but to the adults, it doesn't add up. They just know you're just talking to kids after they sleep. So I think, Themba, I wouldn't want to speak much to it, but allow me to conclude by saying, Azimio la Umoja has gained so much. I'm happy that one of the people that I thought would be a serious campaigner in Berber's team has been given the job that I had a preposition. And I had hypothesized that the governor Laikipia was actually one of the most favorite, trustworthy, foot soldiers of Baba. And I'm happy whatever came up. Of course, I still believe that the Nakuru governor stands a very good chance to play a very critical role there. So I'm still struggling, and I don't mind. So I'm sure it's a matter of time between the governor of Nakuru and Peter Kenneth. I don't know who is going to be the running mate, but I think I'm still crossing my fingers. Those two gentlemen, I think more or less the people Baba is playing cards on. Pata Potea, the Nakuru governor, and Peter Kenneth. So whoever he picks as a running mate, from where I sit, I think Kenyans will be comfortable. So let me end by saying, Themba, Philip, and Haron. Haron, you used to be our ancestor. What happened? So allow me to say that Kenyans should be prepared for the new order in the politics of our country. We will rise to the occasion. Majority are actually following with us, and I'm more particularly impressed the way Mount Kenya is coming on board. Personally, that is the greatest thing that makes me happy every day when I see Kamau's, the Mwangis speaking positive about Baba. It is the most impressive thing, especially in the year 2022. So thank you so much for your time, and thank you to have listened to me. Thank you. Back to you, Themba.
Thank you. I think that we've been here long enough. We can now call it a day. Pen Nyagaka, Asante. Vision. Alane Sony, Asante. Silly 2 TV. Martins Wilson again. Desai, Captain Rubani. Captain Rubani was supposed to be coming here, but he stayed on the different part. They decided to give us a wide berth when we needed them, but it's okay. Kindly, for those who have been listening all along, consider subscribing. Mutembei TV. See you again in the evening for another beautiful show. Thank you so much, Jakindube, Harun, Nyongesa, Nyangweso, Philip, and Patriot. Tukutane tena, God willing, in the next debate. God bless you. See you next time.